The world's greatest guilds showed up at this dungeon's gate and froze on the spot. The aura inside was so heavy nobody had the guts to go in. A boy walks up from the back in a suit and tie and strolls in as calm as the father of an ugly girl. Everyone was shook, wondering who this guy was and how he didn't feel even a hint of fear. What was waiting inside wasn't just some regular monster. It was Count Asura, a level 430 vampire, the highest level boss the world had ever seen. Not even all the elite guilds combined could make it past that gate. When the boy walked in alone and stood face to face with the boss, he did something unbelievable. The boy made the most feared boss on the planet wet himself in terror. The vampire was screaming, throwing punches at the air like a madman, even tried to run but he couldn't because he was too busy panicking. When the other hunters showed up, they were completely floored watching the boy take down the strongest boss with just his presence. He might be the boogeyman of boogeymen now, but it wasn't always like this. This boy is known as Grandfell, but his real name is Lee Hoyel. Why two names? Because a while back, a famous virtual reality game merged with the real world. Along with bringing monsters to Earth, everyone got the powers of their game characters. The problem is the MC was dirt poor, so he ended up with a trash character. To make things worse, Grandfell's personality was hard to keep in check. If any higher-up treated him badly, he'd give it right back. With time, the world got more dangerous and strong players became celebrities. But for Hoyle, it was all downhill. Besides being weak, he was stuck in the Demon Hunter class, which is the worst one to level up because there's barely any demons in this world. So he did the only thing he had left. A few years passed, and hunters took control of Earth, clearing dungeons before they collapse, so monsters don't leak into the real world. The MC went to a subway dungeon even though he was low rank. He needed to push himself to get stronger. His party was pretty weak, but they got the job done. As soon as they went in, he already sensed something was off. When the monsters showed up, the leader rushed in alone and the rest choked like noobs. The healer wasn't healing anyone. The tank just wanted to deal damage instead of protecting the mages. When an ambush came straight for him, it was obvious the dungeon wasn't normal and something was really wrong with that team. When he finished helping the party clear out the monsters, the leader Num Cholman showed his true colors. Everyone got furious and turned against the leader, but they quickly figured out what the real problem was. The guy was possessed by a demon. Demons grow stronger by feeding on human fear and negativity. No one there had ever faced anything like this. Only Grandfell knew what was going on. A demon's power turns your fears against you, breaking you from the inside. And their leader's heart was the weakest of all, so everyone thought they were doomed. Grandfell, though, wasn't shaken by that fear at all. He kept attacking the demon in every way he could. Then the creature mocked him, asking if he really didn't care about killing the human body it was using. Sure, the human would hesitate. The demon attacked wildly and left itself open, but Grandfell never slowed down. He struck without any hesitation. For the first time, the demon itself felt fear. Humans shouldn't be this cold. The reason Nom Chelman's heart was so troubled was his younger brother. He wasn't a bad person. He was a great brother, and one of the strongest hunters alive. Still, people always looked down on him for being Taemin's older brother, yet weaker than him. The demon warned him again. To kill it, he'd have to kill Nom Chelman too. Grandfell didn't stop. Again, the demon felt pain spread through its host's body. Enraged, it screamed that Grandfell was the real demon, but that meant nothing to him, because he could see what others couldn't. Even with all the bitterness in Nom Chelman's heart, his pride was just as strong. If giving his life would save his team, he would accept it. So Grandfell followed Chelman's will. His final strike cut the demon's head off. But Nam Chelman got lucky, because Grandfell has a power that lets him hit a demon's spirit without hurting the person it took over. When the leader woke up, he thought he'd been killed. His teammates, now understanding everything, were just relieved he survived. Still shaking, Nam Chelman couldn't understand it. He should have been dead. Then Grandfell told him again not to worry, because he was here. Demons feed on fear, and Grandfell is a demon hunter. He even praised Nam Chelman for the courage he showed earlier. No one but his brother had ever praised him, so it felt strange. Even stranger was the guy behind Grandfell, pointing out that demons don't drop loot when they die. Back in the present, Nem Chelman made it home safely. He shows an online article to his brother, Nem Taemin. Taemin can't believe it. Even for a guild leader, inviting someone just because of a post like that seems foolish. But Chelman says the article is about him. The shock makes Taemin spill hot coffee across the table. At home, Taemin asks if Chelman really wants to quit being a player and become an analyst for Gon. It's hard to believe, since his brother used to hate that idea and changed his mind all of a sudden. Chelman insists he's serious. When Taemin asks if this is some kind of joke, he stands firm. He says he finally saw his own limits and his real purpose, so now he'll walk his own path instead of living in his brother's shadow. That makes Taemin curious about the person who changed Chelman so much. He thinks anyone who could handle a demon and ignore an abnormal status must have an unbelievable mind. Chelman also said that player used a dagger instead of magic, so his class is hard to figure out. With that much skill, Tauman can't understand why someone like that entered that specific rupture. Chelming knows it sounds crazy, but asks him to believe it. To his surprise, Tauman says he does believe him, because Chelman is the one who saw it happen. He also admits he only got this far thanks to his brother, then brings out a contract for Chelman's new analyst job at Gaon. Tauman proudly says Chelman is his older brother, and now a proud guild analyst too. A little embarrassed, Chelman thanks him, and Tauman tells him to read the contract. As he looks it over, Chelman stares in shock and asks if those terms are real. Meanwhile, Hoyal realizes he gained 20 levels after beating the demon. Granfell doesn't care, but he is thrilled and only wants to spend his stat points. After a shower, he plans to rest and deal with the rest later. But Granfell's instincts take over, and the messy house bothers him too much. Believing a clean space keeps the mind clear, he starts cleaning right away. By the end of the day, he makes himself a meal, and when he tastes it, he notices it's very healthy. Hoyal remembers Granfell was always like this, strict with routines and strong self-control. Then he realizes the traits he gave that character, along with his class and level, are affecting real life too. Before, Hoyal would have just showered and ordered takeout, but through Granfell's influence, his habits have become much healthier. He also realizes Granfell isn't untalented at all. In fact, he's gifted with magic, and can copy most enchantments after seeing them once, and he's also smart and healthy. Looking over all those traits, the protagonist decides that if they're really becoming real, then things are going very well. To test that idea, he grabs his phone, but sees a long message from Shi-Ulman. Not sure what it's about, he puts it aside for now, because testing his powers matters more. Not knowing where to start, he decides to try copying an enchantment, and searches online, saving anything that catches his eye. Elsewhere, the Nam brothers are shocked that the protagonist rejected their offer so directly. Shi-Ulman suggests another guild may have already reached him, but Taemin argues they're Korea's top guild. They offered a house, a car, all expenses covered, and a 95 deal. He can't imagine anyone offering more. Shi-Ulman reminds him that after the Mage Tower incident, foreign guilds opened offices in Korea, and since the strongest Korean groups are all in the capital, the offer could have come from any one of them. That makes Taemin furious. He refuses to let another guild recruit him, and he can't accept that someone may have offered better terms. As he gets ready to leave, he asks his brother what the protagonist looks like. He wants him badly enough as an ally that he'll learn everything he can to persuade him. Chelman thinks for a second, then says the protagonist isn't flashy, but looks like an aristocrat from a fantasy novel, and dresses with elegance. Back with the protagonist, he keeps studying enchantments. Not long after, he figures out the basics of magic, and realizes he can use it as long as he has mana. Hoyal thinks he learned so fast because Granfell Cloudy Arpheus Romeo is a genius. Now sure he can use magic, he decides it's time to spend his stat points. Since he doesn't fully know Granfell's limits, he spreads them out, 2 into stamina, 2 into agility, and 7 into mana. While doing that, Hoyal suddenly remembers the tragic backstory he wrote for Granfell, though he has no idea why it came to mind then. Even so, he puts 1 point into luck. Thinking it was for the best, he puts the point into luck. Granfell is going to have a rough time from here on out. Even that 1 point almost doubles the stat. He even jokes that maybe he'll spot a coin on the ground tomorrow. But when he wakes up, he's stunned. Instead of finding a coin, he gets a class quest. Ever since Arcana became real, quests have been rare. There just aren't many NPCs around to hand them out. Even normal quests are hard to get, so a class quest is a huge deal. At first, it looks like a basic demon hunter mission. Then he remembers this isn't something ordinary. He checks an article saying Giver, the top-ranked paladin, has started a class quest too. Only one person in each class can get this kind of quest, so it makes headlines. People say whoever clears one can rise to the very top. At level 67, he knows it makes no sense for him to receive one of these. So he reaches one conclusion, and a little research proves it. He's the last demon hunter left. That makes the whole thing easier to understand. He already knows the demon hunter outpost is in action. It sounds impressive, but the truth is rough. Just reaching it is brutal. You have to climb 1,000 meters on dangerous paths, and the quests there are basically endless pointless labor. The place itself is terrible too. Players don't even get proper meals, because to reach the cafeteria, they have to climb all the way up, while an NPC screams at them the whole time. He thinks it makes sense that people quit, but Granfell's side insists demons eat away at the human mind, so this harsh training makes him stronger. With that in mind, he pushes aside his old failures and looks into the quest. Right away, he realizes it's the start of a counterattack. In Seoul, the Korean branch of the Anti-Arcana Union is at work. The group was made to reduce the damage and chaos caused by Arcana. They even hired the people who helped make the game. Whenever updates show up in real life, they gather the data and break it down for players. One worker asks a coworker if another Rupture update might hit that week. He's already sick of staying late and hopes things finally settle down. He complains that Reynolds handles the site updates, and the second he uploads something, real life changes. Then his coworker cuts in. A new update just came in. Both of them are left speechless. The whole operations team panics. They know this means even more work, and much worse trouble. This wasn't some small update. It announced that a demon would appear soon, along with a rupture called the Count's Fortress. New monsters were listed as threats, and the Count seemed to be the dungeon boss. Its danger level was set at 430, far above the rank 1 player, who was only level 403. The staff quickly decides this raid is impossible. Not even all the top players together, or a whole guild, should be able to beat it. They think about asking the Mage Tower for help, but remember the NPCs there almost never move unless the tower itself is at risk. That only makes everyone feel worse. A rupture this huge could wipe out everything around it, especially if the monsters break into the real world. One employee says this update could destroy the balance of everything, and only a miracle could stop it. Back with Hoyle, the system tells him to train for the mission and gives him a list of exercises. He doesn't feel much stronger and starts wondering if anything really changed from his time in Action. His whole body shakes from suddenly training so hard. He can barely even make a sandwich, which is miserable for someone so picky about food. Still, even while he's falling apart inside, Granfel's mindset stays strangely positive. It almost feels like he's proud of getting through it. Hoyle admits that without Granfel's pride pushing him forward, he would have quit right away. He finishes the mission and figures he's finally earned a break, but that doesn't happen. The training only gets harsher. A full week passes, and it never slows down. The moment one training quest ends, another appears. He somehow clears them every day because Granfel's influence keeps him going. Even so, he wonders how long he'll have to keep repeating this before he gets any reward. He starts to think the only payoff might be a healthier body. Then the system announces he cleared the weekly challenge and gives him 2 vigor points and 2 dexterity points. Rewards like stat points are rare, especially permanent ones. Items that raise stats usually cost a fortune. He's thrilled to gain 4 points without leveling up. After that, he decides this kind of quest might actually be worth doing. The reward is too good to ignore. Right after that, he hears about the new update everyone is talking about. The report says most guilds are backing out of the new Rupture raid because it's too dangerous. After the update called Territory of the Count's Family, a new monster appeared, Count Asura. He's a level 430 vampire demon, the highest level ever seen, so the raid is expected to be just as brutal. Because of that, the Korean branch of the UAA says it has no statement for now. Hoyer wonders if anyone in the world can really defeat a monster like that. People are already saying this raid's final boss might be the strongest one ever, especially now that even the top guilds refuse to join. He knows demons are the enemies players struggle against most. They get stronger during battle, and players also have to deal with all kinds of nasty status effects. People say you need to be at least 10 levels above a demon to win, so an enemy like this should be impossible for him, except for one thing. The new quest he just got. He's been told to fight the most dangerous vampire ever seen, a job that even the strongest fighters are avoiding. Fear hits him hard. He's being pushed toward an enemy that shouldn't be beatable. Normally, Hoyle would sink into total despair. Instead, his heart is strangely calm, and he realizes that calm is coming from Granfell. In Granfell's voice, he declares that a lesser race dares to waste his precious time, and will be punished for it. Inside though, MC thinks this is a horrible idea. A little later, he digs deeper and finds out Count Asura is in Russia. To reach him, he'll need to visit the Mage Tower. The tower has a portal spell that can send someone anywhere. That's why so many foreign guilds keep offices in South Korea. Hoyle thinks about calling a taxi, but Granfell takes over and decides he won't wait any longer. Before heading out, instead of taking a jacket for the cold, he grabs several packs of tea, treating them like the most important thing for the trip. A crowd of reporters has gathered outside the Mage Tower, waiting to catch famous players using the portal to head for the raid. One reporter says several players should show up, but his assistant points out that traveling this way isn't easy. It burns a huge amount of mana. Then they spot multiple players arriving anyway. The one they want most is Num Taemin, who shows up with his group, and the press rushes him at once. An MBS intern asks if Num Taemin's guild has already found a way to beat the enemy. Chelman tries to put off the interview, but Taemin steps in and says he doesn't know how he'll kill Count Askurin, and that has never stopped him from entering a rupture before. He says he came early for one reason, to get ahead of the competition. As head of the Gaon Guild, Nam Taemin makes it clear he won't share information, even if others pretend it's for the greater good. If they really cared about saving the world, he says, they'd challenge ruptures more often, instead of standing back and watching. Then a cameraman notices the Shining Guild arriving. Their guildmaster, Rox, is level 399, and ranked 2nd overall. People see him as one of the world's best hopes. One teammate suggests avoiding the crowd, and Rox agrees. That teammate thinks the Gaon leader sounded full of himself, but Rox says they're just tense. With every guild gathering at the Mage Tower to use the portals, pressure is high. He adds that the Gaon Guild has been slipping, so Taemin is probably risking everything on this raid. At the same time, Chelman tells his brother not to let his nerves get to him. He says they need to move carefully, one step at a time, and just do their best. Then Taemin asks whether he contacted that player again. Chelman says he tried, but the update ruined the timing. Taemin figures that if the guy is really that strong, he'll probably show up for the raid. Meanwhile, Hoyal takes a bus to the tower. On the way, he watches videos about magic and tries to learn more. He decides there are 3 stages to using magic: read mana, interfere with it, and then make it take form. Testing that idea, he manages to light fire in his hand. Since he's on a bus though, he scares everyone around him. The driver snaps at him not to use dangerous skills inside the bus. Hoyer quickly apologizes, shocked that the spell worked on his first try. He realizes he learned it just from watching videos, which reassures him, but when he checks the system, the skill isn't listed. Normally, new skills show up right away in the status window. That makes him wonder if the system is bugged somehow. When he arrives at the mage tower, which he'd only seen from outside before, he notices a portal. The moment he looks at it, he feels an empty pull, like he could recreate that portal magic himself. It even seems easier than the fire spell he just used. But just as he's about to test that idea, someone crashes into him and knocks him into the portal. Taemin warns the person to watch where he's going, saying things are already bad enough for his guild. Then Chelman almost recognizes Hoyal, but Nam Taemin cuts that off by asking for the mission briefing. Nam Chelman starts the briefing and tells the guild the rupture is in Russia. He shows them a map with circles like the rupture zones and warns that there are hundreds of entry points. Then he explains the inner ring is the Count's family territory, spread across about 30 areas, while the center is where Count Asgura should be. Still, Nam Chelman says this is only a guess based on past patterns. If the rupture fully opens, the castle may be dragged into the real world. In Russia, reporters are already covering the event. The area is packed with players, journalists, fans, and people who just came to watch. Even online creators are out there filming the rupture in the freezing cold. Right in the middle of all that, the protagonist shows up. One influencer notices him and mistakes him for a rival, so he tries to shove him aside. The protagonist just tells him to back off. While he keeps fighting, other groups begin their own hunts too. One of them is Leonie Bellucci's team, and she's already annoyed by how many wolves they have to deal with. A teammate tries to settle her down, while another says that's just how their guild leader is. They soon notice that even after killing plenty of wolves, more keep pouring in, and this is only the start of the route. What bothers Leonie is that the wolves aren't scared at all. To her, that isn't normal. She says the whole thing feels more dangerous than usual. Then she asks if anyone has seen any of the enemies cry out or show pain while being hunted, but no one has an answer. A moment later, Leonie hears a howl in the distance. One of her teammates says it doesn't sound normal. It sounds like a wolf that's afraid. These howls are clearly different from the wolves they've been fighting. Leonie decides they'll understand more once they reach the others. Somewhere else, the protagonist keeps hunting. He uses a bow and feels mana running through it. The bow itself isn't very good, but he knows he can boost it with mana. Using that, he creates fire and launches it at the enemies. As the wolves rush closer, he keeps firing flames at them. From farther away, Leonie Bellucci and her group notice the fight and are impressed by what they're seeing. As soon as the battle ends, the protagonist calmly takes out some tea. The others still can't figure out how he was firing burning arrows. They're also thrown off by the fact that he's wearing a suit and tie inside a rupture and casually drinking tea right after a fight like that. One guild member guesses he might be some streamer who followed another team and got lost. Leonie Bellucci, though, warns him the place is dangerous and tells him to leave while he still can. Granfell only responds by taking another sip of tea. Being ignored makes Leonie mad, and she snaps that the least he could do is answer when someone talks to him. Just then, her teammates warn her that more enemies are coming. This time there are even more of them, and the group gets caught off guard. These enemies, like the wolves, are level 230. Leonie tells her team to hold the line, and they do, doing everything they can to endure it. But it doesn't take long for them to see how bad the situation really is. Leonie still rushes forward and cuts down enemies with her speed. Then someone warns her that there's an enemy above them. That's when she realizes her team has been surrounded by archers. That shocks the group, and the protagonist is still standing there. Some of them even call him insane for still drinking tea in a situation like this. The enemy leader gives the order, and a wave of arrows closes in, leaving Leonie deeply worried. Meanwhile, the protagonist stays calm. He studies the mana in his thermos and realizes it's easy to control. He figures the power he wants to create would normally need far more mana than he has at his current level. But if magical enchantments aren't treated like skills, then everything changes. So he manipulates his own thermos and gets the result he wanted. Leonie braces herself as best she can, until she notices the arrows still haven't hit. Her team is just as confused. When they look, they see a stone wall shielding everyone from the arrows. Leonie wonders if it's alchemy, but she's never seen anything like this before. Pulling off a skill like that should be extremely hard. The protagonist quickly walks up and explains it isn't a skill at all. He's using pure magic. The whole group is stunned by how perfectly that barrier appeared. Even the protagonist is surprised by what he can do, since he barely had time to test any of it before entering the rupture. But there isn't time to think about that. The enemies are still attacking. Now they're moving in from the ground, trying to encircle the group, and the protagonist realizes he'll have to step in again. Leonie orders her team to get ready for another fight, and tells the protagonist to help, reminding him that both of them are in danger. Granfell gets ready to fight, and to Leonie's surprise, he summons a bow. During the clash, one of the fighters gets hurt, and a teammate shouts for a healer, but by doing that, he leaves himself open. Before the enemy can hit him, someone steps in and saves him, and he sees the attack was stopped by a single arrow, the protagonist's arrow. Confused and amazed, Leonie Bellucci tries to make sense of how he fights, but every move Granfell makes only impresses her more. This time he fires a flaming arrow and drops the closest enemy. Leonie realizes the same man is fighting like a mage, an alchemist, and an archer all at once, which only confuses her more. She can't help wondering who exactly is standing in front of her. Not long after that, the group defeats the enemies again. One guild member tells Leonie there are no enemies left nearby. She praises her team's effort, but her thoughts are somewhere else. Leonie Bellucci can't understand why the protagonist is alone in a rupture this dangerous, dressed like that, and refusing to answer anything clearly. He doesn't even look tired, and even if she hates to admit it, she knows that without him, everyone in her guild would have died. That makes her think he must be a ranker, even though she's never heard of anyone with powers like his. She even starts to think he's handsome. Still, because of how cold he acted earlier, she decides she won't thank him for helping. Leonie Bellucci stares at him too long, and when he looks back, she gets flustered. She tries to hide it, but what really annoys her is that he keeps staring right back. For a second she wonders if he might offer to share his tea with her, and if he did, she knows she wouldn't be able to say no. Then he walks up and says that even if she keeps staring at him, he's not sharing his tea with anyone. That instantly crushes all of Leonie's hopes. A little later, drones from a Korean reporter covering the event in Russia fly over the rupture zone. The whole world is watching, because this is the highest level boss ever discovered. And it's not just one reporter, the global press is covering everything. They explain that hundreds of ruptures around the main territory must be cleared before players can move to the next stage. That report is right, since the boss's fortress is the final stage among many. Guilds like Shining and Gowan are already inside, and now everyone wants to know which one will make it to the end first. The first guild to clear this rupture will become famous across the world, and that achievement will go down as legendary, which only builds more hype outside. Inside a TV director's booth, an employee walks in with coffee. He complains that it's too dark, but the director says he likes it that way, and asks if any new footage has come in. The employee says all the teams are already halfway through. Shining Guild is moving the fastest, and the director says he wants the first interview when the players come out. Then, something unexpected happens. An assistant suddenly runs past the reporters, leaving them confused. The director announces that the first area around the territory has already been cleared, and tells the reporters to follow that assistant. Everyone is stunned, but the director says there still isn't solid information, which is exactly why they need to get there now. The assistant who rushed ahead reaches the site and contacts the director. His boss asks if he can tell which guild cleared the area. The assistant says it wasn't any of the expected guilds, it was the Berserkers. The director finds that hard to believe, since the Berserker Guild is only ranked 32nd, but the assistant confirms it. He says he even recorded the leader leaving with the others, and already sent the video. Now the director can't understand how they got through the territory before stronger guilds like Shining. On top of that, the assistant says they all look perfectly fine, and that there's even a Korean person among the Berserker Guild, even though the guild is made up only of Europeans. That makes the whole thing even stranger. It doesn't take long for the reporters to rush over. The assistant says the competition has arrived, and he'll try to get an exclusive interview. He heads straight for the protagonist and asks about what happened inside and what his connection is to the Berserker Guild. Granfell just tells him to get lost. Then he adds that his patience has limits, and he's almost out of it, leaving the assistant speechless. The other reporters crowd around the Berserker Guild, all trying to ask the leader what happened. She simply says she has no comment. Her teammates seem to enjoy the spotlight, but Leonie Bellucci has no interest in interviews right now. The journalists keep pushing, saying this is a huge chance for her guild, but Leonie Bellucci can only think about how annoying the protagonist is, because he led the clear, not her. Then she looks around and realizes he's gone. One teammate tells her he left, saying he was heading home for a bit before moving on. That leaves Leonie Bellucci wondering how that even makes sense. She's furious with the protagonist. She had actually been thinking about giving him credit during the interview, but instead he just turned around and walked off. She says interviews can raise a guild's value and status, and she can't believe he had any good reason to leave like that. In the middle of all this, reporters notice a blue rupture nearby, and the Gown Guild comes out of it. They were the ones who cleared that portal. The reporters rush to interview the Gown Guild, but their leader, Tae-min, spots the Berserker Guild and can't figure out why they're there. One reporter congratulates him on being the second team to finish. That's when Taemin realizes Gaon wasn't first. Leonie tries to speak up, but no one can hear her. A heavy silence falls between the two groups. Later, back at Gaon's camp, Taemin watches the news with his brother. On TV, Leonie says Gaon isn't the only strong guild in South Korea. That instantly sets him off. He takes it as a challenge. He says that even if Leonie's guild cleared the rupture first, the attention has clearly gone to her head. Then he adds that the Berserker Guild is talking nonsense, because a guild as strong as Gaon couldn't possibly come from Korea. But Chelman points out that Leonie was probably talking about another Korean player she met inside the rupture. Annoyed, Taemin asks who this so-called incredible person could be. Chelman isn't sure, but he only knows one Korean who could pull off something like that. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Hoyol, is taking a shower. He really needed it. The cold had been getting to him. Right now, all he wants is to sleep after a nice hot shower. But Granfell has other plans. Granfell says the house got too dusty while he was gone, so it needs to be cleaned. After that, Granfell even makes food for the next day, which helps Hoyol feel a little less drained. He then uses the chance to check his stats, and sees that the battle loot gave him nothing very useful. Still, he did at least reach level 86. Even so, he thinks that's a pretty small reward for how risky the fight was. Thinking it over, he figures out that magic uses less mana than skills, so he was able to cast more spells in battle. The problem is, his mana recovers way too slowly, and he doesn't have any gear that can fix that. On top of that, his Demon Hunter class doesn't give him many perks. Hoyol thinks it was lucky the other guilds showed up to handle the monsters, because things could have gone much worse without them. Granfell, though, says that only happened because the protagonist is weak. With zero humility, he says that if someone looks down on him, he'll prove them wrong, and if they expect too much from him, he'll go beyond that and make it real. MC can only blame himself for giving his own character that kind of personality. After that, Granfell reminds him that the next rupture is in the Count's territory, so there's no time to rest. He warns Hoyol not to depend only on magic. He also needs to get stronger up close. Not only that, Granfell has already picked the perfect training job. Out of all the players, the guild leader impressed him the most, and he thinks copying her style would be a huge help. To his horror, Granfell says the basics matter most. He immediately gets a bad feeling, and he's right. Granfell says he'll wash the dishes first, then start training right away. Night comes, but the sleep Hoyol wanted so badly still has to wait, because Granfell decides it's time for a run. While running, he hears urgent news on the radio. The announcer says 95% of the area around the territory has already been cleared, and the Count's territory should soon be open for raids. But the latest report says the Count's territory has already jumped to 60% progress before it was even officially opened. At this rate, it could break out very soon, and experts are growing worried about the situation. Taemin hears the update, and is stunned. Progress like that in a single day should be impossible. His brother says dungeon time limits get shorter as the monsters become stronger, but he isn't fully sure yet, and asks for more time to look into it. Meanwhile, at the Arcana Guild camp, a TV director is furious. He insists there has to be some real explanation, because monsters can't just suddenly get stronger for no reason. But his assistant tells him that even the guild's top analyst can't explain it. The director decides that if the breach erupts, they're all doomed. The moment the monsters escape the dungeon, every civilian and player nearby will be killed. As news of the rapid progress spreads, people everywhere start to panic even more. Hoyol knows nothing like this has ever happened before, so it makes sense that everyone is confused. Since the answer only exists in the game Action, he realizes he needs to move fast. He understands that a vampire shares its authority through blood. Count Asura gave that authority to the monsters around his territory, and when those monsters died, that power naturally went back to him. Now the Count is probably spreading that gathered authority to the monsters inside his territory, making them stronger and pushing the progress rate higher. That means if Hoyol clears the Count's territory, there's a real chance the fortress could break out the moment it opens. Granfell declares that Count Asgura doesn't deserve his title. In his eyes, a true noble never takes back what was already given, so he wants to judge this enemy for staining the honor of nobility. Hoyol agrees, but still tries to get Granfell to sleep first. Granfell's answer is simple. He can sleep all he wants after he dies. 5 hours remain until the Count's territory erupts. In front of the rupture, an influencer named Huikang speaks to his viewers. He explains that with destruction rising this fast, an outbreak is close, and several guilds are getting ready to stop it. Then he shares an interesting detail. Unlike the outer areas, which had 200 ruptures, the Count's territory only has around 30. Since there are so few, multiple guilds have to enter the same rupture, and the rewards and experience are split by contribution rate. Because of that, matching up the wrong guilds could be a problem. Competition alone might spark fights, even between top rankers. Right then, Chelman shows up, and Tiamin asks what he found out. Chelman says competition can't be avoided with so few ruptures. Tiamin answers that they'll be fine, as long as they don't run into the Shining Guild. But Chelman reveals that Shining went north, so they'll most likely be up against Unified Under Heaven. He also says the Berserker Guild is with Second Son and Bohemian, and many guilds are now being extra careful because of the first clear. While they're talking, someone walks over, and Taemin tenses up right away. He finds himself face to face with his Japanese rivals from the Inazuma Guild. Their leader, Hisagi, says he's surprised Gaon is about to enter the same rupture as them. Taemin fires back that Inazuma was so against opening a branch in Korea, and figures they only got here because their plane just landed. Hisagi mocks him, saying flying to Russia is a lot better than setting up a branch in South Korea. After that jab, Taemin is ready to start a fight, which is exactly what Hisagi wants. The two are seconds away from throwing hands right there, and the spying influencer couldn't be happier. He's not alone. Everyone around them wants to see this clash happen. Soon, influencers and reporters crowd in to film the standoff. Chelman tries to calm Taemin down, saying the rupture's destruction rate matters more than some pride-fueled fight, but Taemin can't stop thinking about the rankings. Inazuma is 4th, while Gan has fallen to 5th, and Hisagi ranks 6th among players, while Taemin is stuck down at 11th, not to mention the whole Japan versus South Korea rivalry. With that hanging over them, even Chelman gives in and decides they can't back down, so he and his brother become set on beating the Inazuma Guild. It isn't long before the press reports that Inazuma and Gaon have entered the rift. Their rivalry is well known and always pulls in a huge audience, with everyone closely watching their rankings and the countries they represent. In the northernmost rift are the top 2 guilds, Shining in 1st place and Unified Under Heaven in 2nd. In the southern rift are Berserker in 30th, Second Son in 7th, and Bohemian in 3rd. Meanwhile, the worldwide destruction rate has already reached 80%, spreading fear across the globe. While all that is going on, the protagonist has entered the rupture inside the Count's territory. After his last raid, he fully understood how dangerous it is to run out of mana, so he needed a better way to use it in battle. The answer was designated magic, a use of his alchemy skill that lets him reshape things however he wants. The first time he tried it, he turned stones on the ground into a cup and a table. But the more detailed and complicated the object is, the more mana it costs, which makes the technique pretty bad for combat. Still, while thinking about that weakness, Hoyo realized something else. As he keeps thinking, monsters move in. The protagonist wonders if this is the authority the Count gave them, and he finds it pitiful. Then he strikes with magic, ordering them to return to dust. He discovered that when he uses his power to return things to their original state, it costs almost no mana. He calls this new move reverse magic. Meanwhile, deep inside the Count's territory, the monsters guarding the area are being cut down by Taemin. They try to gather and overwhelm him, but the guild leader doesn't even flinch and wipes them out with ease, clearing the area in no time. Still, Taemin notices there are barely any enemies around, which feels wrong. There should be many more. An ally runs up and says Inazuma's side is seeing the same thing. She adds that since entering, they haven't even fought 10 enemies, even though both guilds went in opposite directions. A little later, Hisagi walks over and remarks that the place is a lot calmer than expected. Taemin asks why he's acting like they're friends. Hisagi says he doesn't know why Taemin hates him so much, but all that hate makes him want to hit back. Before they can start fighting, Taemin gets a call. His brother says he's almost done analyzing the dungeon, but he can't send the video. Taemin says he's in what looks like a town square. Hearing that, Chulman urgently tells him to get out of there right now. At first, Taemin doesn't get why, but then he notices something coming closer. The Count's level 350 knights have arrived. All of these names come up in the story, but they don't all mean the same person. Nam Taemin is the only one who isn't part of AAU. Hisagi Kazuma doesn't love the idea, but he says they should team up for a moment. Enemies start closing in from every side, and they quickly understand that if they don't act, both guilds will be wiped out. Taemin's brother warns him that Unified Under Heaven also got hit hard by night ambushes, and tells him to retreat to a different area. But Taemin has nowhere left to go. Right when all hope seems gone, a magic attack slams into the knights and forces them back from the group, something even the guild leaders didn't expect. Then a stone wall of pillars rises up, cutting them off from the enemy cavalry. Nam Taemin wonders who could have created that shield. A warrior soon walks toward them. Taemin knows who it is at once, but he can't understand how the protagonist managed something like this. While everyone is still stunned, the protagonist steps right in front of them. Somewhere else, a streamer says he got there a little late, but he'll keep following the Gaon Guild. As he tracks their route, his chat points out that someone else is moving too, so he tells his viewers he'll follow Inazuma instead. But when he hears an explosion, he changes course to check it out. That blast came from the stone pillars the protagonist had raised across the battlefield. The pillars leave everyone wondering who this newcomer is, because he brought up the whole barrier without saying a word. Hisagi Kazuma figures that anyone who can do this must have an enormous amount of mana. He also notices the protagonist is dressed in a suit instead of combat gear, which only makes him more mysterious. Meanwhile, some enemies slip through the gaps, but the pillars slow the charge enough for Taemin to say thanks. Can come later. Right now, they fight. Now that the battle finally looks possible to win, their side regains hope. Taemin charges in, taking advantage of the enemy's weakened position. Asagi Kazuma sees it too, and sends his people forward, turning the clash into an all-out battle. The streamer records everything in shock, especially the sudden arrival of the unknown mage. From the protagonist's side, he's just using reverse magic on the enemies. But to the streamer, it looks like one man is taking on the whole cavalry alone. He can barely believe what he's seeing, because a moment like this is incredibly rare. The protagonist pulls out a silver dagger, but he doesn't want to wear it down. He considers changing the dagger with mana, and then restoring it after, though he isn't sure it'll work. He remembers that when he turned a stone into a cup, it had the cup's durability, and when it became stone again, its old toughness returned. So in theory, the dagger should work the same way. He reshapes it into a spike, and tests it with one strike. Afterward, he changes it back and confirms his guess was right. That means this trick will be very useful from now on. When the battle is over, Nam Taemin falls deep into thought. He's finally standing in front of the fighter his brother praised so much. Now that he's seen that power himself, Taemin wants even more to recruit him into his guild, especially since the rival guild leader saw everything too. The problem is, he has no idea what new offer he can make beyond the first one. While he's thinking, a streamer from this YouTube channel walks up to the protagonist, hoping to get an exclusive interview before anyone else. Even though he reaches him first, other fighters quickly crowd around the protagonist. They praise what he did without even knowing whether he's Korean or Japanese. Not wanting to lose his chance, Taemin pushes in too. When he reaches the protagonist, he introduces himself and says he's heard about him before. He also reminds him that he once sent an invitation to join his guild. The protagonist coldly says the approach is lacking proper manners, so he refuses to answer anything. That rejection goes out live on the broadcast. Soon the news spreads everywhere. The mysterious player refused questions because no one approached him properly. At the same time, the biggest headline says the Shining Guild was first to clear the Count's family territory. But back at Shining's camp, their leader Lokid doesn't look happy at all. He's watching footage of the protagonist's fight, and asks the others what they make of it. Camila says she's only an archer, while Dimitri snaps that there's no point asking about something they obviously can't explain. That answer just makes Lokid more interested. Camila admits the protagonist is impressive. To her, he'll either join their guild or become a real problem later. Dimitri, though, says their leader is just jealous because the protagonist stole the spotlight after Shining cleared the Count's territory. He tells Lokid not to be so greedy, they already got plenty of attention. Camila backs him up, saying the press always gets excited by someone new, and this kind of fame may only last for a while. After the others leave for a gathering, Lokid stays behind, replaying the footage again and again, unable to stop thinking about the protagonist. A mage named Jesse Haynes walks over and says the video is interesting. It looks like magic, but also not quite. Lokid points out that he's never heard Jesse Haynes sound impressed by much. She answers that the person in that footage really is interesting. Not far from there, Leonie is watching the same video at the Berserker Guild camp. Angry, she says she knew from the start the protagonist wasn't normal. Her teammates try to calm her down, but that only makes her more upset. Meanwhile, at Inazuma's camp, the guild leader gets a call asking him to recruit the protagonist, and he confidently says he'll get it done. Later, a reporter announces that the long-awaited day has finally arrived in Arcana, as huge crowds watch. The Count's territory and the nearby areas have been cleared. Shining and Unified Under Heaven fought for first place, and Shining won. Now only the Count's fortress is left. With the destruction rate at 72, players from all over the world are gathering to enter, but because this breach is so dangerous, tension is high in every camp. If the fortress breaks out, Russia will be erased from the map, and people around the world can only wish the players luck. But another thing also grabs everyone's attention. Out of all the footage recorded, one moment stands above the rest. An unarmed man in a business suit appeared and put on an unbelievable display. People want to know where his power comes from and why he acts so strangely. The protagonist, though, thinks he's only dressed like that because he has nothing else to wear. The news says he moved stone pillars with his bare hands, and experts rush to figure out how he did it. They also say Gan and Inazuma would have been doomed if the mysterious player had shown up any later. He was the one who turned the fight around. People say he only watched the rest out of kindness. But the truth is, the protagonist had run out of mana. Still, he's just glad he didn't get cut to pieces. Looking through the loot, Hoya realizes this is the first rare item he's gotten since becoming a player, the cursed blood-imbued necklace. Once the curse on items like this is removed, a random effect appears, and most players want one just because they're so rare. But MC has another idea for using a cursed item. With Exorcism Ritual, one of a demon hunter's 2 skills, he can offer the item as a sacrifice. Normally, Exorcism Ritual attacks only the demon and leaves the possessed person unharmed. But when there's an offering, it changes. The user can invite a demon into their own mind. Hoyle says that's similar to the abnormal status demons place on humans, but he believes he can overpower any demon that enters his consciousness. While thinking about this, he gets a call from Nam Chae-un, He isn't sure why, but he starts to think it's about Taemin. He knows that if he answers, his character might say something rude, and since he's in a rush, he decides it's better to reply by text instead. When the brothers read the message, they're stunned. Just like before, the protagonist answered with a short, blunt reply. Taemin feels bad because even if bigger problems matter more right now, he still wishes he could apologize for being rude and make a better offer than last time. Watching their meeting on TV, he admits he really was too informal. From the protagonist's expression, they decide he must have been seriously offended. Still, Taemin knows he can't do anything if his calls keep getting ignored, so he turns his attention back to the real mission. The destruction rate is at 83, and he thinks he has about 10 more minutes before he needs to move, but then a tremor shakes them. Taemin demands to know what's going on. An emergency news alert appears on TV. The Count's family fortress has suddenly erupted. The breach collapsed earlier than expected, and Russia has now begun evacuating. Huge casualties hit the camps at that same moment, and Russia's borders are being sealed. On top of that, the Count's family fortress is now appearing in the real world. In the middle of the chaos, the protagonist arrives. People soon recognize him from the broadcasts. They watch him head in alone and think he's out of his mind, but the protagonist doesn't care about anything else. He enters the enemy fortress and is immediately met by a statue. He wonders if this place can even be called a fortress. Granfell says a place like this is too much for a mediocre vampire, while Hoyle thinks the Cloudy family mansion was 10 times larger. Then the statue, which had stood still until now, suddenly comes to life. The protagonist realizes it hurt him and gets ready to bring it down. Outside, some players can't believe what they're seeing. They think he needs help because the enemy is over 10 meters tall, and they can't imagine anyone beating that thing alone. At the same time, some of them wonder if they should just run. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps his eyes on the statue, and with one motion, destroys it before it can even strike back. The players at the fortress entrance are left speechless after watching him erase the monster with a single move. Nearby, the Haining Guild hears a loud crash from the Count's fortress. The sound reminds them of the video where the protagonist fought before. Ignoring his team's plan and their warnings, Jesse Haynes runs toward it. To Granfell, that was no different from all the rocks he had broken before. A statue like that was never going to stop him. Then he senses someone coming. With the gatekeeper gone, the other players finally get the courage to move in. The protagonist doesn't get why they suddenly joined the fight, but either way, the system gives him a mission to defeat the vampire. Without wasting a second, Granfell steps into the fortress. Lee Hoyle tries to stop him from rushing ahead, saying the Count is far stronger, but Granfell ignores him. Inside, he enters a banquet hall and quickly spots something strange. Every wall is covered in portraits of the Count. Soon after, the Gaon Guild enters the fortress too. Right away, Taemin feels that something is off. His teammates ask what's wrong, and he calmly says the place feels suffocating. Ever since stepping into that room of paintings, he's felt eyes on him. His brother hears that and realizes it's the same feeling as a demon's spell. That means the portraits are demons in disguise. At once, Taemin orders everyone to burn the paintings. After that, the pressure eases. Taemin's brother had noticed the first players retreating, and now he knows why. This castle is packed with traps. Statues and portraits cause abnormal status effects, which is why the Shining Guild avoided the main entrance. Taemin realizes he wasn't careful enough, and as a barbarian, he's especially vulnerable to this kind of anomaly. If things keep going like this, it could get much worse. As for the protagonist, when he found the same portraits, he wrote them off as garbage. He even says anyone who could eat while staring at those faces must have a strong stomach. He thinks the statues are even worse, and feels bad for the stone used to make them. And he doesn't stop with the decor. He says the whole castle is awful, with pointless hallways that show how badly it was designed. After walking a while, he reaches a grand staircase and decides he's finally going the right way. From the layout and that awful smell, he figures this must be the heart of the fortress. If he's right, Count Asura is behind that door. The place is too quiet, so he assumes no other players have made it this far. But then, to his surprise, Jessie Haynes shows up and says she finally found him. She tells him she was drawn in by his magic and had to meet him herself. Lee Hoyle is shocked to see her floating. While Granfell stays calm, Jessie says she got so curious that she couldn't wait. She replayed his video again and again, but still couldn't figure out the secret behind his power, so she wants answers now. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks it's rude that she's wasting mana so freely while he's carefully saving his. To him, that's incredibly disrespectful. So he grabs Jessie's shoulder, sets her back on the ground, and tells her to show some manners. If she wants to be taught, basic respect comes first. Jessie suddenly goes pale, but it's not because of him. She's staring at something behind him. The noise woke the Count. The protagonist instantly activates Natural Enemy. As the Count comes closer, he says he wondered who disturbed his sleep, only to find two humans. He calls them fools and boasts that he's above all mankind. Jessie is shaken, but the protagonist isn't bothered at all. He even laughs at the idea that such a crude vampire lives in a place even worse than he is. Then he pulls out the necklace filled with cursed blood and chooses it as his offering. Holding it up, he tells the Count he'll punish him for acting like a true noble. With that, he activates exorcism ritual and gets ready to hunt the vampire. In the past, Granfell had planned to use the necklace on the Count to drag him into a battle inside his own mind. Lee Hoyel argued that for it to work, the enemy had to feel fear first, but Granfell said that wouldn't be hard for a demon hunter. Even so, the protagonist warned him the Count was level 430, and one mistake could leave him possessed forever. Back in the present, the Count sneers at the necklace. He says the protagonist's pride is impressive, but compared to his power, he's still just a bug. Jesse Haynes realizes the Count is taking back the power he once gave his subordinates. Lee Hoyel knows that too. The Count is normally about 300 levels above him, and if he fully takes that power back, he'll be even worse. But then, to everyone's shock, the Count suddenly stops attacking and gets sealed inside the necklace. Granfell had planned it all perfectly. That only makes the Count more enraged. He admits the trick is unusual, but says it still won't beat him. A trap this simple means nothing to him. Then, the Count unleashes a chain of explosions. He says he was hoping for some fun, but his enemy couldn't even do that, and should be nothing but ash now. To his shock, Granfell speaks up again and asks if he really thinks he's facing someone beneath him. Irritated, the Count demands to know how he's still alive. Granfell tells him to look around more carefully. The truth is, the one who's dead is the Count himself. That claim terrifies him because right in front of him lies his own defeated body. He never saw this coming. The shock is so great that his mind starts to break apart. Granfell had set everything up beforehand and trapped the Count inside a prison of the mind. Outside, Jesse Haynes can't make sense of it. She only sees the Count mumbling to himself, while the mage stands there unharmed. Then the protagonist mocks him, saying the Count is afraid. That makes the Count panic even more. He screams for silence, but in his weakened state, he can't land a hit on his enemy. Still, the entire top of the castle gets blown apart. Jesse Haynes is thrilled, and says the protagonist knew exactly what would happen, while in his own mind he admits he just got lucky. Even so, he keeps using exorcism ritual, a skill that lets him attack the demon possessing him without hurting himself. But with an offering, it can do something else, force the demon into his own consciousness. From there, the winner is decided by whose will is stronger. And Granfell was never going to lose a battle like that. In the end, Lee Hoyel can hardly believe how well his character pulled it off. Even Jesse Haynes is amazed, and she asks what exactly he did to the Count. He says the Count is screaming without stopping, lashing out at empty space, and running in fear. The protagonist turned the terror demons use on humans back on the Count himself, and with that, the mission is complete. Now that the enemy is helpless, he says he'll finish this fast and strikes with his dagger, but it barely does any damage, and he realizes the level gap is the problem. So he tells Jesse Haynes to deal the final blow. She doesn't understand why. After all, he's the one who's done everything. He would handle it himself if he could, but his level is too low. When she hesitates, he tells Jesse Haynes to stop wasting time and kill the Count. Since she had asked him to teach her earlier, she takes this as part of his lesson, and decides she'll learn more by finishing the enemy herself. So she gathers magical power and strikes the Count. Lee Hoyal is stunned by how strong she is, and when the enemy falls, he gets the mission rewards. Looking at the ashes left behind, the protagonist wonders if Jesse Haynes really could beat him that easily despite the level gap, then decides that this must be the kind of power high-level players have. Jesse Haynes, meanwhile, scoops up some of the vampire's ashes and is about to taste them. The protagonist is horrified and tries to stop her, but his character doesn't move because his attention is stuck on the system messages. A little later, Jesse's teammates arrive and ask if she was the one who defeated the Count. Still overwhelmed, she barely knows how to explain what happened. Meanwhile, Lockheed notices the protagonist and realizes he's the same man from the footage. Jesse Haynes says she isn't used to being this polite, but she'll try. Then she formally introduces herself and asks for the protagonist's name. Her friends wait eagerly for the answer. The protagonist thinks that even if the girl is rude, she does seem willing to change and learn, so he decides to tell her who he is and introduces himself as Lee Hoyol. Before long, news spreads about a man who walked alone into the Count's fortress through the front gate. Reports say a statue attacked him, but before anyone else could react, he smashed it to pieces. By the time reporters reached the Count's room, the vampire was already ash. While watching the news, a little girl named Irene calls to her mother, saying Uncle Lee Hoyol is on TV. At first, the woman doesn't understand what she means, but then she sees that it's true. She's left speechless, seeing her brother on every channel. Meanwhile, the protagonist is back at home cleaning when his phone starts ringing. It's his sister. He realizes that even if the media didn't know him before, it was only a matter of time before his family recognized him. His face is everywhere now. He also sees several missed calls from all three of his older sisters, the ones he used to be close to. Still, things with them are complicated. He always felt pushed aside and out of place, so he has no plan to answer. Then, to his surprise, one of his sisters shows up at his door. Clearly annoyed, she demands that Lee Hoyal open it because she knows he's home. Since he ignored her calls, she came herself and warns him he'd better open the door while she's still asking nicely. MC is even more shocked when he opens the door and finds all three of his sisters there, Yoonhae, Ji-yoon and Yelim. He quickly asks them to settle down because they're making too much noise and bothering the neighbors. But the moment they see him, each sister reacts in her own strange way. At the same time, news about Hoyal keeps spreading. People everywhere are talking about how he took down Count Asura with Jesse. Even with all that attention, he only gave his name and walked away, which made everyone even more curious about who he really is. Somewhere else, Tiemin brings a hot chocolate to his brother Chelman. Chelman points out that everyone is focused on Hoyo now, and being realistic, he starts thinking it may be hard to bring him into the Gaon Guild. Taemin tells him not to give up yet. There's still a chance the protagonist might join. He also says the loot from the fight in the Count's family territory came thanks to MC, which gives them a good reason to approach him. Taemin agrees it would only be fair to split the loot and use that chance to talk to him. Even if recruiting him fails, Taemin still wants to leave a much better impression than last time. To do that, he plans to hand over all the loot he got, so he tells his brother to call Hoyal right away. Not long after, his phone starts ringing, but he's too busy to answer. His oldest sister Eunhee praises his new hairstyle, while Ji-yoon laughs and says he looks like a K-pop idol. Yelim, the youngest, is the only one who looks nervous after noticing even her little brother's voice has changed. Fed up with them playing with his hair, Hoyal offers tea, but they keep talking about his new look anyway. Yelim realizes her brother is a player now and asks if he's synchronized with his character. Meanwhile, the other two joke around and say it reminds them of the old days, even though the protagonist knows that was already 10 years ago. His sisters bring up how he used to call himself Grandfell Claudiarpheus Romeo, and kept saying he wanted platinum blonde hair, which makes him die inside. They also laugh at the way he greeted them like some noble. Yelim is the only one not laughing. She's actually worried and asks if he's in danger. She says the news shocked her, and she'd heard players get hurt all the time. When he didn't answer her calls, she got even more scared. Then she warns him she'll tell their parents, the only ones who still don't know. Seeing how worried she is, Hoyer wants to apologize and calm his family down. He's sure he can handle what he's doing, but Granfell's personality takes over and proudly says the demon hunter Granfell Claudiarpheus Romeo is fully fit for the task, so he tells his sisters they have nothing to worry about. After a while, they say goodbye and tell him to stay in touch. Yelim also warns her brother to save his money instead of lending it out so easily. That makes Hoyal realize he has basically no savings, only the reward from clearing the rupture. This is the main way players get paid by Arcana's developers, and the amount changes based on difficulty and contribution. There are even rumors that Cosmo went bankrupt, and its CEO, Raymond Sean, is paying out of his own pocket. Curious, MC decides to check his bank account and see how much he earned. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of the Shining Guild, Jessie is being pressed for any information she has on Hoyal. Camilla insists she has to know something since she fought the Count with him, but Jessie says she knows nothing. Her coworker tells her to stop watching weird YouTube videos and just share what she knows. Annoyed, Jessie releases her power and tells Camilla to leave her alone. She has more important things to do. Camilla backs off, but she still can't figure out why Jessie has been watching so many videos about Korean manners and etiquette. Right in the middle of studying, Jessie gets a notice about the reward she earned for clearing the rupture. At the same time, Hoyal gets his own notice and is stunned by how huge the amount is. It's far beyond anything he expected. 110 billion won. While he is thrilled, Granfell thinks his reaction is pathetic. On top of the money, he also got the Vampire Count's orb, a unique cursed item. That excites him even more, since it's the kind of item most players throw away, because the chance of breaking its seal is so low. But a demon hunter can use it as an offering in an exorcism ritual, just like he did with the necklace, which turned out to be key to defeating the Count. And even though he assumed the item would be destroyed after use, the necklace stayed in his inventory after the fight, and its curse was gone too. He realizes the exorcism ritual was changed into purification, so now he has the orb, the necklace, and the money. Even with all this good news, the huge amount keeps him from sleeping. With that much money, Hoyal lies awake, wondering how to spend it. Buying better gear seems smart, since he'll keep facing rifts, but he feels his level is still too low. He jumped up a lot after the last trip, and is now level 134, yet he still wants to wait before spending big on equipment. What he wants more are mana recovery items, which almost never go on sale. In the end, even Granfell wants out of the phone, so he can sleep. The next day, at the Korean branch of the UAA, the council members hold a meeting. Senior shows footage of Hoyer's fight and says he must have used alchemy to move the stones that blocked the cavalry. But another member argues that alchemy shouldn't be able to make huge pillars like that, because no one has that much mana. Before long, they start arguing over whether such a thing is even possible. During the debate, Senior complains that he's exhausted because everyone only talks about Hoyer. Another person says he's tired of it too. His friends and family have been asking about the same thing for days. They also discover there's no one named the protagonist in the records, so they start wondering if it's an alias. Senior hopes things will settle down once a new update comes out. But to everyone's surprise, the update arrives much sooner than expected. It says a new region is about to appear, the Asura archipelago. Back when Arcana was only a game, this was a mysterious place called Treasure Island. No one ever found it, and everything there, plants, animals, all of it, was said to be a treasure beyond compare. Now that place is about to appear in the real world, and news about it spreads fast. Along with the update, a reporter announces that the Academic Society of Mages will resume its activities. This group holds talks and debates between skilled mages, and it's always helped them improve. The report also says Jesse is entering the tower right now, most likely as a guest of the Mages Society. Hoyal notes that Jesse is ranked 4th, yet Granfell had just scolded someone that important for being rude. Granfell responds with a saying that the Mages Tower has magic, not skill. MC remembers that line from the tower's old game description, but now he thinks the society might actually be useful to him. Granfell, though, says he won't go anywhere until the dishes are washed. At the Mages Tower, many people have gathered for the meeting. Claire is among them, an experienced mage from the tower, who's excited to see so many mages together. She's eager to learn what new research will be shown, especially since the head mage Marcelo will be speaking. While lost in thought, Claire is nearly knocked over by a clumsy mage, but he's the one who ends up hurt. A magic barrier around her protects her, and she calls the guy an idiot. Then, someone steps in and tells Claire not to insult people. She explains that the barrier was made by the Tower Master just for this meeting. Jesse adds that it's the kind of magic people without an invitation can't even see. The second Claire recognizes Jesse, her whole attitude changes, and she starts apologizing at once, saying she was wrong. Jesse tells her there's no need for that. Instead, she reminds Claire that she's the guide and should lead the guests to the Crystal Hall. Claire reports that Jesse is actually the last person to arrive since everyone on the list is already here. Jesse asks if they can wait a little longer. Claire doesn't get why, but Jesse says she has a feeling someone else is about to arrive. She was right, because Hoyo also decided to join the other mages. When he gets there, he thinks every visit to the tower is the same. Too many people everywhere. He assumes they're all trying to reach the Yozra archipelago, and of course this happened on the exact day he decided to come. To make things worse, someone in the crowd recognizes Hoyol, and suddenly all eyes are on him. In no time, he's treated like a celebrity, with people asking questions and wanting photos. Then, someone grabs his bag and stops him from moving. The man says he's a fan and won't leave him alone until he gets a picture. That annoys Hoyol, especially because his bag holds expensive tea he bought with his own money. Granfell answers the man in the harshest way possible, shocking even him. The protagonist starts worrying that people will turn against him if Granfell keeps acting like this. But the opposite happens. The guy actually enjoys getting cursed at. Either way, Hoyol pushes on through the crowd. Then he spots a wall ahead that looks different from the rest, so he goes to check it out. On the other side is Claire, who jumps in surprise at his sudden appearance. Hoyol praises it as illusion magic, worthy of respect. A little later, he heads up the stairs with Claire. Claire still has no idea who MC is. She thought everyone was already there, so his sudden arrival catches her off guard. Seeing how uneasy she looks, Hoyol asks what's wrong. A little flustered, Claire says it's nothing. She was just surprised because he didn't have an invitation. Even so, she takes him to the meeting. On the way, Claire thinks about how the Tower Master cast that illusion. Anyone without an invitation should have been unable to get through it. He gets worried and asks if that means he won't be allowed into the meeting. Claire, however, says anyone who can break through the illusion is allowed in, even without an invitation. She adds that no one has ever done that before, which is why she was so shocked. Hoyol, meanwhile, is more interested in copying that illusion spell, but figures he's still not strong enough yet. A little later, he reaches the top of the tower. There, Claire welcomes him to the Crystal Hall, saying it's where magical knowledge is studied and explored. When Arcana became real, its NPCs came into the real world too. Among them, the most influential is Marcelo, the new head mage and future leader of the Tower of Mages. He earned that title by quickly understanding the world's new state and turning magic into fresh ideas. He also leads the Academic Society. While Jesse's magic hat explains all this, Jesse clearly looks bored. That annoys the hat, but Jesse just says the speech is putting her to sleep, and to her, magic is only a skill. She has no interest in research or theory. Before long, Marcelo notices her lack of interest and asks if his talk is really that dull. Marcelo says the tower appeared in this world for two reasons. One is interference, what explorers call an update, and it keeps happening. He explains that humans don't understand true magic, just like the Akkadians struggle to understand explorer science. So if both sides want to help each other, they both need to try. That's why this meeting is about science. He believes it can help magic grow. Then he shows everyone what he calls a fusion, an ignition made by combining science and magic. Still, he warns them to be careful with it. since he doesn't fully know what kinds of variables it may have. Because of that, Marcelo says he needs everyone's help. At last, he opens the floor for questions. Right away, Hoyal raises his hand. He says he noticed some unnecessary parts in the demonstration and asks what Marcelo thinks about that. The question catches Marcelo off guard, and the whole room is stunned that someone would challenge him. Marcelo realizes the speaker is someone he doesn't recognize, but he still thinks over the question. Then he asks Hoyal why he thinks those parts are unnecessary. The protagonist says the answer is simple: he can feel friction. Magic and science are different by nature, so that friction creates waste when the two are forced together. After saying that, MC repeats Marcelo's experiment and says he's felt the same kind of friction before, between skills and magic. That leaves Marcelo completely stunned. It took him months to achieve that, yet a total stranger copied it after seeing it only once. Hoyal explains that using centrifugal force during the interference step makes the method imperfect, but the result is still good. He also thinks the original ignition used too much mana, which is why he didn't want it before. Adding centrifugal force made it far more efficient. To him, coming to this meeting was definitely the right choice. Just then, Marcelo reaches a conclusion. This can only be the explorer he's heard so much about, Hoyal. He decides to invite him into the research, and the offer turns into a quest in the protagonist's system, giving him the choice to accept or refuse. Sometime after the first explorers reach the Asura archipelago, one of them can barely hide her excitement. She tells Lunzini the place reminds her of when they used to dream about brand new adventures together. She even says she should have brought a swimsuit, but Leonie reminds her they're not here for a vacation. The guild leader also points out that they weren't the first to arrive. Lots of others are already here. Her friend kisses her on the cheek and says she looks adorable when she's angry. Another guild member is surprised by how crowded it is, especially since it's not just humans. Acadians are here too. Someone asks if he means the NPCs, and instead of answering directly, he points out the Lionheart Knights. They're not alone either. The Shadow Mercenaries and the Explorer Alliance have forces here too. One girl says that's only natural since the archipelago is known for treasure, but Leonie doesn't like hearing that because it means more rivals. Still, her companion says at least the tower mages didn't come. Then Leonie gets a call from a mage, who excitedly reports that she found Hoyal at the Tower of Mages, and that he even challenged its leader. Leonie bursts out laughing, saying MC really is crazy, something she already figured out during their tea meeting. At that, her companion realizes Leonie is still holding a grudge. The mage goes on to say Marcelo accepted him and even gave him a mission, making everyone else jealous. Back with Hoyal, Marcelo asks him to write down everything he needs for the research and promises to provide it. That gets the protagonist excited. He realizes he can request anything he wants and plans to make the most of it. Sometime later, Marcelo heads to the top floor of the tower, after being summoned by the 5-star, the highest-ranking noble mage. The old mage calls Marcelo the tower's rising star, and says he heard Marcelo brought an explorer into a research project. He reminds him that the Tower of Mages does not get involved in explorer affairs, so Marcelo has broken that rule. That's why he wants to know why. Marcelo answers that MC truly understands magic. He says MC crossed the gap between magic and science, and help from someone like that can't be ignored. The High Mage tells Marcelo that their duty is to judge matters for themselves and bear the result, so he assumes the young man understands what he's doing. He says he respects Marcelo's judgment, but Marcelo must take full responsibility for his choice. With that, he sends Marcelo back to his duties. Marcelo, however, doesn't like the way the old mage acted. He feels those people have no idea what's happening outside, and wonders how long the Tower Master plans to stay silent. A little later, Claire happily approaches Marcelo. She says she's on her way to gather the items Hoyal asked for, but Marcelo offers to take care of it himself. Claire knows he's busy, and says she can do it, yet Marcelo insists. He says he was already planning to see him anyway because he wanted to confirm something. Since he won't back down, Claire hands the items over so he can deliver them himself. Meanwhile, Hoyal is busy studying. Soon after, Marcelo arrives with the things he requested, gear meant to help recover mana, which is exactly what the protagonist wanted. Marcelo asks if the items are good enough, but after checking them, Hoyal realizes they're all above his level, and tells Marcelo they're useless to him. Marcelo apologizes, admitting he misjudged MC. He adds that the request made him curious, so he prepared something special too. Then he reveals a hexagram brooch, an item that restores mana. After looking it over, Hoyal sees that it matches his level and has useful stats, so he agrees to take it. Marcelo says he already knew he was no normal mage, but he keeps surprising him more and more. The protagonist notices the brooch looks plain and cheap at first, but from Marcelo's description, he starts to see that it's much better than it seems. Marcelo then says he can't move forward with the research yet, because his magic still has the same flaws MC pointed out. Hearing that, he says he'll wait until they can continue. Marcelo thanks him for understanding, and says he believes that with Hoyal's help, he can change the Tower of Mages. Back at the archipelago, the streamer Hui King TV is active again. this time camping out while waiting for the protagonist to show up. He says more and more players are arriving through the portals and is sure Hoyol will appear soon too, adding that he won't leave until it happens. When MC's name comes up, another player walks over. His name is Kinber, and he clearly doesn't like all the attention going to him alone. After Arcana became real, one group stood out above the rest, and its members would do anything to reach their goals. Wherever they went, trouble followed, and rumor says Kinber is the cruelest one among them. Several players who entered rifts with that group are said to have vanished, so the fact that Kinber is interested in Hoyol makes people nervous. He unsettles the streamer by saying it won't be funny if the protagonist pushes his clown act too far. Before walking away, Kinber warns that he'll be watching the kid's stream and says goodbye. The chat instantly explodes, leaving the streamer stunned, with some viewers saying Hoyol shouldn't come at all. Annoyed by that, he speaks up for MC, saying he isn't obsessed with treasure, his actions prove it, and he'll show up when the time is right. Elsewhere, Granfell asks the protagonist if there's any reason for them to head to the archipelago. Hoyol says there really isn't. No matter how many treasures are there, he's underleveled. The archipelago rift needs at least level 350, and he's only level 134. On top of that, the enemies there are far stronger than the ones he's fought before, so MC believes going there would only end in defeat. Besides, demons almost never appear in the archipelago. While they're talking, he receives a special mission for the Demon Hunter class. Investigate the 7 deadly sins. Li Hoyol first heard about them back in Akshan, but he never thought he'd run into them in the Yusra archipelago. He feels like beating the count was mostly luck, so chasing another monster like that sounds like a terrible idea. Granfell says that may have been true before, but things have changed, and now there's no reason to hold back. If evil is there, he says, then it's his job to wipe it out. Granfell gets ready to leave at once, while Li Hoyol is miserable because he's dressed for anything but tropical weather. Not long after, the streamer who idolizes him finally relaxes because his hero has actually shown up. Inside, Li Hoyol is melting from the heat, but outwardly, Granfell only focuses on the evil around them. He can tell this presence is far beyond ordinary demons. The darkness feels so strong that he starts to suspect the island itself may be the source of the evil, so he decides to keep his natural enemy skill active the whole time. As they move through the area, the streamer keeps tailing Li Hoyol, trying to film every second. Li the protagonist hates that, but he has bigger things to deal with right now, like finding monsters he can actually handle at his current level. The chat tells the streamer he's annoying Hoyol, but he brushes it off. He insists people have him all wrong, and since he thinks he's basically invisible, he believes he couldn't be bothering anyone. Then Li the 1,100th hears a sound that makes even the streamer jump. Close by, a team of players is fighting, and they're clearly losing. Their opponent is a level 420 emerald tiger, and its body throws back sunlight so hard that it blinds them. Each strike shakes the area, so one player yells that the group must not split up. In the middle of it, the protagonist steps in, and the others instantly recognize him and ask why he's there. Honestly, Li Hoyol is asking himself the same thing. Granfell had hoped to warm up with a scorpion first, but since this tiger showed up instead, he decides it'll do. With such a huge level gap, he knows there's no running. Granfell sees the same problem. The sunlight is blinding him. So to fix that, he smashes the ground under the beast, figuring that if the monster can't move, it can't attack. That move leaves the other players speechless. Then, right in the middle of the battle, he decides to try the new spell he learned, and casts Master Marcello's Ignition. The tiger is blown to pieces, and he gets his share of the reward. Still, what excites him most is the spell itself. Its power shocks even him. The other players are stunned too, because a monster that strong went down way too easily. Elsewhere in the archipelago, Shrike of the Second Sun Guild is furious. He points out that since arriving, they've barely made it past the edge of the island. One of his men suggests regrouping with the other teams. He reports that the Shining Guild has already reached the center, while they've been stuck because they spread themselves too thin. Shrike wanted to divide and conquer, but now he sees that plan backfired. He won't say it out loud, but he knows greed got the better of him, and that he underestimated the island, so he orders the whole guild back to their starting point. Then another member says the West team is calling, and asks if their leader wants to take it. Shrike says he'll go to them, but they tell him the team is already heading over. Puzzled, he asks what's going on. That's when his subordinate explains that Li Hoyol already crossed their route, so they chose another path. Before Shrike can fully react, someone else arrives with news from the guild member sent to the Mages Academic Society. The report says Li the protagonist got a quest from the head of the mages, and may become the first player to earn a personal lab in the tower. Shrike can't believe a player is that close to an NPC, so he orders his analysts to investigate everything. At this point, he's convinced Li Hoyol may be even more dangerous than people think. Meanwhile, MC is enjoying the rewards from that last fight, while Granfell stays calm and unreadable. He's glad he got a unique material, and with his new ties to the Mage Tower, he figures finding someone to process it should be easy. A moment later, Granfell feels the air grow heavier. That instinct tells Li him something serious is coming, and the system window returns with another order to investigate the 7 deadly sins. Right after that, an earthquake hits beside him. His system warns that the island has fallen to greed and is now being destroyed. Every other player gets the same warning as the shaking starts. Most of them are confused, but Granfell knows exactly what this means. He realizes that all the players' greed for treasure has awakened whatever is causing the quake. Granfell concludes the thing that just woke up can only be the demon of greed. Something, in his eyes, any demon hunter from Action should recognize. He also understands that if the progress rate reaches 100, the deadly sins will fully awaken. Li Hoyol knows he has to stop that from happening, and takes some comfort in one detail. The system says to stop it, not kill it. Then he learns that the Shining Guild has already cleared one island and taken its treasure. Hearing nearby players still hunting for riches, he realizes everyone in the archipelago wants the same thing. Granfell says the only way to avoid being corrupted by greed is to let go of desire, but he knows that's basically impossible. So with that in mind, he sees only one option: take every treasure before anyone else can. Meanwhile, the Shining Guild has already reached the archipelago's second island. Camila explains the destruction system. There are 10 islands total, and 1 square filled in the moment they claimed the first treasure. So to her, that means it's a race to gather the rest. Luckid says it might connect to Jesse's report from the Mage Tower, adding that Li Hoyol has been acting very competitive. He asks the group if they think they can beat him. Dimitri says she'd rather avoid any violent clash with him, and Camilla agrees, saying ordinary enemies are already bad enough. Camilla also doubts Jesse would support fighting Li Hoyol, since she suspects her friend is in love with him. Luckid admits they have a point and says he's mostly just jealous. There's no need to attack someone who's minding his own business. But right after that, another square on the destruction meter fills in. Dimitri notes that the Unified Under Heaven Guild must have claimed that treasure, which makes things a lot more interesting. Worried they'll fall behind, Luckid says they need to move now. Back to the protagonist. Li Hoyol asks Granfell what he means by taking all the treasures. Granfell answers that greed will ruin everything, so the only way to stop it is to take the treasures away from the greedy. Soon after, he runs into a group and recognizes their armor. They're the Knights of Lionheart. Li Hoyol never expected to meet the Empire's finest knights from the days of Arcana. Granfell greets their leader, Captain Harkon. Unlike the others, Harkon is courteous and asks for the protagonist's name. He introduces himself as Li the protagonist, and says he didn't expect to see the Empire's knights in a place like this. For some reason, Harkon feels that MC gives off a different presence than other players. But more than that, one thing grabs the captain's attention: the brooch Li Hoyol is wearing. Before they can say anything more, a sudden strike comes crashing in and nearly hits the protagonist. One knight, confused, wonders if it was a meteor. A second later, he understands what it really is. The island's ruler, a level 450 giant golden fang turtle. The captain immediately orders everyone to get ready. They can tell the monster is about to strike, and Harkon yells for the formation to spread out. The turtle's power is overwhelming, and the knights can barely approach because its size blocks their view and crushes everything near it. In the middle of the chaos, Harkon sees his right-hand man Enoch about to be crushed, and shouts for him to move. But a moment later, the turtle slams the ground, and the shockwave hits everyone nearby. When Harkon can see again, he realizes the protagonist saved Enoch. Li Hoyol made a wall out of thin air, leaving the knights full of questions. He cuts that off at once. There's no time to talk while the monster is still alive. The turtle gets ready to attack again, and Harkon orders the squires to raise their defenses. At the same time, Li Hoyol knows he has to watch his mana, so he doesn't burn through it too fast. Then Harkon calls out to him. He thanks him for the save and makes a vow. If he keeps fighting beside them to the end, the Knights of Lionheart will repay that debt, and never forget this day. That is exactly the kind of support Li Hoyol needs, so he accepts right away, figuring they'll have a much better shot if they work together. From farther away, the streamer obsessed with him records everything, happy that he caught the whole moment. The chat warns him he's too close to the battle, but he insists he's staying at a safe distance. At the same time, the Lionheart captain orders his knights to charge with honor. As they attack from the front, Li Hoyao studies the monster and decides its weak point is the head, but reaching it would be easier if they first cripple its legs. Nearby, Enoch keeps staring at Li the protagonist in fear. He appreciates being saved, but to him, it feels absurd that his captain would promise such loyalty to an explorer, an honor that had only ever been given to the royal family. Watching the knights fight, Li Hoyao first thinks they're weaker than expected. Then he realizes the truth. The monster is just far too strong, and the knights can hardly hurt it. Since they're all melee fighters, only the ones in front can attack, while the rest have no choice but to wait their turn. MC quickly figures out that if this keeps going, they have no chance of winning. Then his system warns him that the destruction rate has already passed the halfway mark. That tells him the other players are moving faster than he thought, and the disaster is getting close. While he looks for a way to give the knights an opening, the monster flies into a rage and triggers an earthquake, sending magma bursting out of the ground. The knights try to fall back, but there's barely any safe ground left. In the middle of the chaos, Hoyle gets an idea. He remembers the stairs in the mage tower and asks the knight's captain if he's ready to push forward. Hoyle says he'll make a path. Then, he uses the loose rocks to build a staircase leading straight to the monster's head. The sight stuns everyone, the knights, their captain, and even the streamer watching from a distance. The mage in the group says she's only seen magic like that in the mage tower, while Enoch is shocked that an explorer could use power like this at all. That only makes him mistrust Hoyle even more. The Lionheart captain shouts that the road is open and orders everyone forward. There's no time to waste this chance. By focusing their attacks on the weak spot, the knights finally start dealing real damage. In the middle of the fight, Hoyle gets a system notice saying Captain Harkin Kingsguard and the Lionheart Knights have given up their share of the contribution for defeating the giant turtle. That means all the credit goes to him. He has no idea why they would choose to do that. Once the battle ends, Harkin Kingsguard walks over to him. He explains that the brooch Hoyle wears was once a gift from the Emperor to the Mage Tower. Harkin says the protagonist saved many lives today, and the knights will never forget it. Because of that, they offer to fight beside the owner of that brooch whenever he asks. Right after they finish talking, an orb of energy appears. Hoyle realizes it's the island's treasure and hesitates before taking it. He worries it might raise his greed, but if he leaves it, another player could steal it. When he sees the destruction level is already past halfway, Hoyle decides to think it over a little more. But to his surprise, Granfell thinks differently and grabs the item right away. He acts before MC can stop him. For Granfell, money means nothing. As the heir of a famous family, he has already lived with the highest level of wealth, so greed simply doesn't exist in him. Granfell believes this is the perfect way to stop the island from being destroyed. Seeing that, Hoyle is forced to face his own greed and wonders if living without it is really possible. Meanwhile, from a distance, an enemy is watching him. It's Kinber, and he notices the protagonist's connection with the Lionheart Knights. Kinber thinks Hoyle can keep gathering treasures for now, but sooner or later someone will come for him. Just then, one of Kinber's surviving victims struggles up and warns that Shrake of Second Son will get him. Those are his last words. Kinber kills him and adds one more name to the list of players who have died by his hand. Kinber believes this show of strength will be enough to crush all his enemies at once. The streamer obsessed with Hoyle gets excited when he sees MC take the treasure without his greed going up. But after checking the item, he is disappointed. Even though it's an epic treasure, all he got was a broken crown, and he expected something better. He starts wondering if this is some kind of bad joke. Then the system tells him the Lionheart Knights have joined his party. Their captain, Harkin Kingsguard, says he'll follow Hoyle from now on, keeping the promise he made. The protagonist hadn't taken that promise seriously, but now he realizes the captain and his whole force really have become his allies. Harkin admits he doesn't know what MC is after, but vows to be his sword and shield across the archipelago. Caught off guard but thrilled, Hoyle thinks about what this means. He now has the best knights on the continent on his side, and very few monsters should be able to stand against him. He accepts them into his team. Nearby, Kinber keeps watching him. When one of his allies asks why the destruction rate didn't change after Hoyle took the treasure, Kinber says there's no reason to panic. He explains that he may be stronger now and surrounded by allies, but a trap is already waiting for him at the docks. The second the protagonist gets on a boat to leave, a toxin will strike him. Kinber is sure not even the knights can stop it, so the treasure won't matter. But then MC notices something up in a tree, and Kinber almost collapses from shock. Just from Hoyle's gaze, Kinber feels killing intent and freezes, thinking he's been found. In truth, he was only staring at an animal that caught his eye. Harkin Kingsguard, though, senses more than the animal and warns Hoyle that someone is watching from the trees, which scares Kinber even more. After Harkin's warning, the protagonist tries to find whoever the knight meant, but he only sees a squirrel, leaving him confused. Then his attention shifts when the system says only 2 treasures remain before the archipelago is destroyed. Since taking this item didn't raise greed, he concludes only 1 treasure is left for someone else to claim. Now his main goal is to reach that last treasure before anyone else, even if he doubts the destruction rate will fully max out. Harkin Kingsguard says he'll do whatever Hoyle asks. Still shaken, Kinber is so scared he can't even answer his ally over the radio. He tells himself Harkin Kingsguard meant to capture him, but Hoyle chose to move on instead. Whether out of mercy or caution, he can't tell. Either way, he knows he almost died, so he decides to give up on the mission. He warns his allies to stay away from MC if they want to live. Kinber's ally Hyunjun is furious. He can't understand the sudden change, and gets even angrier when Kinber cuts the call. He's mad because he spent his own money, and even borrowed more to buy the poison Kinber wanted, only for him to back out now. When one of his men tries to calm him down, Hyunjun snaps that it's easy for them to stay calm when they weren't the ones who had to pay for all of it. Even as his companion tries to steady him, Hyunjin says they're acting way too calm and starts thinking they worked with Kinber behind his back. Ignoring their excuses, he demands to know how much they made from betraying him. Hyunjin's outburst scares birds into the air, and the noise catches Hoyle's attention. Harkon asks if something is wrong, but he isn't sure yet. At the same time, the system gives him another danger warning, much worse than the last one. His demon hunter instincts are telling him something bad is about to happen. Meanwhile, Hyunjin turns on his own allies. One of them says Hyunjin always loved money, but never thought he'd go this far. Hyunjin screams back that they took money to betray him, and sided with Kinber. What they don't know is that the obsessed streamer is hiding nearby, and broadcasting everything live. He catches the moment Hyunjin shouts that he's only taking back what they stole from him. Terrified, the streamer runs as far as he can. He realizes the Supernova Guild is completely unhinged, and that the rumors about them murdering other players are true. Afraid he'll be next if they spot him, he tries to slip away quietly. In his panic, he runs straight into another player. It's the Explorers Alliance, and one of them asks if a monster is chasing the kid. The streamer finally feels safe. He figures even someone who kills his own teammates for money can't fight a whole guild alone, so he sticks close to them. As the archipelago search continues, drones pass over the area. An announcement explains that the zone is split into 10 islands, and each one hides its own treasure. Some are easy to find, and some are much harder. The Shining Guild and the Explorers Alliance have already claimed theirs. Now only one island is left unexplored, and players from several groups are gathering there. One of the first to arrive is the Shining Guild, which already has 2 treasures. The Korean Guild Gon also got 1 treasure, and is now hunting for a second. The Inazuma Guild is there too. They nearly got a treasure before, but Gon reached that island first and took it. Their rivals, Second Son and Berserker, also make it to the final island. Now everyone waits to see who will find the last treasure, while streamers cover the whole thing. But then something unexpected happens and shocks everyone. The Lionheart Knights arrive on the final island. No one thought the Empire's strongest knights would be hunting treasures too, and their captain, Harkon Kingsguard, is known to be over level 600. At the front with the knights is Hoyle. Once again, all eyes turn to him. Thanks to Granfell's look, he seems calm and completely in control, but inside, he's panicking. The protagonist knew he'd stand out, but that doesn't make it any less uncomfortable. Some players see him as a threat, while others, the smarter ones, decide he's someone they should avoid. Hoyle's biggest fear is that people will find out he's still basically a newbie, because that would destroy the powerful image everyone has built around him. In the middle of it all, Harkon Kingsguard warns him that danger is coming. A moment later, lava erupts from the ground and every player goes on alert. They all try to retreat, but some are already too late. Once again, everyone has been caught off guard by the same kind of enemy, the ruler of the last island, the level 420 Great Lava Koi. The monster is dangerous enough, but the heat pouring off the lava makes moving through the area even harder. Instead of rushing in, some players decide it's smarter to watch for now. They try attacking from far away, but the enemy is surrounded by a wall of lava that blocks anything from getting close. Meanwhile, Taemin refuses to stay back, even with his brother warning him not to push himself too hard. The streamers keep watching from a safe distance through their feeds. The drones keep filming, and even the tanks refuse to move in through that boiling lava. In the middle of all the chaos, Harkon Kingsguard walks up to Hoyle. He apologizes, saying he hasn't been as helpful as he promised. But MC tells him not to worry. He says he wouldn't have brought them here without a plan. The Shining Guild's leader notices how calm Hoyle is. He can't understand how he stays so steady in a mess like this. As for the protagonist, he knows magic works in 3 stages: inspection, interference, and then manifestation. He realizes the lava around the koi isn't a spell. To Granfell, it's just part of nature, no different from the rock under their feet. With that in mind, Hoyle lifts the lava right in front of everyone. The people there, and everyone watching from afar, see the unbelievable move. People were already curious about his power, and this only makes it worse. Meanwhile, the only thing MC can think about is how fast his mana is running out. He decides Harkon needs to finish the enemy now. The floating lava nearly clips the drones. Still, the streamer is too stunned by the view to think about anything else. Harkon Kingsguard says the way is open, and now it's the knight's turn to act. At the same time, Rox realizes hesitating has put him behind, so he orders his guild forward. And they're not the only ones. Other guilds rush in too. Taimon's brother warns that nobody can beat someone like Harkon unless they strike first. But then, to everyone's surprise, the enemy doesn't stay on the ground. It leaps up and turns its landing into an attack. They thought it was just a fish, but it's far smarter than expected. Since the monster keeps jumping and never stays still, getting close is tough. That makes the fight even harder. Then something stops its movement. Stone spears stab through the monster and pin it down. No one can tell where they came from at first, until someone figures out Hoyle cooled the lava and turned it into a weapon. They have no idea how he pulled it off. That move goes beyond the mana limits the system should allow. Either way, he signals Harkon Kingsguard to strike. With the monster pinned and unable to react, it becomes easy prey. Harkon lands the final blow, but a few explorers nearby also get credit for the win. A shame that his guild didn't come out on top. Rox orders a retreat. The spectators react very differently. They cheer instead. The monster is finally dead. Hoyal and the Lionheart Knights earn the highest contribution. What looks like a relaxed face is really just the protagonist running on empty. As the top contributor, he receives an item, and the island's treasure is given to him. But after he takes the item, everyone watching is caught off guard. The destruction progress doesn't show up, and no one knows why. Then, in the confusion, a strange aura starts to spread. Only then does the destruction meter appear. It's late, but it shows just one level left before completion. Hoyal thinks Granfell shouldn't suddenly become greedy, so the treasure shouldn't have affected the progress like before, but he confirms that it did. Once again, a treasure has been taken by a greedy hand. Back at the Explorers Alliance Guild, some members have been taken down by Boishun Chun, who also stole their treasure. Their leader is furious, though an ally tries to calm him down. Standing before the stolen treasure, Hyunjin starts feeling strange. His head begins to hurt, and he starts losing control of what he's doing. The demon of greed has possessed him, taking over his actions. It could only happen because of Hyunjin's own greed, leaving him in the hands of a demon. With his mind open to evil, the demon says it only helped him get what he wanted, and now it's time to take what it wants in return. As this happens, someone tries to step in. It's the streamer obsessed with Hoyal, and he's clearly terrified. Then he realizes a Lionheart warrior has arrived to help, which means MC must be close. Meanwhile, Hoyal senses the demon's presence from far away and heads straight for it. Thrilled, the streamer says he's been waiting for this and announces the return of his live stream. But the Lionheart warrior reports that the enemy is still alive and asks him for the order to attack. At that moment, a quest appears for Hoyal. The system warns him that the evil of the Usura archipelago is awakening, and he has to stop it. On top of that, the stolen treasure is still with the enemy. The system says greed is corrupting the item. His mission is to stop that before the destruction already in motion wipes everything out. As the destruction begins, many explorers start fearing for their lives, because the enemy proves to be far worse than the monsters they already beat. It attacks, causing even stronger quakes, and grows so huge it spreads over nearly the whole archipelago. From above, the drones capture it all, and the streamers realize the islands are almost merging with something rising in the center. From the joined land, a golden castle rises and shocks everyone. Even Harkon Kingsguard is stunned by the sight. Hoyal has never heard of anything like this, and wonders if it could be another treasure of the archipelago. But the system tells him this is the Castle of Greed, home of one of the 7 deadly sins. Its aura is so dark that Hoyal feels he should stay away. At the same time, Harkon Kingsguard senses danger closing in and orders his knights to get ready. Soon after, one warrior warns everyone to watch the ground, because the undead are coming up from it. A golden castle and now undead enemies. The streamers love how perfect this is for content. Then one of them gets a message and warns the others not to celebrate yet. At the UAA base, the staff falls into chaos. Sunbay's friend says they have to stop this now, or everyone will die, but all they can do is send the players a new update. When Hoyal sees the notice, he's shocked. The enemy's level is absurdly high, even for Lionheart. He starts thinking the mission may be impossible. Even the weakest enemy is level 500, and the boss is level 650. Lionheart's captain tries to keep the knights in formation so they can fall back slowly while still protecting the protagonist. But Hoyal steps forward and asks whether Harkon's promise to be his sword and shield still stands. Harkon answers that the enemy is one of the 7 deadly sins and asks if MC still wants to fight. He says yes, demons have to be stopped, and there is no other choice. Hearing that, Harkon says he can't see any fear in the protagonist's eyes, even though Hoyal is terrified inside. Resolved, the captain gathers his knights and declares that no matter what happens, they will honor their oath and help MC reach the enemy's lair. Watching from afar, both the streamers and their viewers can hardly believe it, because the road to the castle is crawling with undead. Even so, Hoyal orders the Lionheart Knights to move forward. Back at UAA headquarters, the staff realizes that despite their warning, someone is still trying to reach the castle. Against all expectations, he and the Lionheart Knights charge the enemy. The whole thing happens in full view of the world, with international media and online streams showing it live. Meanwhile, the UAA tries to seal off the castle and keep anyone else from going near it. As they push ahead, Hoyal notices the knights are doing even better than he expected. They're the strongest on the continent, after all, so he focuses on restoring his mana, hoping he can still help in the fight. Some explorers think about joining, but then remember how close they came to dying against the lava fish and decide it would be the same, or worse, against these enemies. To them, this mission is hopeless, and it's only a matter of time before Hoyal dies. The protagonist soon notices the undead keep coming back. Trying to kill them is pointless, they're already dead. And to make things worse, he still hasn't recovered enough mana. Then suddenly, a light appears and shocks the nearby explorers, and even Hoyle himself. Taemin arrives to help in the battle, and he isn't alone. The Berserker Guild joins the fight too. The surprise alliance between Gaon and Berserker quickly becomes big news, as both guilds support MC around the palace. That doesn't stop their two leaders from butting heads though. Hoyle is surprised by the help, but Granfell walks up to the leaders and tells them they need to assist. That attitude drives him crazy, asking for help that bluntly feels insanely rude to him. Leonie says she does owe the protagonist, but she wishes he'd asked a little more politely. Taemin's brother says this is his chance to leave a good impression on MC. From Hoyle's side though, all he notices is that both leaders look nervous. Then the fallen undead start getting back up again. The Lionheart Knights jump right back into the fight. Taemin tells his clerics to bless the allies. They'll need divine protection against those things. He quickly goes to Leonie and says the Lionheart Knights need that blessing too. He adds that he has no tea to offer, but he does need her help. As the battle continues, more backup arrives. The Saints of Gaon announce they'll give all the support needed so Hoyle can fight without worry. Leonie is surprised that the rival guild answered his request before she did. With reinforcements there, the Lionheart Knights fight with fresh energy. The protagonist tells Tiarmin he won't forget this kindness. Taemin answers that he'll find a way to get Hoyle anything he needs, even divine protection. But MC says he doesn't believe in something as foolish as gods. That makes him panic inside. Granfell's tongue is even sharper than usual. Harkon overhears the comment and loses focus. Right away, he hears a voice in his mind and sees a divine figure before him, making him think of his majesty. But the truth is, it's the enemy drawing near. Fighting to stay in control, Harkon warns the others that the palace gates are dangerous and tells them to fall back. In that moment, Harkon remembers the promise he once made to his emperor. He had stood before him and reported that the demon general had been seen in the northwestern valleys, then asked for permission to go there himself, but the emperor showed no desire to act. He said that if they moved now, countless soldiers would be slaughtered by the demons in one blow, and the army would be left too weak to recover. Worse, the mage tower investigating the incident had already collapsed into ruins. And on top of that, people across the country were disappearing without a trace. The emperor admitted that every night he prayed to his god, asking if this was the end of the world, if all of it was divine will, but no answer ever came. So he started to think that even God had chosen to vanish, and he asked Harkon if he felt the same. Harkon refused to accept that. He argued that the demons were the real reason the way to God had been blocked, and promised again to kill the demon general, so that path could open once more. Then the emperor said something Harkon never expected. He no longer believed in God. Now, his faith was in Harkon, and in Harkon's will to defeat evil. Back in the present, the battle between good and evil is still raging. The moment he comes to, the captain commands his men to push forward. The emperor is depending on them. Soon, Harkon sees the one he's been looking for across the field, the demon general. He rushes in, trying to bring him down, but the demon only smiles and says it's already too late. Harkon can't reach him in time. At the same time, his soldiers are struck by some unseen force. The captain has no idea what's happening, and all he can think is that he has failed. Then everyone on the battlefield is suddenly teleported right into the middle of Explorer's City. Harkon is completely disoriented, and has no clue where he is or what just happened. The people nearby have seen this kind of thing before, so they don't panic much. For Harkon though, it's a total shock, and only one thought matters. He has to return to his emperor. Then he catches sight of the emperor's figure in front of him again. Harkon says he's wandered through all kinds of places, searching for his majesty, only to find that the emperor had been beside him the whole time. He begs forgiveness for being late, and swears he'll keep his promise by destroying every enemy of his emperor. What Harkon doesn't realize is that this is all an illusion, and the very foe he vowed to kill is the one deceiving him. Even the other Kingsguard can tell something is wrong, though they still don't know what happened to their captain. Hoyle, however, already understands, and hates that Harkon is the one who got caught. He figures this is a mind control abnormal status, which can be even harder to handle than possession. While the protagonist is thinking it through, Harkon suddenly charges at him, and only stops because Taemin jumps in. Taemin is pleased he managed to help Hoyle, but the protagonist answers with a cold look that crushes his hopes on the spot. Even so, MC knows that without Taemin he would have been in real danger. He had been so thrown off that he completely lost track of Harkon. Elsewhere, Enoch is forced to defend himself from his own captain, and tries to make him stop, but the illusion is too deep. Harkon can't hear reason at all. To him, everyone in front of him looks like demons trying to drag him into evil. Jessica joins Enoch and also tries to reach him, but he won't listen to either of them and attacks again. That makes Hoyle even more worried, and he warns everyone not to get struck. Still, Harkon keeps swinging and nearly hits them, making it clear just how much danger they're in. It even looks like the control made him stronger. The demonic energy seems to be boosting him. Without knowing it, he's using that power against his own allies, blinded so badly that he can't see the truth. With no better option, the others try to fight back, But this is no ordinary warrior. When Harkon attacks, the ground splits apart and throws everyone off balance. Leonie stumbles. Jessica ends up pinned under debris, and the others rush to help her. Even Taemin gets hit, making his brother panic. Taemin says he's fine, but really his situation is far worse. Even the people watching from afar can tell how bad it is, because Hoyal has stepped in front of Harkon and stopped the whole rampage with a single hand motion. In truth, he was just trying not to get hit, but somehow, that simple gesture makes Harkon stop. Even through the fog in his head, Harkon stares at Hoyal and asks why he alone is so clean in the middle of all that demonic filth. He has no idea what Harkon is seeing and guesses that, as a demon hunter, he might naturally affect demons in some way. Harkon demands to know who he is and warns that he'll kill him if he refuses. The protagonist knows he needs to say the right thing, but his character won't speak, which makes the whole moment even worse. He wants to answer, but Granfell Cloudy Arpheus Romeo gives him nothing. Getting no reply, Harkon decides it doesn't matter, he'll defeat him anyway. But instead of speaking, Hoyal simply holds out his hand. Harkon hesitates, wondering if that gesture is some kind of trick from the enemy. Then, even through the illusion, he notices the brooch MC is wearing, and that starts to clear his mind. That brooch is what tied the two of them together, sealed by an oath of loyalty. After that, Harkon finally understands. The man before him can only be Hoyal. He sees the shift in the captain's expression and lets out a quiet breath, relieved that Harkon is back. Then the system tells him his exorcism ritual proficiency is high enough to unlock a new function. While he's focused on the system, something moves in. Harkon even tries to warn him, but the same evil that took hold of the captain now reaches for Hoyal. Inside his mind, the protagonist sees the enemy. He realizes he's in the mental realm, and the figure before him must be one of the 7 deadly sins. The demon says it only wanted to protect its kingdom. It says the land and sea were once rich, full of shining jewels, and the people lived in peace and loved one another. Then one day, a stranger appeared on the shore. The people cared for him and even helped him return home. But what came back in return was an invasion led by that same man. The people couldn't fight, and the invaders tore the whole kingdom apart. Their leader offered jewels in exchange for peace, but the invader didn't want to share. He wanted to take everything. That betrayal drove the ruler mad, turning him into the demon standing before Hoyal now. So the demon insists that all of this land, the island, the sea, even the sky, belongs to him alone. None of it belongs to outsiders, so they have no right to take what's his. MC replies that the demon is blowing this way out of proportion, and he's tired of hearing him whine. He adds that wealth means nothing. The only thing that can truly be stolen is the pride in a person's heart. The demon hates that answer, and immediately leaves Hoyal's mind. Back in the real world, Harkon comes over and asks if he is alright. The protagonist says the key is the palace's foundation. If he can interfere with that, he can end this whole mess. So he uses magic to destroy the palace. People can see it happening from far away, and streamers start shouting that the entire Golden Palace is collapsing. Watching from a distance, Rock says Hoyal's power is unbelievable. It doesn't take him long to finish. Once the palace falls, all his mana is drained, but he still calls out greed one more time. He says the demon's treasure is worthless, and the soldiers who died protecting it are already gone. So, according to Hoyal, the demon should be ashamed to call himself a ruler. From the wreckage, the demon rises in a rage. He can't stand seeing his palace destroyed and his authority mocked, and he asks if MC is even human. Wanting to break him, the demon turns his attacks on his allies. Unlike Hoyal, they can't stand against that kind of power. At the same time, the system warns him that the deadly sin of greed is watching him closely. The demon says he'll turn the protagonist's allies into new undead now that his own army has been wiped out. MC cuts him off and says that's enough. In an instant, the demon's hold over the others is broken. No one can understand how he did that. Not even the demon can. He's never seen anyone break free from his mental control. He demands to know how Romeo escaped his dominion, reminding him that he is one of the 7 deadly sins, the original sin of greed. Romeo calmly answers that the creature before him is neither greed nor a true deadly sin. A system window appears. Hoyal has chosen the vampire sphere for absorption. The exorcism skill activates. Its passive effect shields nearby allies from abnormal status, while the active effect drags the chosen demon into his mind. Holding the sphere with total confidence, Romeo calls on the last king of the Usra kingdom to wake up. The demon opens its fanged mouth in confusion. Then, the protagonist coldly says it's time to fix his mistakes. The sphere splits at once, sending beams of light to the side. The demon laughs and asks what Romeo thinks that will do. An attack like that is easy to avoid. Then Hakuna, the last king of the Usra kingdom, raises a hand and quietly says that this is enough, because his palace has already fallen. Bathed in blinding light, the demon turns toward Hakuna and starts to accuse him of something. But before he can finish, his body is ripped apart instantly. Watching the broadcast, Weikong stares in shock. Everyone else is glued to their screens too, their faces full of disbelief. The The reporter touches his earpiece, lets out a breath, and excitedly announces that the protagonist actually did it. But then he blurts out that Hoyle really never knows when to stop, because who is this man rising from the remains of the original sin? Hakuna is kneeling before the protagonist. He looks down at his hand with no emotion, and asks where he is. Hakuna should have perished along with the mortal sin, so how is this even possible? He asked Romeo if he was really the one who challenged greed, but Romeo was busy reading the system windows and barely heard him. There was too much to check, enough to take a whole year. Then a notice popped up. The hidden quest had 9 seconds left. Romeo froze. A hidden quest with a time limit? That was unexpected, but also a good sign. The system announced a hidden quest. Yusra Kingdom. Hakuna, who had been ready to die with greed, still had no reason to keep living. The protagonist had to remind him that he was the king of Yusra. 8 seconds remained. To clear it, Romeo had to place the crown on King Yusra's body. Hoyle was stunned. What crown? Where was he supposed to get one now? 7 seconds left. Tense, he silently begged the system to give him a moment to think. Both Romeo and the protagonist stared at the window in shock. It said they needed the island's treasure, the broken crown, an epic-grade quest item. Then the protagonist remembered where he had gotten the crown, and realized this was the answer. The reporter, still smiling, wondered who this mystery man was. He appeared right where greed died. Was this greed's true form, or maybe another deadly sin? Then player Hoyle pulled something from his inventory. Shrey froze, gritted his teeth, and asked while staring at his phone if that was really a crown. Romeo lifted the glowing crown and set it on the man's head. Hakuna looked at his hands in shock and cried out that this was his body. The quest completion notice appeared. Hoyle let out a breath and pressed a hand to his chest. He remembered getting the crown after beating the turtle. He had thought it was just some random high-rank item with no use, so finally learning what it was for felt like a huge relief. Another window confirmed that MC had cleared the quest. The secrets of the Yusra archipelago would now be revealed. Romeo watched the bright system light with quiet awe. The hunters stared at their own system windows in amazement as they learned that someone had uncovered the secret of the Yusra archipelago. One hunter threw up his hand and demanded to know what that meant. Had the rift been cleared? What kind of guild did this? Someone corrected him. It wasn't a guild. That only confused him more. The girl turned to the guildmaster and told him to check the notice. Rock smiled, touched his neck, and laughed as he asked if it was really just one person. A viewer watching the broadcast asked what kind of notice had just appeared. For a second he thought some huge disaster had started. Who was this someone? Weikung looked up in fear and said that was it. The correspondent grabbed his head, stunned by what he was seeing, and announced that a worldwide notification had gone out. That same message was reaching players across the whole world, who shielded his face from the bright light and wondered what it meant. Had someone really exposed the secret? The message declared, "The ancient kingdom of Yusra has been revealed." The hunters stared at their windows in disbelief as bright light burst from the cracked ground. The strongest beams shot straight into the sky. Everyone could only watch in shock as the light kept rising from below. A knight said tensely that a historic sight was coming up from underground. The commander looked up, stunned, and called it incredible. This was the ancient kingdom of Yusra. The system then announced that a new region, the kingdom of Yusra, had been discovered. A man gawked at the newly appeared buildings and asked what he was even looking at. The reporter told him to admire the view later and zoom in as far as he could. The cameraman said he already was, so the reporter yelled for him to run closer with the camera. Romeo looked up calmly, while Hoyle wondered what was happening. He glanced at the risen king, confused about what was starting now. Hakuna knelt and introduced himself. At the same time, the system announced that he had become the savior of the kingdom of Yusra. His affinity with Yusra reached the maximum level. His influence there also hit the maximum, and the authority in the kingdom feature was activated. Hakuna gave his deepest thanks to the savior of both the king and the kingdom. Taman asked in shock if this was really the king of Yusra. A huntress resting her hands on Leonie's shoulders said the king was very handsome and wondered if she should go meet him. Leonie, clearly tired, asked what nonsense she was talking about. From a tree branch, Han watched everything in surprise. Hoyle was just as shocked. Hakuna placed a hand on his chest, addressed the honored savior, and politely asked his name. The protagonist put a hand on Romeo's shoulder, thinking he shouldn't be rude. Fallen or not, Hakuna was still a king, so the protagonist told Romeo to answer properly. Romeo then gave his name in a stiff tone, and the hunters thought it sounded incredibly disrespectful. Hakuna just smiled and raised a hand, saying he understood everything. He added that the protagonist's name would be remembered for generations. The hunters exchanged puzzled looks, thinking the way he spoke was way too formal. Leonie asked if it shouldn't be the other way around. She pointed out that MC acts shamelessly with everyone. Hearing that, MC had to admit she was right. Taman called out to the protagonist by name and said he hadn't said anything at all. Still smiling, the king put a hand to his chest and said that when greed had consumed him, Romeo told him it was time to fix his mistakes. Hoyle immediately thought Hakuna had better not repeat his exact words, then awkwardly smiled and grabbed his hair. Looking away, the king admitted that after hearing that, he chose to die together with the deadly sin, but the protagonist saved him and returned the crown to him. Harkin Kingsguard watched with tense focus. Hakuna bowed his head and asked why Romeo had done that. What did the protagonist expect from him? From a king who ruined his own people with one mistake. Meanwhile, on the island, his subordinates ran after their leader, shouting and asking why they were rushing. Shrike clenched his teeth, sped up, and yelled at them to stop whining and move faster. This was the first nation-level update in Arcana's history. A whole new area had appeared in the real world, and Shrike pumped his fist, declaring that this was Usra. He knew how valuable this country had once been in Arcana. Many cities and villages, rare monsters, hidden treasure, and rich land itself. If they could rebuild it, the profits would be huge. Shrike knew he had to move fast. One tired hunter shouted that the guildmaster had refused to come earlier, and with a grin, Shrike admitted he had been scared back then. Romeo stayed calm and said nothing, while the king looked at him. Then the protagonist said bringing back the kingdom of Usra was the right choice. The hunters were stunned. Restore it? Was that even possible? Hakuna was clearly shaken by those words. Looking down, he asked who would ever follow a king who once abandoned his people. Romeo answered seriously that it would depend on what kind of king he became from now on. He said he would help Hakuna win back his honor by fixing those mistakes. Hakuna was deeply surprised by that answer. A faint smile crossed his face as he lowered his head and said the protagonist seemed to see right through him. Then a new system notice appeared. A hidden quest. The Usra Kingdom. The awakened king wanted to correct his mistakes and restore Usra to reclaim his, yet the success conditions were not shown. Looking away, Romeo thought the quest window was saying it all for him. Hakuna lowered his head, placed a hand on his chest, and said it would be as the protagonist wished. Shrege rushed over, planted his hands on his hips, and loudly said that was exactly right. Smiling with a hand on his chest, he declared that a great kingdom like Usra had to be restored, and the Second Sun Guild would help however they could. The guildmaster raised a hand with a smile and asked the hunters to forgive him. They wondered if Shrege was just chasing profit again. He really had no shame. Shrege put a hand on Taemin's shoulder and looked toward the protagonist. With a grin, he raised his hand and loudly said this must be Hoyol. He had heard a lot about him. In Shreyag's eyes, this was the man controlling everything, so he had to meet him. He quickly grabbed Romeo's hand, smiling as he said it was a pleasure to meet him, and that everyone in the Second Sun Guild was a fan. The hunters watched in total surprise. Shreyag kept smiling at the protagonist, who then turned toward him. Right away, Shrego tensed up and thought the mood suddenly felt bad. Maybe he had done something wrong. Hakuna sharply asked where his manners had gone. Taemin smiled, touched his chin and thought Shrego had just been shut down. The guildmaster looked at Romeo nervously, then laughed and admitted he may have been too rude. Why had Shrego grabbed the protagonist's left hand? Romeo clenched his teeth and thought he had almost fallen asleep. He couldn't even shut his eyes. He had used too much mana. After destroying the whole palace and carrying out the exorcism, the exhaustion was hitting him hard. He felt like he could pass out any second. What he really needed was to get home and sleep. Ignoring Shreyag, Romeo turned to Hakuna, king of Usra, and said he had a proposal for him. Everyone watched, stunned by what was happening. Sometime later, at Berserk Guild headquarters, the news reported that Jan and Berserk would work together to restore Usra. Hakuna stayed in the kingdom of Usra. A caption under Shreyag's photo joked about whether he was really standing in empty space. Leonie and her assistant burst out laughing at the sight. Still smiling, one hunter asked who wanted ice. One hunter raised his hand in shock and asked if they had all lost their minds. Another checked the paper and said there was already an article making fun of how badly Shreyag embarrassed himself in public. The first hunter asked what he meant. In the comments under Shreyag's video, people were tearing him apart, saying he had no shame, no manners, and that's why everyone ignored him. He pointed at the phone and burst out laughing with the women nearby. At the same time, over at the Jan Guild headquarters, the news kept piling on Shreyag. Reporters had even dug up old posts, including a photo of him with a cigarette and a joke caption under it. Chulman hugged his brother with tears in his eyes and shouted that they really did it, that Taemin was such a good kid. He grinned, rested a hand on Taemin's shoulder, and said he was proud of him for getting the quest to rebuild Usra. Taemin just smiled and said he only followed his brother's advice. Chulman yelled that he didn't know how to show how happy he was, and begged for a kiss. Taemin stiffly turned him down. Someone watching them asked what was wrong with those two, then wondered if the Usra restoration quest was really that amazing. A man with a serious look said it was way more than amazing. Usra was the first kingdom to appear after Arcana started updating in the real world, so once it was rebuilt, its value would shoot up. Smiling, he lifted his glass and said plenty of people were probably trying to get on Usra's good side already, Shrike included. Taemin, fed up, shoved Chulman away. He went on to say its value was almost beyond measure. This was the first update on a national scale, and Usra was famous for its natural resources, so it had huge potential. The nearby lands would also be great for leveling, because monsters respawn there. There might even be future updates tied to shops or auction systems. If someone gained enough influence with the kingdom, they could even earn a noble title after the rebuild. Then a hunter stepped forward and loudly called for Hoyle. He asked to be added to the Asura restoration quest, saying his military guild was great at digging. Others clenched their fists and started asking where he was, sure he had just come this way. A crack spread across the energy-covered wall. The protagonist calmly smashed through it and looked ahead with one hand raised. He could feel just how drained he was. At this rate, getting home through all this chaos would be a pain. Maybe going to the mage tower would be easier. With a sigh, he rested a hand on the broken wall and looked aside. Then he froze when he saw blonde hair right in front of him. Jessie was floating in the air above Hoyle. Cheerfully, she greeted him and said she'd been waiting for him for a long time. Startled, MC could only stare. He seriously thought he'd seen a ghost. A little later, Jessie lowered her hat, bowed politely, and asked how he was doing. Hoyle lifted a hand in front of his face with a stiff expression. In a dry, almost scary tone, he said that was very polite. Deep down, he was just thinking about how exhausted he was. He held out a hand and said he didn't have any tea with him right now, but she was welcome to sit down. Then he muttered that at least the rocket wouldn't reach the mage tower. Jessie happily said that was a good thing. If a rocket hit the tower, it would be bad, though she could stop it. He, worn out, covered part of his face and wondered what she was even talking about. Then he asked what she wanted. Jessie said she had questions about magic. She'd watched lots of videos about the protagonist and said he was incredible at research, interference, and manifestation. Unimpressed, he rubbed his face and said he was already tired. To him, the day had dragged on forever. Jessie kept going, saying Hoyle had copied Supreme Mage Marcello's spell on the first try. He barely listened, lost in his own thoughts. She added that even her teacher called him more than a genius. But MC was focused on something else, the deadly sin of greed. It had mentioned original sin, yet it didn't recognize his exorcism skill. A demon on that level should have known what a demon hunter was. There was no way it shouldn't. Still smiling, Jessie raised her hand, pointed 2 fingers forward, and asked if the power he used was magic. She waited for an answer and called Hoyle by name. He simply closed his eyes and crossed his arms, saying nothing. Jessie stared at him in surprise, but he didn't react at all. She opened her mouth and reached a finger toward him. Standing on the table, Jessie brought her hand right up to his face. Then she touched his closed eyelid with her finger. Hoyle's eyes snapped open at once. He looked around in surprise at the empty chair and the note left on the table. Was that all a dream? He couldn't even tell which part had been real. The note simply said that Jessie would come again next time. Hoyle figured he must have been so tired that he actually fell asleep in front of her. Looking at the note in his hand, he muttered that it was a little rude on his part. Then a system window suddenly appeared, pulling his attention away. It announced a new quest, Marcello's research. The Supreme Mage wanted to push magic to a new level with the protagonist's help. To do that, the protagonist had to prove himself and win over the 20 senior mages. MC thought things had been oddly peaceful lately. There was no way the mages in the tower would accept some outside researcher that easily. On top of that, he'd only gotten this role because of Marcello, not because he'd earned it in their eyes. He expected some kind of trial. Tired to the bone, he yawned and lifted his hands, wondering why this had to happen today of all days. He was barely staying awake. He rubbed his eyes with one hand, looked at the door, and told the mage to come in. Marcello peeked in with a book in hand and said it was him. He explained that he had rushed over because there was something he needed to tell Hoyle. Opening one eye, the protagonist cut him off and said he already knew why the Supreme Mage had come. Confidently, he said this was about proving himself. Marcello stared in surprise, briefly wondering what had happened to MC's hair. Then he apologized, saying it was his own fault people still didn't trust him. Hoyle walked over, straightened his jacket, and said Marcello wasn't the problem. What he was really lacking was sleep. Marcello looked confused and apologized again, not understanding him at all. Then he firmly told Marcello to lead the way. If they didn't believe in him, he'd make them. The system window confirmed the next step. Convince the senior mages. This was Belia's challenge. The senior mages wanted to meet the researcher, and the protagonist had to attend their conference. After a while, the mages were gathered around their tables. Belia, the senior mage of the healing school, smiled with open sarcasm and rested a hand on her chin. She thought it was unfortunate, but there was no way MC could prove he was qualified. 3 senior mages had cast a 3rd-tier sealing spell, so Hoyle shouldn't have been able to enter the room. He shouldn't even have been able to find it. Then he abruptly opened the door, wearing a dark, heavy expression. Belia's mouth fell open in shock. The mages couldn't believe it. Had Hoyle really broken through a 3rd-tier sealing spell that easily? Belia, baffled, asked how he did it. Even the founder of magic theory shouldn't have managed that. Irritated, the protagonist said it looked like someone had messed with the door. Belia raised her hand tensely, stunned by that overwhelming power. Walking toward them, MC said he had come all this way because he assumed they wanted to meet him, not waste his time with childish tricks like this. He quickly pointed a hand toward the older mage and asked if that meant they were ready to take responsibility for what they had done. Then he leaned on the bench and fixed Bali with a chilling stare. His red eyes widened, and she screamed. Meanwhile, Hoyol was just thinking, with a tired face, that he had almost fallen asleep standing up. This was getting bad. He needed to go home and sleep before this whole thing turned into a joke at his own expense. Adjusting his tie, he said he wanted this to be the last time. Bali could only stare at him in disbelief. Angrily, she thought, was that really just a little prank? Had he really called a spell even she couldn't undo a small game? One mage suddenly grabbed his head and blurted out that he had just remembered something. He was sure this was the same researcher Claire had talked about, the one who showed up at the mages' conference without an invitation. Another mage loudly asked if that was true. The first answered that now he understood why Marcelo had recommended Hoyol. The older mage looked away in shock, a drop of sweat on her face. So this was the same researcher who had seen through the Tower Master's illusion magic. Later that night, in the tower, the protagonist sat up with a tired look when the system window appeared again. It told him that 3 out of 20 senior mages had acknowledged him. Hoyol guessed that number had gone up because of what had just happened. Only 3. That was less than he expected. MC yawned wide and covered his mouth with one hand. He pressed his lips together and held back another yawn, thinking that, considering they were all top experts in their fields, getting 3 to recognize him just for opening a door wasn't bad at all. Resting a hand on the table, he adjusted his tie and reminded himself that he was a demon hunter first, not a mage, so there was no need to rush. Romeo, exhausted, decided to sleep first. After that, he would turn in Isara's loot for review and start learning magic from the ground up. Then someone called his name, and he glanced over in surprise. The magic parchment loudly told Lee Hoyel to look its way. Startled, he reached toward Romeo's shoulder and wondered what this weird thing was. The parchment floated up and introduced itself as Marcelo. It was a magic parchment, a tool mages used to talk from far away. If the protagonist wanted to reply, all he had to do was speak to it. Romeo stared at the parchment in confusion. Marcelo's face smiled from the parchment. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at him. He stepped in and asked what Marcelo wanted, and Marcelo told him he didn't need to get that close. Annoyed, the protagonist tossed the parchment into the trash. Marcelo popped right back up in front of Romeo's face and said he had really come to apologize. He had heard what happened in the Crystal Hall, that someone had messed with the door, and he was sorry for the senior mage's rude behavior. A supreme mage is someone who has reached the top of magic, no matter their field. Because of that, senior mages keep pushing supreme mages to prove they deserve that rank. Lee Hoyal touched his chin and thought it sounded like school bullies fighting over who was on top. He figured Marcelo must be tired of dealing with that. Marcelo said this was nothing new. Romeo was being tested because Marcelo himself had failed to earn full trust, and he apologized for dragging him into it. From the senior mage's side, MC guessed it probably looked like the final boss had picked up an exchange student and made him his helper. Romeo said that wasn't something a mage needed to apologize for. Nobles also have to keep proving they deserve their title, so he was used to that kind of test. Still, Marcelo lowered his gaze and admitted he worried Lee Hoyal was being looked down on because of him. Those words made the protagonist pause. He thought it was a bad idea for a mage to say the word underestimate in front of Romeo. Hearing that, the protagonist smiled. Marcelo was caught off guard by it. Romeo said that if people underestimated him, he would prove them wrong. Lee Hoyal covered his face, already embarrassed by how shameless Romeo was about to sound. With a calm smile and closed eyes, the protagonist added that if people expected too much from him, then he would simply live up to it. At the same time, the parchment carrying Romeo's face declared that if anyone doubted him, he would keep sharpening both his skill and his leadership. Marcelo admitted he had been rude too. He should have come in person instead of speaking through the parchment. Romeo folded his arms, looked at it, and said it was fine. Marcelo said he still should have thought it through better. The main character closed his eyes, raised a hand, and repeated that it really wasn't a problem. But Marcelo said he was coming over anyway. He added that he would reach Lee Hoyal's place in about 10 minutes, and then the parchment stopped talking and dropped onto the table. Tired, the main character thought he had already said everything was fine. Romeo lowered his head and pressed a hand to it, thinking that at this rate, he'd only get proper sleep after he died. Winning over the senior mages would be hard for a beginner, especially since he wasn't even really a mage. A bright orb of energy formed in Romeo's hand. He watched the floating lights calmly, and thought there was no one else who could help him but himself. On top of that, he was only level 266. Every senior mage was at least level 600, so to them Romeo was just a rookie. Still, he refused to let that stop him. Raising a finger, the protagonist decided he needed to look into it. Lee Hoyal thought he had to prove the people who looked down on him were wrong and make all that hype real. Romeo used interference and turned the plain orbs into fireballs. After that, he used manifestation, changing the fireballs into bright lanterns. Romeo and he calmly watched them light up the room. The protagonist thought this was Romeo's pride, and now it was his too. Lee Hoyal looked up with a small smile, hands on his hips. Then he quickly spat. Leaning against the bookcase, the protagonist decided that kind of grand creed was pointless. He had already burned through his mana, using only simple light magic, the most basic kind there was. Outside the door, Marcelo called out and asked if Lee the protagonist was inside. Then he opened the door and said he was coming in. Romeo calmly folded his hands and told him to enter. At the same time, at a construction site in Asura, Namchal wondered if he was seeing things right. People online were acting crazy, saying Lee Hoyal wasn't the one who killed the mortal sin. Taemin looked down with a hard-to-read face and asked why nobody trusted the protagonist. Marcelo looked up, surprised, but said nothing. Romeo gave him a stern look and wondered why he was staring like that. He was sure he had kept a straight face. Then the protagonist asked what had happened. Marcelo asked if Lee Hoyal had just used magic in the office. Romeo touched his face and thought he had only practiced light magic. Was the room really smelling burnt? He said he had just been trying some basic spells and wasn't going to burn the office down, so Marcelo didn't need to worry. Marcelo looked up in disbelief and said that wasn't the issue. What shocked him was that basic magic had left traces this incredible. He explained that these were called magic traces. Once a spell is cast, it leaves behind marks that show exactly how the magic was studied and changed. The more complex the process, the Clear suddenly cut him off, smiling brightly with her hands together, and said the traces were amazing. Marcelo turned to her in surprise and asked when she got there. Clear repeated that the traces were excellent, and asked if they were Marcelo's. She guessed he must have been trying to summon a dragon or something like that. Marcelo said the traces belonged to researcher Lee Hoyal. Claire could hardly believe it. This came from beginner magic? How could something so simple leave behind this many traces? Right then, more mages hurried into the room. A supreme mage looked up and praised the traces, while another man adjusted his glasses and said he saw them, and couldn't stay away. Another mage smiled, reached toward Marcelo, and asked if they were really his. He wanted to know just how much he had interfered with the mana in the room. Marcelo could only wonder where all these people had suddenly come from. The mages called for everyone else to come see the traces. One even said marks like these could easily win the 823rd Magic Traces Beauty Contest. Still, he wondered if Marcelo could beat him, the last winner. Then he turned back and demanded to know what spell this was. Marcelo tensely pointed aside, and said it wasn't his work at all. It belonged to player Lee Hoyal. Before he could finish, he looked toward the spot where the main character had been sitting, and asked where MC had gone. Meanwhile, Romeo was already sprinting down the hallway with a stiff expression. In a panic, he wondered what was wrong with these weird trace fanatics. Were they all magic nerds? One thing was clear, he needed to get home and rest. If he stayed here, he'd never sleep. Then a group of mages stepped in front of him with sly smiles and announced they had found player Lee Hoyal. One girl pointed at him and said his timing was perfect. They had just been about to look for him. Since he had acted so bold in the Crystal Hall, could he solve this too? A system window appeared and explained it was a modern puzzle. One of the 3 hardest tasks in the Tower of Magicians. The best record so far was 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds. Holding the puzzle, the girl confidently said it only got harder the more mana Lee the protagonist poured into it. Even Marcelo, she claimed, would need over 10 days. Romeo didn't even look at her. He snapped his fingers and used conversion magic on the puzzle. The system window instantly updated. New record. MC had solved it in 1 second. The girl who brought it dropped to the floor, screaming. As the main character headed down the stairs, another system window informed him that 7 out of 20 senior mages were now convinced. Romeo thought it took even less time than he expected. People filming the protagonist with their phones started shouting that he was here. An NPC holding out a radio asked if Lee Hoyal had really beaten the mortal sin by himself. Others claimed the protagonist had done nothing and stolen the credit from someone else. They pressed him to answer the doubts people had about him. He grabbed Romeo's shoulders in alarm and wondered what other doubts there were. With a stern face, the protagonist said this was very rude. He had no reason to answer people with no manners. Then a mage came rushing toward Romeo, shouting that he had found him. The mage said they had questions about his magic traces. Was the spell he used really just basic light magic? An old man reached out and invited him to drink red tea in his lab. He said he had studied magic his whole life and had never seen a spell take shape like that. Lee Hoyal looked at them and let out a frightened scream. Meanwhile, the people recording him kept yelling that others were saying Harkin had actually defeated the mortal sin. They asked if that was true. The protagonist looked over the crowd, terrified, and screamed again. Now everyone was shouting his name. Seeing all the hands reaching toward him, the protagonist's eyes filled with tears. He thought he was trapped and desperately wondered how he could get out of there. Then, gritting his teeth, he noticed something. Lee Hoyal stared at the flow of energy and wondered what it was. Had the flow of mana suddenly changed? A man grinned, shoved his phone forward, and loudly called MC by name, telling him to stop dodging them and answer already. Granfell stopped caring and kicked straight into the mana flowing through the wall. The man could only stare, shocked by what he was seeing. the crowd and the magicians froze, staring at the wall and asking if he had really vanished. Nobody knew where Hoyol had gone. Bali, a book still in her hand, looked up in surprise when he suddenly appeared in front of her. She shut the book and called it impressive. The moment the Supreme Mage opened the hidden path, the protagonist noticed it and stepped in right away, just what you'd expect from someone who got through the Tower Master's illusion magic. MC grabbed Granfel's shoulders, realizing she was the same person from the Crystal Hall earlier that day. He wondered if she was seriously saying she had helped him. Granfell said in a cold voice that the mana in the wall had been tampered with. It reminded him of the Tower Master's illusion, and he added that fixing it would take a proper investigation. Bali covered her mouth, trembling as she burst out laughing. Ho Xiao wondered what was so funny. Was it the way he talked? Still, since he was thankful to her, he told her everything. The Supreme Mage told him that when people looked down on him, he should just prove them wrong. And if they expected too much from him, then he had to live up to it. Smiling through a tear, Balia asked if that was really how he thought. He awkwardly put his hands behind his head and wondered how she figured that out. Turning to him, the Supreme Mage placed a hand on her chest and said Hoyol was probably the only person who thought the Tower Master's illusion magic was simple. Then she pointed out that she still hadn't introduced herself. Belia kept her hand over her heart and gave her name. With a smile, she said that, like Marcelo, she had decided to recognize his qualifications too. A system window popped up. 8 out of 20 senior mages were now convinced. Sometime later, the protagonist checked his phone and saw people saying he wasn't the one who killed the mortal sin after all. Looking at the screen in surprise, Hoya thought people would be talking more about the way he acted. Instead, the chatter was mostly pointless. It looked like Jaeyun and Berserker were talking about it too, and the messages on his phone were mostly defending him. In the end, he figured he could just ignore the whole thing. MC sadly lifted his head, wondering why he was even still awake. Granfell was training his weak body by cleaning, taking out the trash and lifting weights. Because he kept finishing the class quest, his bonus stats had pushed him up to 33 stamina and 35 agility. That put him 10 to 20 points ahead of other players around his level. That gap was huge for just repeating one quest. These class quests really were great, Hoyol thought with a smile. Still, for a demon hunter, stamina and agility were basically useless. He'd rather get mana instead. Then he thought maybe he should come up with a close-range fighting style, just like Granfell had built magic skills even as a demon hunter. Something like the aura sword Harkin used. How did he do that? It felt a little different from mana. Granfell closed his eyes and wrapped his body in faint lightning, leaving Hoyol staring in amazement. Then he looked down in shock at the kitchen table. It had been cut apart by that energy. A blast of water-like force split the wall in two. Hoyol turned back in surprise, a carrot still stuck on his head, and wondered if Granfell had just used the aura sword to slice it. Everyone stared at the water pouring out through the crack in the wall. After a while, at the headquarters of the Yusra Archipelago Restoration Brigade, from the Berserker Guild, Leonie glared at the phone in her hands. One hunter asked why their guildmaster was so angry today, since she was just watching something on a video site. Another said he had no idea. On the phone, a reporter said they couldn't confirm whether the Night Order had done most of the work while Hoyao only landed the final hit. Nothing about the case could be proven for sure, but then Kong Fury cut in, raising his hand and shouting that their protagonist had clearly killed the deadly sin himself. He said he was there, saw it all, and that when the sin appeared, everyone else was locked down by a status effect until the protagonist saved them. Then another speaker into the mic claimed Rox, the top-ranked hunter, was the real one who killed it. He argued that Rox was staying quiet to protect his identity, and mocked the idea that a random player like MC could beat a deadly sin alone. In his eyes, MC just took the chance to get famous, while Rox said nothing. Leonie snapped, cursed, and hurled the phone to the floor. They didn't know anything, they were just talking nonsense. One hunter laughed in surprise at how their guildmaster talked. Another asked if that kind of language was useful anywhere, and someone else raised a glass and said it worked great when dealing with other guilds. A female hunter smiled, lowered the mask from her face, and asked Leonie why she was angry again. She cheerfully rested her hands on the guildmaster's shoulders, while Lina crossed her arms and said those idiots were still babbling nonsense about the deadly sin. The truth was simple. Hoyol defeated it himself, yet people who saw nothing kept denying it. The huntress looked amazed and asked if Lina really cared that much about how they treated him. Blushing bright red, Lina quickly turned away and shot back that of course that wasn't it. Did she really think she'd gone crazy? He had helped them in that gate, and even given them a quest, so she was only upset because he was helping them. The huntress smiled and said that was sweet. Leonie was mad because people were insulting him. One hunter grinned and said it looked like their guildmaster had fallen for the protagonist. Another added that this was rough for him. A huntress holding a shovel told Leonie not to get so worked up. It was just useless gossip, and she was sure things would quiet down soon. Maybe they should talk about something nicer instead. Did the guildmaster remember they were supposed to get titles once they raised their influence level? Leonie held the helmet in her hands, still looking serious. The huntress said they would raise both influence and kinship in the Asura kingdom as soon as the rebuilding was done. After that, they'd become nobles and get land of their own. Then even the Shining and the Second Son would have to show Leonie respect in this kingdom. Repeating those words in her head, the guildmaster smirked. The huntress immediately shouted that Leonie was smiling. She said she'd seen it clearly, and that the guildmaster looked way cuter when she smiled. Still grinning, the huntress pinched Leonie's cheek and patted her head. Leonie clenched her fist and yelled at her to stop. Looking down again, Leonie thought the quest to rebuild the Asura kingdom was a great chance for them. The treasure islands had arcana resources they could mine without even going into a rift. Even the rights to just one mine would be worth a fortune. Why had Hoyle given them an opportunity like this? Leonie scratched her head, sighed, and said they owed him even meurs. No, she wondered when he'd finally invite her out for tea. After some time, the landlady sent a message saying she had extended his contract because he seemed so hardworking. She also asked how he kept breaking things like that. Granfell replied that it was obviously his fault, and since he still couldn't control his power, she could just send him the repair bills. The landlady answered in confusion, asking what he was even talking about. Hoyle stared sternly at the screen of his switched-off phone. He thought it was good that he had managed to use the Ara sword, but his terrible control was a real problem. Back then, he'd been scared and kept wondering how he was supposed to make that thing smaller. Lying on the bed with his arms crossed and body shaking, he thought about how badly his condition had dropped. Using the Aura sword had reduced his health so much that he slept for 6 straight days. Now Granfell walked across the grass, thinking that when he looked it up online, all he found were dumb stories. So he came here himself. The only question was whether Harkon would teach him or not. A knight quickly raised his hand and ordered Granfell to stop, saying that from here on, this was Ysera Kingdom territory. Since the place was under restoration, only people with permission could enter. Maybe Hoyle had a citizen ID or some kind of pass. Granfell answered seriously that he didn't. MC was surprised. They had really built up the place that much already? The knight said that meant he couldn't let him in. He apologized, but he needed to leave. He wondered if the man was an Arcana who had moved to Ysera, because he was taking this job very seriously. Granfell clenched his fist and said he had come to see Harkon. Was there really no other way in? The knight looked surprised and asked if he meant Sir Harkon. The knight let out a sigh and smiled in a nasty way. He said Sir Harkon was a very important person, so there was no way someone like Granfell, who had no authority at all, would be allowed to meet the commander. Hoyle felt himself getting annoyed. Waving a hand, the knight said he could pass along a message to Harkon or Hakuna instead. Then he loudly called Granfell ridiculous. Pointing right at him, the knight demanded to know how he dared talk about Harkon and his majesty so casually. Did Granfell think he could trick them by pretending to be close to them? The knight said he'd seen plenty of players like that. Everyone who came here claimed to be the one who saved his majesty, saying they were the protagonist or someone else. Then Hakuna cheerfully waved and loudly greeted MC. The knight stared in total shock. He slowly turned back toward Hoyle, his face full of fear. A system message popped up, telling him his name had been revealed. The Ysera Kingdom's authority system activated, and his bond with the kingdom hit the maximum. He looked up, surprised, and tapped his chin. So that was what happened when he gave his name. The king smiled, took his hand and asked the honored savior why he had come. Romeo calmly explained that he came to see Harkon, but was told he needed permission to enter. Hakuna looked confused. Under Ysera's rules, Hoyle held the same authority as the king. What kind of king needs permission to enter his own kingdom? Romeo calmly said he understood. Only now was he starting to see how powerful that authority really was. Hakuna smiled, put a hand to his chest and asked what was going on between the protagonist and Harkon. A little later, the knights were lined up for training. Yoshika sharply told them their posture was terrible and ordered them to keep their swords straighter and higher. If they were this sloppy, how were they supposed to beat the demons in their homeland? She made them shout louder too. Nearby, Harkon sat with a cup in hand and asked if the protagonist truly wanted to learn the Aura sword. While he tried to make sense of that, Yoshika folded her arms and barked at number 16 to step out of line. She demanded to know what kind of stance that was. Holding his tea, Romeo repeated that he wanted to learn how to control the light his sword had given off before. Harkon leaned forward, excited, and asked if Hoyle really meant he had seen that light. Even decades of training weren't enough for most people to sense it. Romeo set down his teacup, sighed, and said it was nothing special. MC could only wonder, a little nervously, if he was being too modest. With a heavy breath, Harkon said it wasn't possible. You couldn't learn the Aura sword just because you wanted to. And the protagonist wasn't even a swordsman. Even if he could see the aura, it should still take at least 10 years of sword training to bring it out. Romeo cut him off and said he could use it. Harkon froze in shock, fist tightening, but the protagonist repeated that he could. He said he wanted to learn how to control the aura sword. Harkon was too stunned to answer. He called out to Yoshika, and she backed him up at once. Smiling, Harkon told them to bring his sword and the lion's oath. Yoshika glanced into the tent, startled, but answered that she understood. After a while, a massive slab was placed in front of the protagonist. Hoyal stared at it, confused. Enoch demanded to know why the lion's oath had been brought out, and Yoshika snapped back that she couldn't read the commander's mind. Harkon proudly explained that this wall was called the Lion's Oath, a relic passed down through the Lionheart Order. It was made from a special metal called steel, something not found in this world. The slab could not be broken, and it stood for the unbreakable oath of the Order. One scar on the lion's face had been made by the very first commander, and the second by Harkon himself. Harkon grabbed the sword and asked Hoyal, since he could bring out the Aura sword, to try leaving a third scar on the metal. Romeo looked hard at the sword's hilt. Enoch quickly raised a hand and protested that the protagonist wasn't even part of the Lionheart Order. Yoshika slapped her leg and told him to stop. A player shouldn't be able to do this anyway, which meant Harkon clearly had a reason. Romeo grinned and said he couldn't take that sword. The knight stared, confused about what he was planning. Instead, Romeo pulled out a plain sword and said he would use this one. A system message identified it as a Lionheart training sword. Rare rank, minimum level 200. Harkon stared at it, surprised that it was really just a training sword. Its edge was incredibly dull. Romeo raised it and faced the slab. Everyone watched in shock as aura formed around the blade. With a fierce look, the protagonist swung and shattered the slab with his aura. Enoch was stunned. That huge aura sword couldn't be real. How could a mage do something like that? Standing there wrapped in aura, Romeo asked if that was enough. Harkon smiled and said Hoyal never stopped surprising him. He wanted to see just how far the protagonist's talent could go. Then he announced that training could begin. Seeing the protagonist's trembling hands, Harkon assumed he was shaking with excitement. Harkon stood beside the protagonist and called over Jessica and Enoch, saying it would be best for MC to start with them. They agreed. Still smiling, Harkon explained that swordsmanship always starts with the basics. Since Enoch and Jessica were skilled swordsmen who could use aura blades, Hoyal should learn from them first. For now, Harkon banned him from using the aura sword. The protagonist almost teared up. He felt like the commander finally understood what he needed. Romeo calmly said they would do that. Before long, he was standing with the other knights. Enoch thought it was almost funny. A mage learning the sword, and on top of that, earning the commander's favor. Still, he had refused the commander's own weapon out of respect. So even if he didn't like it, Enoch decided he should show the protagonist some respect too. Jessica introduced herself as the instructor in charge from now on. She warned them that Lionheart training would be brutal, then told everyone to change into training clothes and return. Privately, she was annoyed. Even if Hoyal had used an aura sword, he was still a mage. Without enough stamina, he wouldn't last in a real battle, so she planned to push him hard. Romeo changed quickly and tightened his belt. Jessica flushed and pressed her lips together, admitting he had a solid build for a mage. Enoch gave her a sharp look and joked that she sounded like she almost choked. She ignored it and started the lesson. Holding her sword, Jessica said the first step in swordsmanship was learning how to grip it, then told everyone to raise their weapons. Enoch corrected the recruits, saying their swords were too low and their left hands should be a little forward near the navel. Jessica added that the thumb should point down and the right foot shouldn't turn outward. Standing behind the protagonist, Enoch explained that the right hand should only tense at the moment of impact. Then he told the recruits to make one wide forward swing. Watching his own blade, Romeo wondered how Harkon held his sword. Harkon's swings had been heavy, fast and powerful. Romeo raised the sword and shut his eyes. Then he opened them and wondered if this was the right way. He swung, and an aura strike slammed into the ground, blasting the recruits away. The instructor stood in the strong gust, staring at him without knowing what to say. Enoch pushed a hand through his messy hair and yelled for Hoyal to wait, then demanded to know how he had done that. The protagonist answered that he had copied the commander's movement. Enoch couldn't believe it. The protagonist had just used the commander's sword technique, the final level Knights of the Order chase for decades. Jessica couldn't believe he had copied it that well after seeing it only a few times. This was a real aura sword. Until now, she had thought MC was only an unusual mage. She had never seen a genius like this. In the distance, Harkon watched it all. He smiled to himself. This was talent beyond even his own, a gift from God. Letting Hoyal stay only in the world of magic would waste it. Harkon decided he needed to keep the protagonist close. Hakuna walked over and called to him. Harkon turned, surprised, and greeted his king. Smiling, Hakuna said he heard his savior had come to learn the aura sword, so he wanted to watch. Then he asked if there wasn't too much sand around, since it might bother his savior's breathing. Harkon slowly looked at the knights. In a loud voice, he asked if they wanted Hoyal to get tuberculosis, then ordered them to sweep the area clean until not a grain of sand was left. Shielding his face from the blazing sun, the king added that the heat was brutal. What if his savior collapsed from sunstroke? Harkon gave the knights another dark look. He ordered them to drag trees out of the jungle and plant them by the beach so he would have shade. Harkon said he never expected the king to care so much about the protagonist's first lesson. Hakuna truly was the greatest of men. The king laughed and asked if that was really so. Harkon said that with his majesty showing this much concern, he couldn't just stand by as commander of the knights. Then he called out to Yoshika and Enoch. Throwing off his armor, Harkon declared that he had grown too comfortable lately. He announced he would train with the recruits as well, and told them to ignore his rank and treat him like any other new trainee. Enoch stared at Harkon in shock, and Jessica quickly told him to calm down. She said they should at least hear what the new recruits think first. Still smiling, Harkon reached a hand out to Hoyel and asked if he could join him. The protagonist had a weird feeling, like saying yes might somehow count as treason. Even so, he answered calmly that he was always happy to have the commander there. In his head though, he really wasn't happy at all. Then he added one more thing. Since they were already doing this, Jessica and Enoch should train with them too. Harkon grinned and loudly agreed. He said Hoyel was absolutely right, then ordered Jessica and Enoch to get ready. The two of them glared at him, thinking MC was a total monster. Harkon then called for the training to begin, and shouted that everyone better give it their best. And just like that, the most awkward training session ever started. It was all with the Knight Commander right there beside them. Later, back at the Mage Tower, a mage knocked on a door. Inside was Senior Mage Mathis, the black magic researcher, and he allowed the visitor to enter. He was the one who raised black magic from something looked down on, to where it stood now. If not for Marcello, Mathis would have been the tower's top mage. In a calm voice, the senior mage asked what was going on. The mage put a hand on the table and explained that one of the items Hoyel had sent for appraisal seemed tied to black magic, so he came straight here. Mathis then asked if this was the adventurer Marcello had taken in. Looking over the items, he could tell they were not easy to get. Pure emerald, silk koi scales, and most of all, the vampire sphere. Normally one person wouldn't bring in things like this. Mathis started wondering who he really was. He asked for magic parchment and said he'd contact the man himself. He would personally appraise every item. After a while, training on the Usra archipelago ended. The knights, worn out, were still sweeping the sand under the night sky. Outside, the recruits were fast asleep in their beds. Hoyer grabbed the horizontal bar again. A system message told him to keep training his weak body. 20-kilometer run, complete. 1,000 push-ups, complete. Pull-ups, 465 out of 500. 300 burpees, complete. Coughing up blood, the protagonist felt like every muscle in his body was screaming. He was beyond tired. He felt ready to collapse. The day's training had already pushed him to the edge. He remembered Harkon happily saying it felt great to work out again after so long, then challenging him to run another 100 laps. Snapping out of the memory, Hoyal angrily thought the commander was insane. If Harkon had used even a little common sense, he would have stopped after the required training. Then, the system announced that he had finished training beyond his limits. He had met the needed conditions and earned a reward. MC smiled when he saw his stats go up. His exhaustion faded fast, and now all he really needed was sleep. Then he looked up in surprise when a bird flew in carrying a letter. The parchment opened in front of him, and Mathis introduced himself. He said he was contacting him with the results of the appraisal he had requested. Hoyle blinked, remembering he had left those items with the mages. He immediately told Mathis to continue. Mathis began with the vampire sphere, explaining that it was a magic tool used by demons. It was extremely rare, and he asked if he could borrow it for research. The protagonist gave a sly smile to himself. The item needed level 400, so he couldn't use it anyway. He could turn this favor into leverage later when it was time to return the hexagonal brooch. Keeping a serious face, Hoyle said he would allow the loan, then asked about the other items. The system identified one item as a unique grade pure emerald, with no level requirement. Mathis said the appraisal showed it had the following effect. When the user is hit, it restores stamina, and it can also be used to make jewelry. The system then showed another item, a silk koi scale, an island treasure. It was also unique grade with no minimum level. When used to craft an item, it would pass on these effects. Increased fire affinity, a higher chance to evade, and it would unlock the aesthetics trait. Mathis added that it could be used in crafting the same way. MC crossed his arms, wondering what aesthetics even was. He had never heard of a trait like that. With a dry smile, Hoyal decided that if he was curious, then he might as well use it. He said he couldn't just rent out the silk scales. Instead, he asked Mathis to use the emerald to make a piece of jewelry, and the scales to make a scarf. The elder mage said he understood, but warned that having the tower craft those items would cost a lot. He stiffened, thinking it was time to use the negotiation skills he learned back in the office. He started laying out his contract talk, but then Hoyal put a hand on the parchment, faced Mathis, and said the price didn't matter. He only wanted the best result. That made the protagonist inwardly groan. Those were the worst words possible to say during a negotiation. Mathis paused, wondering what it meant for the price not to matter as long as the result was perfect. Just what kind of person was MC? Maybe Marcello had not chosen him for no reason. Smiling, Mathis said he understood everything. He, already half asleep, thought this conversation had to end now. He couldn't keep his eyes open any longer, and badly needed sleep. Lying down on the bed, he said goodbye to the senior mage. From his chair, Mathis quickly called for him to wait, then noticed Hoyle had already fallen asleep. Words soon appeared on the parchment. It was a respectful request from Mathis for a meeting. He said he would wait in the Hanging Gardens. Sometime later, dawn came to the Uzra archipelago, while everyone else was still asleep. While the others rested, Hoyle was already running across the sand. The system reminded him again about training his weak body. He needed to run 20 kilometers. He had already done 17. He also finished 1,000 push-ups, 500 stretches, and 300 burpees. The protagonist let out a confident sigh, thinking he was finally getting used to this quest. Then a bird carrying parchment called out with Carl's voice, saying MC's name. The elder mage said he had not replied since last night, so he had gotten worried. He even asked forgiveness in case the message had upset him. Confused, the protagonist asked what message he meant. He hadn't seen anything. At the same time, Carl gathered fire energy in his hands and said that if Hoyle hadn't seen it, then that was fine. Either way, he respectfully asked to meet tomorrow afternoon in the Hanging Gardens. MC calmly said that would be difficult. Carl asked if he already had plans, then suggested noon the day after tomorrow instead. Looking at the parchment, he said that would be difficult too. Carl was startled and muttered that this was rough since he was clearly very busy, so he offered another time. The morning 3 days from now. He calmly said that would be difficult too. Carl thought he understood. To him, this was a test from the protagonist, the first person to support the tower's researchers. Carl guessed the protagonist wanted to see whether he had the manners worthy of a senior mage. MC flatly repeated that it would be difficult. Right now, he needed to focus on sharpening his aura sword, and he couldn't waste time on private meetings. Looking drained, Carl asked when he would be available then. He added that he would adjust to any date. The protagonist calmly answered that he was free 2 mornings later, around 1 o'clock. Hearing that, the protagonist found it odd, since he was already planning to visit the Mage Tower that day for his research anyway. He was basically acting like he was doing Carl a favor. The bird shot up into the air, leaving smoke behind, and Carl loudly said that meant he would see him then. Not far away, Harkan stood with his arms crossed, smiling as he watched MC. A little later, during morning training, Jessica raised her sword and told everyone to take position. Ina corrected one trainee, saying the sword tip shouldn't shake, and ordered them to tighten up and strike straight down. Then Hoyle, confused, asked what the commander was talking about. Smiling, Harkan said he'd repeat himself. He had nothing left to teach him. Startled, the protagonist asked what that meant. Harkan lifted a hand and said he meant exactly what he said. The protagonist had reached the point where he needed real combat to gain true understanding. The protagonist then asked what he meant by real combat. Tired, MC wondered if they were really going into fights already. He had only started learning yesterday, so he nervously asked if the commander was truly sure about this. Harkan answered with full confidence, saying Hoyle was underestimating himself. Then he asked him to show his aura sword, if he didn't mind. He still had no idea what the commander was thinking, but he agreed and raised his sword. He also knew that if it got out of control like yesterday, all his energy would vanish again, so he had to focus. What exactly was the aura sword? Unlike regular skills, it was more like the magic he had mastered before, something any class could learn. He felt a different kind of flow moving through his body, not mana, so if he followed that flow, it should work almost like casting magic. Harkan confidently watched the bright light as Hoyle held the sword wrapped in aura in his hands. The protagonist realized in surprise that the aura sword worked a lot like magic. Once he used his research and intervention skills, the sword's aura steadied. Harkan put a hand on MC's back and said a stable aura sword comes from discipline and effort. Even after yesterday's harsh training, MC had still practiced on his own that morning, so there was no reason he shouldn't be able to control it. Harkan grabbed his shoulder, thrilled. He said the aura was unbelievably pure, and called him a natural swordsman. Then the commander leaned in with scary intensity, and asked what he thought now. Would he follow the path of the sword all the way to the end with him? Li Hoyal was so uneasy that Harkan felt scarier than a military officer. He had to escape before Harkan dragged him in any deeper. Romeo quickly turned around, apologized, and said he had no plan to dedicate his whole life to the sword. Even so, he boldly added that if the sword appeared on the road he had chosen, then that road would also become his. Flustered, the protagonist threw up his hands and yelled for him to shut up. Harkan, though, loved hearing that. He waved and said he hoped they would meet again at the end of the protagonist's journey. Romeo leaned against a tree, thinking he needed to change clothes and get out of there. The knights stared at their commander in shock, wondering if hard work and discipline were really all it took to master the aura sword. They started swinging their swords like mad, shouting as they trained. Jessica and Enoch watched, feeling they had clearly gotten the wrong idea, but they let it happen. Jessica lowered her head. She had never heard of anyone learning the aura sword in a single day, so to her, Li Hoyol was a genius on a totally different level. He felt impossibly far ahead, like no matter how hard she chased him, she would never catch up. But Jessica lifted her head, burning with determination. She was a proud swordmaster too, and one day she would stand beside those two. Enoch watched her, then thought the same thing. MC was far ahead, but he still wanted to reach him. Fired up, Enoch rose to his feet beside Jessica. He was a proud swordmaster too, and someday he would stand with them. Harkon looked at his comrades as their fighting spirit caught fire. He smiled with his eyes closed. Geniuses really do push everyone around them forward, and for the first time in a while, he felt that fire in his own chest too. Sometime later, Romeo walked through the forest, thinking about Harkon's words. He still wasn't sure he was ready for real combat, and wondered if there really weren't any weak monsters left to practice on. Maybe a level 10 demon deer. Then, Romeo suddenly looked towards something moving. A level 300 silver leopard was coming straight at him. The system warned that there were no demons nearby, so the natural enemy skill did not activate. Panicked, Lee Hoyal grabbed at Romeo and thought he wanted a deer, not a leopard. There was really a 74 level gap between them. Had everyone lost their minds? Romeo narrowed his eyes and said the beast had the nerve to bare its fangs at him. That kind of rudeness suited such a foolish animal. He covered the sword in aura and declared that he would teach the beast some manners. The system then announced that the skill Pride of the Aristocrat had activated, and he furiously protested that this weird skill shouldn't even exist. At that same time, Kichi, captain of the Shadow Mercenaries, stood over a pile of dead beasts with blood on her weapons. She glanced aside and asked where the others had gone. 9 out of 10 members of her team were missing. Looking around with a hard stare, Kichi wondered where all these monsters had come from. Had they entered the wrong area? She slipped behind a tree and watched the leopard and the protagonist. Surprised, the captain questioned what she was seeing. A silver-maned leopard facing someone who could use the aura sword. That was a problem, because swordsmen like that did not appear from nowhere, and his enemy was the silver-maned leopard, the ruler of this island. Kichi gave a sly grin and lifted her weapon. This actually made things easier. Her group had needed to move carefully to avoid that leopard, but now that someone else had engaged it, they could reach the kingdom faster. She looked back with a smile and quietly apologized to the adventurer. She still had a promise to keep with her comrades. Kichi remembered telling the Shadow Mercenaries that in 3 days they would reunite in Yuzra. Once they returned to the ground, their lives in Arcana would be over, and they would begin again in El Dorado. Snapping out of that memory, Kichi ran into the forest. If they pulled off something big in Yuzra, even she might become an aristocrat. Then she wondered who was really controlling things in Yuzra. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyal clutched his head and looked up in fear. He knew he was in terrible shape. The aura sword was active, but there was still a 74 level gap, and unlike the fight with the deadly sin, natural enemy wasn't helping him now. One careless move from the protagonist, and the beast would strike back instantly. He also couldn't drag this out. His control had improved, but the aura sword still drained too much strength. If Lee Hoyal could lock down its movement with magic like he had against the Emerald Tiger, and then attack, the fight would be easy. But Romeo raised the aura-covered sword with confidence, and said it was time to show what he had learned. That meant using only the sword. With tears in his eyes, MC wondered if dying like this would count as murder. The leopard lunged, lifting its paw to strike. Romeo gripped the glowing sword, and thought this was the moment. He, terrified, grabbed his shoulders, and was sure they were dead, completely dead, and after what he'd just said, they probably wouldn't even give him insurance. In pure panic, the protagonist begged his sisters and parents to forgive him. Then he froze, shocked by what happened next. Romeo shot forward in an instant, and cut down the leopard with one slash. Lee Hoyal could only wonder why the leopard had seemed so slow. No natural enemy. A 74 level gap, and one hit was enough. Was this really the power of the aura sword? Romeo shook his head and said this wasn't even enough for a real beginning. Exhausted, Lee Hoyal just hoped they would put the sword away for now. Later, on the day he was supposed to meet Mathis, Dean Carl waited in the hanging gardens. The senior mage sat quietly in a chair among the plants. With his arms folded, he looked down and thought about Lee the 1,100th, the adventurer Marcelo had acknowledged. Carl wanted to see for himself what kind of person he was. The protagonist then appeared in the Chumden garden and walked down the path, fist clenched. Romeo asked if he was the senior mage. Carl pointed beside him and said yes. He introduced himself as a senior mage and a black magic researcher. This must be Lee Hoyal, he thought. Even a single step from the protagonist felt heavy, like the ground itself was trembling. He was clearly no ordinary man. Romeo gave a serious nod and said it was nice to meet him. Inside, he gritted his teeth in pain. His muscles were still a mess from overusing the aura sword while testing things yesterday, and he was shaking so badly it was hard to stand. Still, Romeo tightened his body, walked over, and asked what Carl wanted with him. The senior mage pointed to a chair and told him to sit first. Carl suddenly glanced at his hand, where black energy was gathering. In surprise, he wondered, had the rings that measured black magic sensitivity darkened in a single instant? He had never seen darkness this deep before. Just how deep did it go? Romeo kept a calm face, but Lee Hoyal was getting nervous from the way Carl stared at him. Maybe sitting down first would help, he thought. That look brought back an old memory. Carl once fell hard to the ground, dropping the box of materials he had been carrying. The men around him smiled cruelly and mocked him with fake apologies. Staring down at the fallen senior mage, they told him he should have been more careful. Those things he spilled were not valuable research materials to them. One sneered that he couldn't understand why a senior mage was so obsessed with rough witchcraft and curses. He even laughed that if this strange stuff counted as magic, then his dog could cast spells too. To them, Carl was only making useless things. Later, while writing on a sheet of paper, Carl questioned that view. Were folk spells and curses really evil magic? Should a true scholar reject something without even understanding it? He swore he would prove its real worth to those fools. Sometime after that, in the great hall of the magic scholars, the senior mage stood at a table and held a conference. Carl filled a skeleton with dark magic and loudly explained that, with the right kind of mana, even the bones of a dead animal could move as if alive. This new branch of magic could solve problems the old system couldn't, because it used a different kind of mana. But one mage called it pointless, and demanded to know what Carl was thinking, bringing such awful magic into their scholarly circle. With open disgust, he said Carl had finally turned evil. Carl raised his dark mana-covered hands and argued back. They needed to stop rejecting it without thought and look at its true nature. Current magic could not solve everything, and this might even help with interference problems. Another mage turned to the president and said there was no reason to hear Carl out any longer. They claimed that even with their support for many ideas, this went too far. The president calmly asked the senior mage if he had already decided on a name for this new path of magic. Carl turned, surprised. Then he smiled, said yes, and declared that from this day on, he would call it black magic. After that, the other mages slowly began to accept black magic too, but that glory did not last long. The senior mage lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He had once believed black magic could solve the universe's interference, but even after years, Carl's research had gone nowhere. Then the interference finally caused the Tower of Mages to appear on Earth. Looking up at the dark sky, Carl was sure there had to be a way to stop it, but he couldn't handle it alone, and in the end, he spent his days swallowed by shame. Then he came back to the present. He still couldn't believe someone outside Arcana could have such insane talent for black magic. Carl was stunned. If he worked with this man, they might finally break past the limits of black magic research. From the table, Romeo called Carl by name and asked if the light from those rings had something to do with what they were discussing. Hoyol lifted his teacup and said he only had an hour. The tea would be cold soon. Still staring at the mana in his rings, Carl quickly apologized. He explained that the rings measured a person's talent for black magic, but he had never seen them turn such a deep, dark color. Romeo asked what black magic even was. For some reason, the term felt familiar to him. Carl explained that it was a different kind of magic, powered by mana, unlike the normal kind. Carl raised a hand and made a firebird from mana. He explained that normal magic works by studying a target's mana and interfering with it to cast a spell. Black magic, on the other hand, draws power from the darkness inside a person. Then Carl made a spider wrapped in dark mana. He said this black mana is born in the caster's heart and depends heavily on their past. The darker and deeper that past is, the stronger the black mana becomes. Carl covered his mouth and turned aside, amazed by the protagonist's absurd level of black magic talent. Just imagining what kind of life the protagonist must have lived was enough to scare him. Romeo lowered his head. So black magic needed inner darkness and a painful past. MC leaned back and grabbed his head, thinking Carl was digging into his most embarrassing history. He hated this. What kind of public shaming magic was this? Then he glanced at Romeo in surprise, and figured this probably counted as his dark past. Setting his cup down, Hoyal said it was pretty unpleasant. Crossing his legs, he coldly asked if Carl thought it was proper manners to pry into someone's past the first time they met. Carl put a hand to his chest and nervously begged forgiveness. He admitted he had acted carelessly and insulted him. Closing his eyes, Carl said he would report himself to his superiors and elders so they could punish him officially. Romeo tensed, thinking he was taking it way too far. Still serious, he accepted Carl's apology. He added that a scholar needed curiosity, and he couldn't dislike someone so devoted to studying black magic. Those words left Carl deeply impressed. Rubbing his chin, Romeo asked one more thing. If black magic used a different kind of mana, did that mean it could still be used even when normal mana was drained? Carl stiffened and asked if Hoyal was interested in black magic. If so, he wanted them to study it together. Romeo suddenly thought of Harkin. He felt like he had seen this kind of situation before. A system window appeared. Lee, the protagonist, needed to prove himself by convincing the senior mages. 9 out of 20. He was surprised to see the count had gone from 8 to 9, which meant Carl had recognized him. Since that was enough, Romeo stepped back and raised a hand, saying his time was up and he would contact Carl later. The senior mage thanked him loudly. MC figured that if he stayed any longer, Carl might latch onto him and drag him into becoming a graduate student at the tower. Later, in his office at the Tower of Mages, Romeo sat with his chin in his hand, staring at an open book. Hoyal tilted his head, worn out. He already lived like a grad student, and now Romeo had started reading the second he walked in. What a maniac. Romeo looked up in surprise at a parchment covered in mana. It was a message congratulating him on officially joining the Mage Tower. Belie wrote to congratulate him, and asked if he wanted lunch together. Another mage said she was glad to meet him. Then the system announced that he had finished persuading the senior mages. He clenched his fists in delight. It looked like all the senior mages had followed Carl's lead and accepted him. Carl really was influential. Another notice appeared. Reward received. His affinity with the Mage Tower was rising fast. His influence there was growing fast too. And a new feature had been unlocked. Hoyal beamed. If his ties and influence with the tower, which had power on a national level, were rising that much, did that mean both the Asura kingdom and the tower were basically in his hands now? Romeo calmly tossed the parchment into the trash and said nothing much had changed. The protagonist burned with frustration. Couldn't he enjoy this even a little? Then MC looked at the system window in surprise, wondering what the new function was. Romeo reached toward it with a serious face. He stared, confused by what he was seeing. Sometime later, a news report said that the Arcana Nation had appeared in reality for the first time, and huge amounts of money were flowing into the Asura kingdom. The Giant and Berserk guilds were investing heavily there, and the reporter asked an expert for his opinion. The expert said it was a smart move made for the future, and honestly, not even the distant future. The Jane Guild had already climbed from 5th place to 3rd. Taemin and his brother watched the screen with grim faces. Taemin asked what he thought. Without taking his hands off the keyboard, Chelman said he was only thinking about how to repay everything Hoyal had done for him. His brother looked down, tense. The only reason their guild had shot up the rankings was because of the protagonist. Without him, Chelman might not even still be alive. It was MC himself who recommended Jane to the Asura kingdom. In the end, they had gotten everything from him. Taemin clenched his fist and declared that they would properly complete the Asura restoration quest Hoyal had given them. Then he turned, surprised that his brother gave no reaction. The screen showed Jane had risen from 5th to 3rd place. That should have been something to celebrate, but instead people were complaining that they weren't working with the Mythology Guild, saying both sides should be cooperating right now. Taemin glared at the screen and snapped. What was this now? Were those mythology idiots saying weird stuff again? Chelman calmly replied that, just like Taemin said, mythology was acting childish as usual, and this time even members of the National Assembly were talking. Taemin scoffed that those assembly members must have way too much free time, especially with mythology fighting for the top spots in business. Would lawmakers really move just for money? Chelman said it looked like someone had worked hard to make this happen. He wondered how this even happened, and how mythology managed to get a National Assembly member involved. A while later, a National Assembly member was hanging from the ceiling. Dark mana wrapped around him. Nearby stood Bae, master of the Mythology Guild, gathering dark mana into her mouth. Holding a glass, she put a phone to her ear and told her secretary to cancel everything she had planned for tomorrow. The secretary started to remind her about a meeting with Assemblyman Choi, but she cut him off and said she already understood. He then asked what he should tell Assemblyman Choi. Baek shifted into a demonic form and told him to say she was heading to the Yusra kingdom. There was a man there she wanted to meet. Sometime later, back at the Mage Tower, a system window announced that a new feature had been activated. Then Hoyal's phone rang. Romeo wondered who it was, but the screen instantly filled with messages from his sisters. Why were they messaging him now? Romeo sipped from his mug and checked the screen. A parchment suddenly popped up right in front of his face. He grabbed it, wondering if it was from the Mage Tower. A senior mage cheerfully greeted Hoyal. She said she had already sent a message and used the parchment because he hadn't replied. Smiling, she apologized for being pushy. She explained that now that the protagonist was working with the Supreme Mage, he was practically on the same level, so she had prepared what she promised him. Then another parchment appeared beside hers, cutting in with its own loud greeting. The mage introduced himself and said he had prepared a small gift to celebrate MC joining them. More and more parchments crowded in front of him, and Romeo could only wonder what was going on. He gave a thumbs up to himself and decided it was time to run. With a hard look, Romeo quickly dashed off to the side, fists clenched. Sometime later, at the palace of the archipelago, Hakuna laughed and said Hoyal must have come because he wanted some peace and quiet. It had probably been rough for him. Holding a cup with his eyes closed, Romeo said it was. The king said this was what came with becoming the Supreme Mage's partner in research. This was how senior mages showed goodwill. The protagonist told himself not to let it get to him. He lifted his cup and said he doesn't accept bribes, even if they're called a kind gesture. Hakuna burst out laughing and said that really did sound like Hoyal. He added that this was probably why the deadly sin of greed fell before him. Then Hakuna asked if MC had seen the video the Giant Guild uploaded online. It showed him defeating the great evil. MC looked up and tensely asked what video he meant. Right then, his phone rang. It was a video call from sister number 3. He realized he had forgotten to answer her message. Worried something serious had happened, he picked up the phone and excused himself. As soon as he answered, the protagonist asked what was going on. Yelim replied angrily that enough was enough. She said MC was not greed or some deadly sin, and the last king of the Yusra kingdom needed to wake up. Then Erin climbed onto her aunt's back and happily called out to her uncle, making Yahello snap at her to get down. They turned the phone toward him and said it was time to fix their mistake. Yahello gave a sarcastic smile. She stuck out her tongue, laughed, and asked if it didn't look alike. Yoonhee laughed too and said the fight was amazing. She also said the video already had over 100 million views. Hoyul ended the call and thanked them for watching. Then he quickly set the phone on the table, and keeping his head down, nervously asked the king if he could have a place to rest. Hakuna smiled, raised a finger, and said yes right away. He even asked if he had any preference. Maybe a duchy, he said, or even an independent land, since he could count as the founder of a kingdom. With an awkward smile, the protagonist said a normal room was enough. Inside, he wanted to disappear. Sometime later, he reached a big wooden house deep in the forest. MC quickly opened the door, hung up his jacket, and loosened his tie. Tea bags fell out. He sat on the sofa and checked his phone, still burning with embarrassment. He wondered how the video got so many views, and who let the giant guild film it and upload it so easily. At this point, he felt like suing them for recording him without permission. But then he paused. Something felt off. He had felt this before. Putting on a mask, Hoyul hurried to open the window and told himself it was probably just dust. Scratching the back of his head, he remembered he hadn't cleaned the place since arriving. A little later, at the giant guild camp in the Yusra archipelago, NPCs stood guard outside a tent. Taemin angrily pointed at the screen. He jabbed a finger at his phone and demanded to know what this was. The numbers showed daily, weekly, and monthly changes, and the giant guild shares had dropped hard. Throwing up his hands, Taemin shouted, asking what kind of insane thing had happened to their stock. Sitting at the computer, Chelman let out a sigh and said it was because the Mythology Guild had spread weird rumors again. Taemin demanded to know what he meant. Why did those freaks always mess with them? Every time they got support from the assembly, they used it to ruin everything. Mythology was trash. Taemin then yelled for the article links. Covering his mouth, Chelman said he thought Mythology wanted them to split up the quests to restore Yusra before the rewards dropped any lower. Taemin couldn't understand how they had suddenly gained that much power. Then he read another headline in disbelief. Was the giant guild being dissolved? Was it merging with Mythology? What kind of garbage title was that? The article itself claimed Guildmaster Taemin had fallen for Bae Yisel and was chasing her around, begging her to marry him. At that moment, one of the NPC guards raised a hand and asked her to stop, wanting to know why she was there. Taemin, still ranting, said he could write nonsense like that too. Pointing angrily, he shouted that Guildmaster Taemin hated Bae Yisel, and if anyone asked why, it was because she had a pretty mole on her back, with a hair sticking out of it. Bae Yisel suddenly appeared beside him with a smile, and asked if that was really true. Taemin and Chelman stared at her in shock. Calmly, the Mythology Guildmaster asked where he had heard that. Tucking her hair back, she said it seemed Taemin knew things about her that even she didn't know. He must be very interested in her. Furious, Taemin rolled up his sleeve and demanded to know how this happened. Their guild members were supposed to be guarding the outside. Chelman clenched his teeth and nervously asked if something had really happened. He rushed to the entrance and yanked the tent flap aside, only to see the NPCs collapsed on the ground. Turning back with a dark look, Chelman said she had to know what attacking their guild members meant. Bae Yisel touched her face and innocently asked if an attack had even happened. She had nothing to do with it. Then she shifted into a demonic form and said they had simply fallen asleep on their own. Streams of dark mana rushed into Chelman's head. Fear hit him at once. This awful feeling was familiar. He realized she was the same person who had dragged the Mythology Guild up to 41st place, even though it used to be small and ignored. Bae Yisel kept smiling like nothing was wrong. Taemin, furious, pointed at her and demanded to know what she was trying to do. Hadn't she gone way too far? Chelman trembled, thinking about how Bae Yisel had recently gained the National Assembly's support. He couldn't understand how she had pulled that off. Was this really mind control magic? It shouldn't work on players. So how was this happening? He needed to warn Taemin, but his body wouldn't move. Bae Yisel smirked and told him not to resist. Chelman felt a wave of fear. This was just like the time that Demon took over him. Hoyul was standing near the tent beside the fallen NPCs. He lowered the mask from his face and let out a sigh. Taemin and Bae Yisel both turned in surprise. At the tent entrance, he said he had just finished cleaning, but nothing felt fresh, and he couldn't stand it. Then he walked toward the two guildmasters. Bae Yisel looked at him with open admiration and said it was him. Hoyul wrapped himself in mana and declared that he was a demon. Then he quickly held up his phone. On the screen was a video where he said this had gone far enough, and it was time to fix his mistake. With a firm look, he said Taemin, who liked humiliating people by uploading videos of them, was a demon. Taemin lifted his hands in confusion and stared, asking if that was really a video. Bae Yisel smiled darkly, touched her chin and told them to get a good look. At first, she had wanted to squeeze more information out of Taemin, but now Hoyul had come to her on his own. People called him the light of Yusra, she thought, but in person he didn't seem that impressive. Had this man really beaten a deadly sin by himself? She asked if his name was the protagonist. Maybe the deadly sin wasn't all that special after all, she thought. Smiling, she raised a hand and introduced herself. She stepped closer, touched his tie, and asked if he really hadn't heard of her. No matter how disappointing he was, this might actually be better for her. She said she was interested in MC. Becusel thought getting all of Yusra might be even easier than she expected. Hoyal immediately slapped her hand away. Becusel was clearly startled. Resting a hand on his hip, he seriously told Taemin this made no sense at all. Guildmaster Taemin needed to explain himself, and Chelman quickly agreed. Chelman said false rumors about him had started spreading lately. Some articles claimed he gave special treatment to guilds tied to him. They couldn't just sit there and let those lies spread, so they uploaded the video. Chelman apologized and said he only meant to clear up the misunderstanding, though he admitted he hadn't thought it through. The protagonist crossed his arms and listened. Chelman added that those articles were not officially released by the Mythology Guild or the National Assembly. Becusel only smirked, covered part of her face, and turned to MC. Brushing her hair aside, she asked how he could treat her like that. She called it very rude and asked how a guildmaster was supposed to take this. Hoyal answered with a serious face that Becusel understood perfectly well. He said he was speaking to the giant guild, then asked who taught her it was polite to interrupt someone else's conversation. Her expression turned cold as dark mana wrapped around her body. She shot back that, technically, he was the one who interrupted her talk with the guild. In her mind, she admitted he wasn't as simple as he looked. Still, there was nothing scary about it. To her, humans were just prey. As a succubus, she believed even the protagonist wouldn't be able to resist her charms. She reached for his face, covering him in dark mana, and asked if he didn't agree. At that moment, a system window announced that Natural Enemy had activated. His combat skills would rise greatly against a demon. Looking into her eyes, Hoyol realized that Natural Enemy meant she really was a demon. Covered in dark mana, Baek Yezel held her hand above his head. MC thought this had gone too far. Just then, an NPC nearby shouted. Running toward the tent, the NPC yelled that this was the Giant Guild's tent, and everything had to be filmed. He asked if the people outside were from the Gene Guild. An NPC rushed into the tent while streaming, shocked that even Baek Yezel was here. They had finally reached the Gene Guild tent. One viewer asked if the main character was really there. That viewer sent 50,001 to the NPC, and said it really was Lee Hoyel. The NPC loudly thanked them for the 50,001. Baek Yezel, caught off guard, demanded to know what this was. Namchol adjusted his glasses, laughed, and said they had finally made it. She snapped back, asking what he meant. With a dark smile, Namchol flipped her off and said she wasn't the only one who could control the media by buying newspapers and publishers. This was different. These days, the media that really matters is video platforms. The NPCs grinned too, filming with their phones and shouting in disbelief. Was Baek Yezel really here? Him too? And Jean as well? It felt unreal. The stream's viewer count shot past every record. Comments poured in, asking what happened inside the Jin tent. Donations flooded the stream. One NPC called out to Baek Yezel, asking why she ignored the Berserk Guild and only pushed articles about Jin. Then he asked if she was targeting Lee Hoyel too. The protagonist was confused by the sudden turn, while Romeo watched in disgust. Baek Yezel covered part of her face and said they couldn't talk properly in a place like this. The protagonist turned to her, serious, wondering what she had just whispered. Smiling, Baek Yezel rested a hand on his shoulder and asked if they could speak somewhere else. Romeo shut that down right away. Everyone stared at him, surprised by what he said. Baek Yezel tried to respond, but quickly covered her mouth. With a cold sigh, the protagonist said he had no time for someone who couldn't even set up a meeting first. If she wanted to speak with him, she could come back after learning some manners. An NPC laughed and asked if Baek Yezel had really just been turned down. For the stream, that was gold. Not long after, a report pointed out that Baek Yezel had 14.5 million subscribers and stood at the top of South Korea's business world. She was the child of Mythology Corporation and the guildmaster of the Mythology Guild. With 60 million followers on social media, she was the biggest celebrity of the age. Anything Baek Yezel wore, drank, or used on herself became a trend and sold out in minutes. She was the reason Mythology earned the nickname Mythology Out of Stock. At this point, Baek Yezel practically was Mythology. Everyone adored her. Everyone wanted her attention. Everyone wanted her. So why was this happening to her now? A comment on the video asked who would win if Baek Yezel fought Lee Hoyel. She couldn't understand why her charm had failed on the protagonist. Baek Yezel had already sworn more than once that she wouldn't forgive him. How dare he humiliate her like that? She would kill him. Looking down at the phone in her hand, Baek Yezel heard both herself and the demoness telling them to stop. Then she raised her head toward the mirror. Her eyes were red. The demoness angrily told her to shut up. Hadn't Baek Yezel begged for help? Was she really trying to act like the owner of this body now? The demoness remembered the past, when Baek Yezel had asked for help and begged to be saved. Back then, while she held her head, the demoness had asked if she truly wanted to live. Now the demoness reminded her that Bakicel had wanted revenge on everyone who looked down on and hated her. She had said she'd do anything for that. The demoness gave her everything she wanted, so what was the problem? Bakicel touched the mirror and said she never wanted any of this. The demoness asked what she meant. With her legs trembling, Bakicel said the one who should die wasn't Lee Hoyhel, it was her. The demoness demanded an explanation. Did Bakicel really think she could have all this without her? Even her own father had called her a mistake. She should be grateful. Bakicel suddenly raised a bloody shard of glass to her neck. The demoness froze, wondering what she was doing. The body wasn't listening to her anymore. How had Bakicel done that? The demoness grabbed the glass with her other hand and asked if Bakicel had lost her mind. Was she really fighting back now? Had she truly gone insane? Did she really cut her own neck? She warned her to stop, saying she could have killed herself. Bakicel felt something and wondered what it could be. The demoness couldn't understand it. Why would Bakicel do this? What was she missing? She had given Bakicel money and fame. She had done everything Bakicel wanted, and handed her everything she ever wished for. She set it up so no one could ever interfere with her again, just like she asked. Staring into the mirror, Bakicel said she was the reason any of that happened. Fear flashed across the demoness's face as she looked at the reflection and asked what she meant. Bakicel asked if that wasn't the truth. Everything the demoness achieved was only possible because she was the CEO of Mythology's daughter. That was why the demoness was trembling now. It didn't matter whose body she took next. Without Bakicel, she was nothing. The demoness realized how bad this was. The body had already lost too much blood and was getting weaker. Furious, she demanded to know what Bakicel was saying, and Bakicel answered that it was because the demoness was scared of being alone. The demoness told her to stop. If this kept going, they would both die. Bakicel drove the shard into herself again, saying she wasn't afraid. Then she remembered the past. The demoness had placed her hand on the protagonist's face. Bakicel looked into Lee Hoyhel's eyes and saw her true self reflected there. She stared at him in shock, standing behind the demoness. Bakicel realized Lee the protagonist had seen her, not the demoness. She came back to the present. The demoness clenched her teeth in fury, holding her neck and thinking she might die like this. She refused to let that happen. She would survive and take revenge. She couldn't understand why humans were so weak. She also couldn't heal herself, because she lacked the strength. Reaching for a box, the demoness thought she needed to absorb something. Anything at all. She rushed toward the door, where an NPC stood behind her. He looked shocked and told her to hang on, saying she needed a hospital right away. The demoness fired dark mana at him. Sometime later, in a wooden house on the island, Romeo sat there with a cup of hot tea, clearly surprised. He recalled the system message saying the natural enemy skill had activated, and wondered what it really meant. The protagonist looked away, annoyed, and said it was a curse. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, he complained that someone was sneaking in this late without permission. Just like before, she still had no manners. Romeo set the cup down and told the demon to come in. With a smirk, the protagonist said she wasn't the guest he expected, but he would still show hospitality. Romeo crossed his arms with a faint smile, while Lee Hoyal stood straight, waiting for the demon. But even after he said that, the door didn't open. The protagonist let out a relieved sigh, thinking maybe even demons wouldn't show up this late. The demoness only smiled from the window, leaning against it with folded arms, and said Lee the 1100th was sharper than she expected. Startled, the protagonist clenched his teeth and Romeo gave her a dark look, asking if sneaking through a window at night like a thief was really acceptable, and where she learned manners like that. As she stepped into the room, the demoness recalled his earlier words and said he had told her to work on them. Wrapped in dark mana, she smiled and mockingly asked forgiveness, saying she forgot. The protagonist noticed he could no longer see Saul's figure like before. He wondered what had changed, and whether she had truly been sealed. Looking up, Romeo said he couldn't see Saul. The demoness covered her mouth with a cruel smile and asked what he meant. She was right there, wasn't she? Then she asked if he was talking about a dead girl. Romeo was shaken by that answer. The demoness said Saul was dead. According to her, Saul suddenly tried to stab herself like an idiot, and after the shock, the demoness couldn't sense her anymore either. She sneered that nothing else could be expected from that fool. Did Saul really think a threat like that would work on her? Fear spread across Lee Hoyal's face as he wondered if Saul was truly dead. It couldn't be. Then the demoness asked if he wanted to hear something interesting. Smiling, she moved beside Romeo, raised a hand, and said Saul died because of him. Then she kept talking, saying the protagonist was the only one who had ever really seen her. Saul was born illegitimate, and according to the demoness, the first article written about her came out when she was only 8 years old. Saul never had to do anything to become a target for the media. At school and around her neighborhood, she was bullied constantly. In the end, her mother killed herself in depression. Then the demoness asked if Lee Hoyal knew what Saul's father, Baek Ju Sung, had said. The demoness recalled his words. Through gritted teeth, while looking at a paper, he said Saul was a mistake, but he couldn't leave a child without parents, so he would accept her. Crossing her arms, the demoness laughed out loud. With a smile, she lifted her hands and said that a few years later, Beg Yisiel awakened as a hunter. Her father then pushed her hard in the rifts, and she did everything he wanted. Why? Because Beg Yisiel wanted her father's love. She wanted to face everyone who looked down on her, and shout that she was Jusung's daughter. She wanted revenge on everyone who had pointed at her mother. In the end, nobody needed her. Beg Yisiel had once said she would repay Lee Hoyol, because he believed in her. Laughing, the demoness asked if that wasn't ridiculous. Beg Yisiel was completely gone in for nothing. Romeo cut her off with a deadly glare and told her to shut up. The demoness froze, still smiling, but went quiet. He wondered how she dared speak to him like that. She was only a low-level demon, yet she kept pushing her luck. A system message popped up. Player he had fixed his attention on her, and her mind was too weak to handle it. Under Romeo's terrifying stare, the demoness started to panic. She couldn't understand why he suddenly felt so dangerous. Then a system window warned that she was suffering a fear beyond what she could bear. The abnormal status, horror, had been activated. He gave her one order: run. The demoness trembled as she looked at him. In an eerie voice, Romeo said he doesn't talk to prey. The next second, Lee the protagonist was pulled into an unknown place. Startled, he looked around and wondered where he was. Had the exorcism skill activated, he hadn't offered any sacrifice, so it made no sense. Then, Lee Hoyol turned toward someone running nearby. It was a younger Romeo. Seeing him, MC wondered if it really was him. Was this his mind palace? A sharp pain hit him, and he quickly grabbed at his chest. He had no idea what this sudden ache in his heart was. It felt like something was crushing it. Then he looked toward an older Romeo standing on a balcony. Below him lay a pile of dead bodies. Lee Hoyol wondered if he was seeing part of Granfell's past. Then he realized it wasn't. This was Romeo's memory. He was feeling what Romeo had felt back then, probably because their sync was so deep. It was that same burning rage, the one that made him swear to destroy every demon in his path. A moment later, Lee the protagonist returned to the present. The demoness looked up at Romeo, teeth clenched in fear. He stared down at her with a face full of menace. How dare she mock someone's pride? How dare she laugh at a girl who risked her life just to pay back a debt? Furious, he raised his hand and gathered a huge mass of red power into it. Was that really so funny? Someone who held on to her pride even after this rotten demon used every dirty trick she had. The demoness forced herself up and let out a shaky laugh. She started to speak, saying that someone like her, then stopped as countless energy swords rose around them. Standing in that dark manna, Romeo lowered 2 fingers. Still smiling, the demoness dropped to her knees and bowed, saying she would repay her sins with death. Even then, she wondered if she should try to resist. A flood of powerful mana beams suddenly shot off to the side. The protagonist watched in silence, his expression hard. Then he knelt by the demoness, looked at Soul, and asked if she could hear him. Romeo quietly told her that he had seen her pride. Soul slowly lifted her head. With tears in her eyes, she said that was enough for her. Romeo thought she must have been through a lot. She needed to go home, get some sleep, and cry there if she had to. Pointing aside, he told her it was late, and she should head back. Lee Hoyol felt he had said exactly what mattered. Soul shut her eyes and collapsed to the side. Romeo calmly looked down as she fell against him. His gaze turned serious as he checked her eyes. She had said she stabbed herself, but Romeo couldn't find any wound, so it made sense to think she had simply fainted after everything. He figured he needed to lay her somewhere safe, but before he could think more, Jessica suddenly opened the door and called out to Lee Hoyol. She said they had gone on patrol after sensing a demon, then quickly asked if he was okay. Before she could finish, Jessica noticed him standing over Soul. She quickly apologized, saying she didn't know he was with a lady. Jessica completely misunderstood what was happening, as Romeo calmly explained that he was just covering Soul with a blanket. She snapped back that of course he was, and added that it wouldn't be strange at all if someone like MC had a girlfriend. He couldn't figure out why she was getting mad at him. Flustered and loud, she said that whatever this was, they were sorry for interrupting, and would quietly leave. Anik turned red, looked away, covered his mouth, then burst into tears and ran out of the room yelling that he was an idiot. Jessica reached out and called for Anik to wait. Left behind, Lee Hoyol could only wonder in embarrassment what had just happened. A little later, the door shut again. Romeo ended up sitting on the couch, exhausted. Lee, the protagonist, leaned his head back and wondered if this day would ever end. Honestly, fighting a deadly sin had felt easier. Then a system window announced that a class quest had appeared. He stared at the message with a grim face. Whatever this was, it felt like bad news. At the same time, in Korea's AU department, So Jae-jung stared at her computer screen. An update notice had appeared. Arcana announced that a new region was coming soon, the northern city of Permafrost. The producer excitedly pointed at the screen and called it a huge event. Permafrost was Arcana's biggest city, and shops and forges would open there too. He told Soo Ji-young to check the comments, saying this was great news. Smiling, she agreed. This update would finally give them some breathing room. At the same time, Wei Kong cheerfully asked viewers if they had seen the article about the Permafrost update. It had finally arrived. The stream showed 28,351 viewers, and he said there would be a ton of new content. One viewer commented that they had so much work ahead. Another said this really felt like the start of humanity taking its world back. Smiling, a reporter lifted the mic and said this was Arcana Today, with a surprise broadcast. They were bringing news about the new update and the arrival of the northern city, Permafrost. Everyone was thrilled about it. Maybe this really was the start of humanity's comeback. Lee Hoyal looked at the system window in shock. The Demon King had appeared. A class quest popped up. Attack the Demon King. The king had taken his throne, and the last hunter had to bring him down. To do that, MC first had to explore the northern region of Permafrost. He stared at the message, wondering if this was really Permafrost. And was the Demon King really in the middle of that city? He couldn't believe the ruler there might actually be the Demon King. That was unbelievably rare. Looking at his phone, the protagonist suddenly spoke up. They had to warn everyone. He told Romeo to leave a comment on the Arcana page, or anywhere people would see it. Then Lee Hoyal urged him to hurry. Smiling faintly, Romeo lifted his cup while holding the phone, and said the Demon King reminded him of Ixand. Back when Arcana was still a game, Demon Kings were the true enemies of demon hunters. He folded his arms and said those kings were dangerous. Not just dangerous, overwhelmingly strong. There were many of them, and they were even ranked. Very few demon hunters had survived a fight with even the lowest ranked one. A man once handed Romeo a book and told him to prepare. Inside were the known names and descriptions of the Demon Kings, and the man told Romeo to memorize them. Then a system message appeared. A new quest had been issued. Fill yourself with knowledge of the Demon Kings so you can kill them. The time limit was 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The man said he would test him in 2 hours. Back in the present, Romeo thought about how people later said online that this quest had never actually been required. Still, he smiled and laughed a little, saying that time had not been wasted at all. It gave them valuable knowledge. Lee Hoyal thought that at least it was useful now. Life really was unpredictable. Then he checked his phone to see whether the comment had been posted. The post showed that Romeo had warned everyone to prepare before entering Permafrost. In that city, they would face the Demon King's threat and also needed to be careful around the NPCs. One reply mocked him as an idiot and said that place was just a chance to make a lot of money fast. He figured he probably wouldn't have believed it either. With a small smile, he tossed the phone aside and thought it didn't matter. Permafrost was a huge city. Surely nothing too terrible could happen there. Even the Demon King couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Lying down beside the sleeping Sul, the protagonist crossed his legs and thought the update sounded pretty great. Permafrost had good restaurants too. Maybe he should visit them. First though, he needed to check the items he ordered from the Mage Tower. Their custom work cost a lot, but that wasn't a problem. Lee Hoyal was sure things would be fine. It was late, so he decided to get some sleep for a bit. Then he suddenly started rolling on the floor, unable to sleep because of that ridiculous post. Loudly, the protagonist complained, wondering why Romeo had to write like that. A bird suddenly flew toward them. With a bag in its claw, it announced a delivery from the Mage Tower and asked if he was the protagonist. Romeo looked up and said yes, while the protagonist was surprised by how deep the bird's voice was. As it flew off, the bird grumbled that most people used contactless delivery these days, and that he was making her job harder. Romeo looked down at the bag in his hands. MC thought her attitude wasn't great either, but this was his order. It had come at the perfect time, which meant he didn't have to go all the way to the Mage Tower. Romeo tore open the bag, and the protagonist eagerly checked the items. Inside was a box with a ring. A system window identified it as a ring made from pure emerald, rank unique. Its effect was stamina recovery when struck. It had been crafted with a special method that brought out the emerald's power to the fullest. Lee Hoyal was stunned. This was incredible. There were no extra conditions. He just had to get hit, and it would start restoring him. As expected from the Mage Tower, they had made an amazing item. It must have cost a fortune. He remembered a healing item with similar conditions once sold for around $1 billion. So how much did this custom piece cost? Before checking his balance, he decided to inspect the other item first. Romeo pulled out a white handkerchief. The system identified it as a masterpiece called the Koi Scale Handkerchief. Its effect was simple. It raised affinity. The cloth suddenly gave off such a strong glow that Lee Hoyal had to lean back and shield his eyes. He lowered his hands in shock, feeling like he'd just gone through an exorcism. More than anything, it felt like he was staring at a real masterpiece. Maybe it only looked that way to him, because how much did he really know about fine art? Still, he remembered reading that items like this could cost insane amounts. Some went for over 100 million, while others reached billions or even trillions. Then his eyes moved to the payment letter, and panic hit him. If he couldn't pay, he was done for. Would they take everything he owned? Just then, the system window appeared. It announced that the aesthetic trait had been unlocked, though its current level was low. Lee Hoyal could only wonder if that had really just happened. Smiling, Romeo slipped the handkerchief into his jacket and muttered that maybe this really was about aesthetics. He clearly loved it. The system confirmed the Koi Scale Handkerchief was now in his possession. The protagonist let out a tense sigh, unsure what to do now that Romeo liked it this much. At least one thing was clear. Lee the 1100th still had points left from exercising the succubus that possessed soul. Romeo reached toward the system window and put those points into luck. The system updated his luck to 5, with no points left. Now all he could do was hope things somehow worked out. Lee Hoyle actually knelt, clasped his hands, and looked up, begging for good luck. Then Romeo cheerfully checked another item and found a note saying Marcello had sent the vest as a gift. It would match his scarf perfectly. Lucky, right? He strongly disagreed. This was not the kind of luck he wanted. Before he could dwell on it, the system announced a new class quest. The protagonist immediately wondered what else was coming. What he saw next left Romeo stunned. The system stated that the attack on the Demon King had been put on hold. First he had to finish a previous quest. Hoyle was confused. Suspended? And since when was there another quest before that? Sometime later, in Japan, at Inazuma Guild headquarters, an NPC hurled papers around and demanded to know if they were really falling behind Jane in the rankings. To him, nothing could be more humiliating. He called it a disgrace to the guild itself. Hisagi, a scratch still visible on his cheek, closed his eyes and swore they would wipe away that shame in permafrost. The NPC jabbed a finger at him and warned that if Hisagi failed again, he'd better be ready to pay the price. Hisagi gave a quiet nod. A little later, he walked down the hallway with both fists clenched tight. An analyst reached toward him nervously, but Hisagi cut him off, fixed his hair and revealed that permafrost had appeared in the sea near Hokkaido. This was classified, so no one outside the guild was supposed to hear about it. Japan's government would stall for time. Until then, Inazuma needed to build influence and affinity inside permafrost. The analyst raised his voice and asked if permafrost was even safe, since it went against the AU. Hisagi didn't let him finish. He slammed his fist into the wall right beside the analyst. Veins stood out on his neck as he snapped that permafrost was a city for barbarians, and Taman of Jane was a top-ranked barbarian. Pushing up his glasses, Hisagi said they had already lost to Jane and Asura, and User. There would not be a third loss. They were going to surpass Jane again. The analyst quickly agreed. Hisagi turned at once and ordered him to send every guild member to Hokkaido. With a thin smile, he lifted one finger and warned that anyone unwilling to risk everything for him should watch how they acted. Everyone could act careless because they weren't the ones who'd be blamed. Sweating, the analyst pulled out his phone and gave a shaky laugh, saying he'd take care of it. He sent a message that permafrost would appear near Hokkaido. The reply came fast. The buyer thanked him and said the money would be transferred once it was confirmed. The analyst then asked when they could speak again. At the same time, another NPC grabbed a phone, rushed to his ally, and said they'd just received news from Inazuma. He planned to post it right away and leave immediately. Sitting on a boat, Hanmunsen asked where it was. The answer came back, Hokkaido. They needed to hurry, and the NPC figured the analyst would leak it to others too. Munsen typed quickly, repeating the location to himself, Hokkaido. Not long after, the news broke that permafrost had appeared nearby. Dimitri, phone in hand, told Rox the analyst had just called. The guildmaster raised a hand and said he already knew. They were moving now. Another NPC shouted for the Shining Ones to prepare. At the same time, the huntress burst into the room, waving her phone and asking if the guildmaster had lost his mind. They needed ski gear. Leonie shot back that if Huntress showed up in just swim trunks, she'd freeze to death. She had clearly gone insane. Elsewhere, Wycon covered his mouth with a grin and told his viewers that permafrost was in Hokkaido. The chat instantly filled with comments calling him cute and asking about bossly Lee Hoyam. Permafrost was the northern city where players could get the barbarian class. Back when Arcana was still a game, it had been one of the main hubs, packed with blacksmiths, NPCs, and all kinds of shops. People were thrilled, calling this the start of humanity's comeback. If the city's content matched the game, it would be a huge boost for players. Sometime later, in Hokkaido, right in front of the portal to permafrost, Taman rested his sword on his shoulder and angrily demanded to know what was going on. What kind of nonsense was this? Had everyone gone crazy? Beside him, Chelman held a tablet and asked what the problem was. Tyaman pointed back and snapped that they were demanding passports. No one had ever asked him for one before. How was a player even supposed to deal with this? Smiling awkwardly, Chaman raised a hand and said there had to be some mistake. He introduced himself politely, but the armed NPC apologized and repeated that no one could enter without a passport. Chelman let out a surprised breath. Taman said it wasn't just them, they were blocking everyone, and had basically sealed the whole area, and while that was happening, deep in the snowy forest near permafrost, the Inazuma Guild was racing through the snow. Hisagi urged them to move faster. They didn't have much time, and even 10 minutes of lead would be enough. Then, one of the hunters shouted that he could already see permafrost's gates ahead. The guildmaster smiled. They had finally made it. That smile vanished at once. Hisagi stepped on a branch, snapping it in two, and the whole guild stopped, staring ahead in shock. Bodies were impaled on stakes. Hisagi's face went pale as he asked if this was really permafrost. Several guild members immediately vomited. One terrified hunter turned to Hisagi and asked what they were looking at. Hisagi warned him to stay alert, but another member could only repeat the same frightened question. Then a massive finger punched through his chest. The others broke into a panicked run. They screamed that a demon was there and cried out for help. Hisagi looked up, frozen with fear. A giant demon pointed straight at him. In that moment, the guildmaster realized this was the thing he truly needed to fear. A few hours earlier, at Lee Hoyal's home in the Isera archipelago, Sol slept soundly on the bed, until the memory of what happened came rushing back. Her eyes flew open. She sat up at once, confused that she was still alive. When had she passed out? Worse, had she made a complete fool of herself? The thought filled her with shame. Had she really broken down crying after the protagonist told her she was amazing? He had saved her life, and all she'd done was cause trouble. Nearby, Romeo stroked his chin and checked the system window. It looked like the Demon King had started moving. The system told him it was time to return to the demon-occupied burning permafrost. If the scale stayed empty, the quest would fail. Hoyal was baffled. What scale? He hadn't seen one at all. Maybe it would appear once they got there. He closed his eyes, raised a hand and said it was time to go. First though, he needed to wake Sol. When Romeo turned, he saw she was already awake and calmly asked if she'd just gotten up. Lee the 1,100th tensed and lifted a hand, feeling like the protagonist had to say something. Sol lowered her head, red with embarrassment, and thanked him. She said she truly regretted all the trouble she'd caused, and reminded him that he had saved her life. Covering her face, she swore she would repay that debt, no matter what it took. She even grabbed at his jacket and said he could ask anything of her body, her heart, even her dignity if necessary. Romeo then held up an envelope, and reminded her that she had promised to pay in any way she could. Lee Hoyal stared at it in shock, wondering if that was actually a bill. Then it hit him. He had boosted his luck, and apparently prayers worked in very weird ways. This had to be some kind of impossible fortune. The letter explained that the crafting fee was waived. The Mage Tower did not charge commission to magicians with supreme magician authority or higher, as support for their hard work in pursuit of excellence. The protagonist could hardly believe it was really free. Maybe that new function was the reason. Lee Hoyal stared at the letter, honestly feeling a lot of love for Marcelo right then. He couldn't think of anything he actually wanted to ask for. Maybe some top-tier premium mythical item? Just then, Harkin turned to him and announced himself. Romeo glanced back without much interest, and let him in. The commander sounded surprised that the protagonist already had company. With a grin, he walked up to Romeo, covered part of his face, and joked that the rumors must be true, that Enoch really cried after the protagonist turned him down. Tired of the nonsense, the protagonist pressed a hand to his face and told Harkin to say why he was here. Caught between them, the protagonist thought those rumors were complete nonsense. Still smiling, the commander said the king himself would explain the reason for the visit. Harkin had no clue what this was about, and MC could only think that somehow more and more people kept showing up for him. Yahello smiled in a way that felt a little dangerous, touched her chin, and said this had been a major oversight. Then she apologized for introducing herself so late. Placing a hand on her chest, Yahello introduced herself and greeted Hakuna and Harkin. At the same time, she awkwardly wondered if Lee Hoyal now thought she had two personalities. The commander turned with a smile and said he knew who Yahello was. He had heard about her, and the stories about her beauty were true. The king crossed his arms, said this was the real issue, then reached out to the savior. He apologized for coming so late, and for the interruption, explaining that Hakuna had come to ask for his wise counsel. Romeo firmly asked what the problem was. Yahello tensed and clenched her hand, confused by what was happening. The king of Uzra had come in person, and not just that, he was asking him for advice. That made him far more important than she had thought. Smiling, Hakuna explained that someone from Arkana had recently settled in Uzra to begin a new life, but that person's past behavior in Arkana had been far from good, so the king wanted to leave that person's fate in the protagonist's hands. Hakuna glanced at Yahello and said that, if no one objected, he could bring that person in right now. Then he turned to the guest who had been sneaking around his kingdom at night, and asked whether she could step aside. Lee Hoyer realized Yahello was the uninvited guest in Uzra. That was why Hakuna had come. Romeo then called her by name with a serious look. Yahello answered him, but as soon as she spoke, she shut her eyes in embarrassment. Her voice had cracked, which made it even worse. Raising her hands a little, she forced herself to say she was listening. Hands in his pockets, the protagonist looked at her and told her to go home now. She needed to put in writing how far mythology would go for the sake of Uzra, and she also had to bring him a record before their next meeting. Surprised, Yahello agreed. Lee the protagonist figured this would help him repay the king. Then a system window appeared, announcing a class quest. Looking down, embarrassed, Yahello admitted she understood now. Everything had to be documented. Then she caught on to one more thing. If there was a next meeting, that meant they would meet again. She lifted her eyes and saw the protagonist's grim expression. Ashamed, she raised her hands and begged forgiveness, saying she was having sinful thoughts. Romeo quickly straightened his jacket, asked Hakuna to forgive him, and said he had to leave at once. Startled, the king asked what Lee Hoyol meant and where he was rushing off to. Taking off his jacket, the protagonist answered with one word, the permafrost. Harkin was stunned and asked what sudden business MC had there. Maybe, he said, MC could explain it, briefly. Romeo's face turned hard as he said the Demon King had arrived. A system window announced that the first step had been taken into the permafrost, and the quest had started. Only half the people were still alive. If the bar ran out, the quest would fail. Back in the present, in Hokkaido, right in front of the portal to the permafrost, Taemin slammed the table so hard it cracked. He shouted that he had already told the NPC to move aside, and something was clearly wrong here. The NPC raised a hand and asked for forgiveness, saying this situation was unacceptable. Furious, the guildmaster snapped that something was off. Didn't the NPC know who Hisagi was? Those people had already been inside the permafrost for quite a while. He shoved his phone at the NPC and told him to check the guild rankings. Nothing had changed. If they had accomplished anything, their rank should have risen, but it hadn't. No matter what the NPC claimed, Rox scratched the back of his head and cut in. He said he hadn't wanted to get involved and make a fool of himself, but now even he was getting worried. Then he firmly pointed out that this broke the AU agreement. If things went badly, it could become an international issue. Were they really trying to start a war? Were they seriously fine with that? Taemin looked at him in surprise, realizing he was American. One of the NPCs touched his helmet and asked if that was true. Then he said the request was accepted. The NPC raised his hand and ordered everyone to fall back and abandon their posts. They needed to form up immediately, and the others agreed. Gripping his sword hilt, Taemin asked what was happening, and why everyone was pulling out. Was this really because of the Americans' authority? Before anyone could answer, a hunter hurriedly raised his hand and told Rox that footage had come in from the drone sent into the permafrost. The guildmaster watched the recording in horror. He asked if that was really the Inazuma Guild, and the demons. A little later, Kojiro grabbed his head and told Hisagi that the government was about to deploy bombers. The guildmaster glared at him and shouted for Kojiro to stop them from doing anything reckless. They were not to interfere with the players. Hisagi clenched his teeth. The rift was in an open area, so modern weapons could reach it, but they would kill the players too. Was that really how they planned to handle this? Then an assistant screamed as his body was split in half instantly. The guildmaster cried out Kojiro's name in fear. Holding a bloodied weapon, Hisagi heard his comrades screaming. He looked up at the giant demon and realized this was complete slaughter. Romeo immediately fired a powerful stream of mana from his hand and called out to Taemin. Hisagi was stunned by what he was seeing. The demon's body split cleanly in two. With a terrifying expression, Taemin slammed down hard, shattering the ground and slicing through the demon. Staring at him, Hisagi asked why it had to be him. Guildmaster Giona clutched his clothes and said Hisagi was weak. Taemin smacked his own face and said Guildmaster Inazuma was being punished for acting without honor. He was going to leave him behind, so Hisagi should be thanking Lee Hoyo. Guildmaster Inazuma demanded to know what Taemin meant. Looking toward the others, Hisagi asked who he was. Was someone up on the cliff? Had reinforcements arrived? From the cliff, Romeo ordered them to advance. The hunter looked up in shock and said the protagonist was there, along with the Knights of the Lionheart Order. The knights leaped down at once and charged ahead. Their swords tore into the demons. Romeo looked coldly at the corpses displayed on spears, and understood why this place was called the historic permafrost. They had mocked the people here by putting their bodies on display. Burning with anger, the protagonist declared that this was the Demon King's doing. He covered one eye with his hand, filled the area with blazing mana, and said this insult was beyond absurd. The Demon King would get the end he deserved, and Romeo would make sure of it. A system window warned that fewer than half of the survivors remained. Sometime earlier, a hunter had asked if they had really come to help. Watching everything unfold, Harkin realized this was what Lee Hoyal had meant. He believed the Demon King had appeared in the permafrost. What the commander had not expected was that the city itself would already be in such terrible shape. Looking at the protagonist in fear, Harkin thought the protagonist had known all this, and had still planned to come save the permafrost alone. Romeo thought he had been right to fear the worst when he saw the number of survivors dropping so fast. Lee Hoyal smiled to himself, knowing he would have been finished if he had come here alone. Did Romeo really think they could have handled all this by themselves? In the present, the protagonist looked at the commander and thought how lucky they were that Harkin had come with them. A few hours earlier, at Lee the 1,100th's home in the Asura archipelago, Hakuna raised his hand angrily and told the savior this would not do. He said he had no doubt about the protagonist's power, but the Demon King was too dangerous. There was no way he could allow him to go alone. Fighters would be gathered soon, so he asked him to delay his departure. The commander tensely agreed with the king. The protagonist's life was at risk. Romeo confidently asked what life Harkin was talking about. Demons had to be wiped out, and no one's life was a reason to wait. The commander was taken aback by those words. The protagonist coldly said that destroying the demons was the only way, and there was no other choice. Harkon laughed with a hand over his face and said Lee Hoyle had always been like this. That was exactly why he would not let this night go alone. ASM system window then announced that the number of survivors was falling. Fury tightening his lips, Romeo demanded to be allowed through. The commander drew his sword and said he had promised to return to his king only after wiping out every demon in the UWorld. Holding the blade before him, Harkon added that he had also sworn to become the protagonist's sword in this world. Smiling with confidence, he said Lee Hoyle had calmed his weary spirit, so as long as the protagonist's resolve stayed firm, Harkon would remain his sword. Hakuna smiled, closed his eyes, and told the savior that this was enough. If the commander was going with him, the king could be at ease. Romeo then looked at Hakuna and asked who would stay by his side. Sol raised her hand and said she would. The protagonist turned toward her. With a hand on her chest, she bowed and said she had caused so much trouble for both the king and Lee the protagonist and Uzra. Sol asked for a chance to make up for it. Romeo called her by name with a serious look, and Hakuna said with a smile that they were ready. He wished the savior a safe return and asked him to bring peace back to the permafrost. The protagonist quickly lifted a hand and said he had no choice but to follow the king's will. A system message warned that the number of survivors was dropping fast. Romeo grabbed Harkon's shoulder and urged him to move quickly. Back in the present, they stood at the southern gate of the permafrost. The Jane and Inazuma guilds were already gathered there. Poyol and Hizagi stared at Taemin, caught off guard. They asked what he meant by being grateful to the protagonist, and Guildmaster Jane looked just as confused. Taemin lifted his sword, glanced aside, and said that the second MC came through the portal. He made it clear their top job was saving the survivors. Hizagi was shocked to hear that. Taemin calmly said they were just trying to get on the protagonist's good side. Saving survivors was still the right thing to do, so there was no reason to refuse. Guildmaster Inazuma covered his face, stunned. Even Japan seemed ready to throw them away, along with the permafrost. Hisagi could only call them idiots. They were supposed to be rivals. Nearby, Romeo stood with the knights, arms crossed. With a serious look, he thought this was exactly what he'd expect from the Lionheart Knights. They had already cleared the space in front of the gate. They truly deserved their name as the Empire's strongest knights. Because of them, getting into the city would be faster than expected. Then Harkon noticed the protagonist's hand and looked surprised. Romeo quickly wrapped his hand in light mana. Rox was stunned. He started shaking and turned toward the gates of the permafrost. Camilla sighed and asked Rox what was wrong, reminding him that the Shining Guild was at the western gate. Dimitri, worn out, turned to him too and asked where they were headed since they had already passed the city gates. Rox said, with fear in his voice, that he had seen a strange post on the Arcana forum. It was about the permafrost. Hardly anyone saw it, but the same person kept posting the same warning. Normally, Rox would have ignored it. But today, right after coming through the portal, he heard someone say the exact same thing from that post. That brought the memory back. Romeo had stepped out of the portal and boldly declared that the Demon King was in the permafrost right now. He told anyone who wanted to run to do it now. But those who stayed had one main job: save the survivors. Rox snapped out of the memory. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy forest, Weekum was running fast and apologizing out loud. He said he had been really excited for the permafrost update and spent the whole night digging up info. Viewers teased him for being late and said he must have slept through it. Weekum wondered if he'd really gotten soft, then suddenly looked to the side. A viewer asked what he saw. Rox stared at the bright light overhead and realized how wrong he had been to think Hoyel was weaker than him. The Jane and Inazuma guildmasters also looked up at the light, and even an NPC asked in disbelief if that was really light magic. Romeo raised his hand and used interference, forming spheres of magic. The NPC could only stare and shout, asking if those were really bubbles. Then the protagonist used manifestation. Weekum looked up, confused. The chat kept asking what it was. Some guessed light magic, but others argued that no one could shape light like that. It looked like light during manifestation, but they still couldn't tell what kind of magic it really was. Jessie watched in awe, one hand on her hat. A viewer guessed it might be freezing magic, since the city gates were covered in ice. Looking at the huge icicles, Jessie said traces of magic this incredible were impossible to forget. She smiled, lowered her hat over her eyes, and said every magician nearby was probably thinking the same thing. Rox admitted he had been totally wrong. Hoyel wasn't just strong, he was a monster. The gate started cracking under the brutal frost. One hunter threw up his hands and shouted in panic that those were the city gates. The crack spread fast, and then someone yelled that the gate was open. The gate was gone, replaced by a huge opening straight into the city. At the same time, system windows popped up, and everyone looked at them in surprise. A message announced a shared quest called Liberation of the Permafrost. The city had fallen under the Demon King's control. Players had to free the permafrost, and valor would be rewarded. Current contribution, 0. Rox smiled and shouted that it really was a shared quest, just like that post had said. Dimitri turned to him in shock, and asked if he had really planned to just ride past the permafrost. Rock said yes and loudly explained that, in a siege, the city gates count as a major contribution. Hoyle had already taken this gate, so there was no reason to stay at the southern side. They needed to rush to the other gates. The guild members shouted back that they understood. After a while, only chunks of stone remained near the broken gate. Harkin stared at them and shouted that this was impossible. He looked down in amazement, called out to Hoyle, and said he had never seen a siege like this in his life. Harkon eagerly said he only had to give the order and he would charge first, but Romeo sensed something was wrong and thought they shouldn't rush in. The foul aura grew even stronger after the gate was destroyed, and the protagonist knew someone was waiting inside. Taman happily called out to Romeo and said he should just give the signal so they could attack. The guildmaster confidently told the protagonist not to worry. Taman even shouted that they would hand all the contribution points over to the protagonist. Romeo thrust out his hand, yelled for them to stop, and ordered a retreat because demons were inside. Taman glanced aside, confused, asking what the protagonist was talking about. And then the demons grabbed him. Namkel cried out in fear for his brother. Romeo realized the guildmaster was about to be dragged behind the walls. He spun around and shouted to the knights. Jessica Bright gripped her sword and rushed over at once. A stream of mana shot between Taman and the demons. Landing beside him, Jessica Bright declared that they would keep pushing forward. Taman was startled, thinking it looked like a barbarian technique. The protagonist's expression tightened. This wasn't the end of it. He raised his mana-covered hand and shouted to Jessica Bright that the demons were above them. Everyone looked up and saw demons diving down at high speed. Romeo instantly leaped back from his spot. At the same moment, Kichi jumped up with a smile, threads stretched between her hands. She looked back and confidently ordered Alkari to open a portal beside her. Alkari did it while asking for forgiveness. The protagonist watched them, wondering who they were. Holding his weapon, Alkari looked away and said it was ready, then called for Loki to come through. Romeo stared in surprise, wondering where they had appeared from. They weren't from the Tower of Magicians, yet Alkari had used portal magic. A purple portal opened in the sky, and Lokid dropped out of it. The ground shattered the instant he landed, smoke bursting up around him. Laughing, Lokid said the portal was aimed downward, so there was no need to be scared of using it. Harkon ran to the protagonist's side, agreed loudly, and ordered the attack. Standing under raging winds, Romeo raised his hand and told the knights to follow the commander. Hoyle figured he'd probably fall straight down and die if he used that portal, so running was the better choice. The hunters and knights charged into battle against the demons. A system message said Kichi, Lokid and Alkari of the Shadow Mercenary Squad had given their contribution points to the battle. MC wondered if they were really giving those points to him, and why. Romeo looked at Kichi in surprise. She held out a hand to Harkon and said it was nice to meet him. Kichi asked if he was the commander. She explained that they were reinforcements sent by King Hakuna, that she was the captain, and that she was looking forward to fighting beside Harkon. He could just call her Kichi. Smiling, the commander said he was glad His Majesty had sent help. Then Harkon glanced aside and added that he wasn't the one leading this battle. Hoyle was. He was the commander. Kichi looked over in surprise and thought she had gotten lucky. If the famous protagonist really was in charge, then meeting him here might earn her bonus rewards in Yusra. Romeo suddenly remembered the past, his face turning grim. Kichi immediately dropped to her knees. He touched his chin, checked the system window, and wondered if 35 contribution points was actually a lot. He couldn't tell if that was high or low. At the eastern gate of the permafrost, outside the castle wall, an NPC reporter smiled, touched his earpiece, and announced a special live edition of Arcana Today. Right now, the United by Heaven Guild, ranked second, was fighting at the eastern gate. The shared quest to free the permafrost had started the moment they entered the area. All 4 gates were under attack, but United by Heaven had far more members than the other guilds. They were handling the siege calmly, rotating fighters from the rear whenever the front line needed support. Liu, ranked 4th among players and guild master of United by Heaven, raised his hand and ordered everyone to reload. Then he gave the order to fire. The shots slammed into the monsters, bursting smoke around them and knocking them down. The reporter added that Guildmaster Liu's contribution score had already reached 1812. That wasn't surprising. Among players who had made their points public, he had the highest total so far. Would this siege shake up the guild rankings? Chun gave an ominous smile and trembled slightly as orders rang out for the knights to reload and attack again. He had expected a siege. The Shining Ones might be strong one-on-one, but in a real organized attack they couldn't beat him. A system message showed his score had reached 1,832, and Chun wanted everyone to notice it. The guildmaster looked up with a scary grin and threw his arms wide. With that many points, he believed he would rule the permafrost. Laughing, Chun ordered everyone to keep pushing forward and declared that the whole world was theirs. At the same time, Li Hoyol's contribution points had already hit 35,712, and they were still rising. Sometime later, at the southern gate of the permafrost, Romeo crossed his arms, thinking he had hesitated to come because the road here could have been full of traps. Luckily, the Shadow Mercenaries volunteered to scout the area through the portal first. Meanwhile, Kichi kept her head down and trembled, worried the protagonist hadn't recognized her, or worse, that he already hated her. Romeo glanced back, thinking that no matter what, the shadow mercenaries were made up of top specialists led by Captain Kichi. They always finished the job, whatever it took. They were also known for not caring much about the morals of their missions. The protagonist remembered hearing Hakuna talk about them before. For him, having their help now was only a good thing. Kichi pulled up her hood, scared that Lee Hoyle might get back at her for not helping during the fight with the leopard. Romeo was caught off guard by the way he was addressed. Elkari reported that he had checked the area through the portal and found no one hiding nearby. The protagonist simply said he understood. Then Elkari raised a hand and warned them not to use the gate. The path was packed with traps that could kill an intruder right away. Even stranger, when he tried to open a portal past the gate, some powerful force blocked it. That made Romeo think of the Demon King's power. Since the situation was clear, they needed another route. Jessica Bright quickly placed a hand on her chest and called out to Lee Hoyle, saying she knew a secret way into the permafrost. She explained with confidence that a huge evacuation shelter lay under the permafrost, with underground passages spreading through the whole area. One entrance was near the castle wall, and Jessica Bright believed most of the survivors were there too. The protagonist rubbed his chin in thought. Then Taemin hurried over, pointed ahead, and said he knew it. Could she be? Smiling, he rested his sword on his shoulder and said Jessica's sword style looked like a barbarian's. He asked if she was from the permafrost, and Jessica Bright confirmed it, adding that she knew he was a barbarian guildmaster. Taemin grinned and said he was glad to meet her. The protagonist wondered if Taemin only knew the barbarian entrance, and whether this hidden path was really close. Holding a map, Jessica Bright pointed ahead and said they only had to go that way. Taemin happily turned back and told Lee Hoyle not to worry. Everyone in the permafrost knew the basics of evacuation, he said, and the shelter under the city was as huge as the Paris catacombs. Certain the people were down there. The guildmaster told everyone to follow. Romeo looked down at the system window in surprise. It showed that the number of survivors was very low. Some time later, inside the city, standing by a fence, Taemin called out to Lee Hoyle that they needed to go in there. The protagonist stared in surprise and asked if the entrance was really in a place like this. Smiling, the guildmaster pointed down and explained that the entrance was hidden by magic, so only people from the permafrost and barbarians could see it. The spell still seemed to be working, and the door looked untouched, so Taemin was sure everything was fine, until Romeo saw the entrance standing open and froze in shock. The guildmaster was horrified by what he found. There were countless human bodies scattered across the ground. The sight filled the guildmaster with rage. The protagonist said these were signs of a demonic ritual. Someone had summoned a demon here. Romeo placed a hand on Taemin's shaking shoulder. A system message informed him that the protagonist had entered the permafrost, a city turned into hell. A while later, the knights set the wrapped bodies down on the ground. Kichi threw up her hands in anger and demanded to know what they were doing. Had Lee Hoyle really chosen this moment to pull out the corpses? They didn't even know when the Demon King's army might attack. Alkari, standing at the entrance, replied that was exactly why they were guarding the place. Kichi shot back that they didn't need a guard, they should be out fighting, killing the enemy, and going home. To her, this was a waste of time. Then she covered part of her face and nervously asked what they had done to make Hakuna hate them so much. Kichi was sure the king had sent them here on purpose. Alkari laughed and said she wouldn't be talking like that if she knew how to read magic traces. With a confident smile, Alkari told her to be patient. Soon enough, they would understand what that man in the suit was planning. At the same time, Lee Hoyle got badly startled and jumped. The NPC stood there holding a bloodied sword. Romeo grabbed the NPC's shoulder and wondered if he had died protecting the passage. The sight shook the protagonist. Then, a knight turned toward the others, rushing over, and shouted that there was another passage here too. Jessica put a hand on her chest and turned to Lee, the protagonist, and he looked at her. With a sad look, she thanked him for allowing the bodies to be recovered. These soldiers were from the permafrost, just like her, and she said she didn't know how to repay a debt like this. Romeo tensed, wondering how he was supposed to comfort Jessica when this was her homeland. He finally said that even if this were not her hometown, leaving fallen soldiers like this would still be wrong. Jessica was clearly surprised to hear that. With a stern expression, the protagonist said a knight's honor had to be protected, even if it cost him his life. Jessica touched her chest, moved by what she heard, thinking this was real honor. MC, though, looked at Romeo in confusion, wondering what kind of comfort that was supposed to be. Romeo calmly added that Jessica should not think he had done this just for her, and told her not to worry. To MC, Romeo was terrible at comforting people. Then a system message popped up. His contribution points had increased again. The total was now 41,521, and the protagonist was stunned that it had really gone up. He couldn't understand why. Was the shadow mercenary squad fighting outside? That made no sense. They would have told him. Then more system messages came in, saying his points had risen again. Just then, a knight rushed over and called to him. While moving bodies out through the other entrance, they had found an underground square. He urged the protagonist to come at once, and Romeo wondered if they had really discovered an underground plaza. The knight, already moving ahead, looked back and told them to follow. What the protagonist saw there left him stunned. Rows of standing crosses filled the place, each with a person hanging from it. The knight reported that they had checked the other passages, and it was the same everywhere. Romeo clenched his teeth and said this was a summoning circle built from blood and bodies. Jessica looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Romeo tightened his fist, realizing a sacrifice was needed to summon the Demon King, just like exorcism rituals also needed one. These circles, starting from the entrance, along with all the bodies, were linked together into one massive ritual to bring forth the Demon King. That explained the contribution points. Removing the bodies had disrupted the ritual. They had taken back offerings meant for the Demon King. Romeo looked down and tensely asked where Harkin was. A knight raised his hand and answered that the commander had already been informed, and Harkin was on his way to meet Li Hoyal. Suddenly, the underground tunnels shook hard. Jessica asked in surprise if it was really an earthquake. Lee, the protagonist, knew it wasn't. He spun around and ordered everyone to get ready for battle. Romeo recognized the sound. It was the pounding of hooves. The Demon King's level 400 cavalry was charging straight at them. One demon raised a weapon and demanded to know how they dared touch their offerings. Then he ordered the humans to die. Jessica took a fighting stance and warned that there were too many demons, and they had to be careful. Romeo tensed, realizing this was not an ambush. It was a withdrawal. Furious, Taemin and Harkon leaped at the fleeing cavalry to attack. The demons shouted that they would get revenge on the humans and screamed for them all to die. The riders rushed right past, ignoring them. Jessica asked if that was really the commander, and a knight answered with a serious nod that it was Harkin. Li Hoyal pressed a hand to his chest, shaken by how close he had come to being trampled. Running up fast, Harkin asked MC if he was all right. Taemin clenched his fist and started to bring up the bodies, but Romeo cut in and said they were offerings for the Demon King's summoning, and he already understood that. Harkin was shocked that they knew. Pointing behind him in fury, the guildmaster said those things were lined up back there. Romeo figured the monsters that had just rushed past were only cannon fodder. They had probably come to check on the summoning circle, since removing the bodies had ruined it. He then said with confidence that the real elites would arrive soon. At minimum, it would be a demon commander. And then, right behind him, the commander-in-chief appeared and said he was right. Romeo whipped around in fear, wondering where the demon commander had come from. Harkin and the guildmaster both shouted Li Hoyal's name in panic. A huge explosion tore through the spot where they had been standing. The demon's axe had sunk deep into the stone. The commander-in-chief glanced aside in surprise. Pulling the axe free, he asked if these were really stones. The Demon King mocked Li Hoyal, saying he used some pretty interesting magic. Harkon, shaking with rage, said this demon was the commander of the Northwestern Valley. The commander-in-chief glanced at him with a smug look. Harkin rushed in at once, lifting his weapon and demanding how he dared show himself. In a flash, the Demon King appeared behind him and called him Harkin, the same commander who had stood against him 10 years ago. Harkin spun around, shocked that he couldn't track the demon's movement. The commander-in-chief mocked him, asking why he still looked the same. Humans were supposed to age fast, and worse, Harkin had clearly grown weaker. Harkin snapped back, asking if it had really been 10 years. To him, only a few years had passed. The Demon King said he'd heard that too. The commander-in-chief rose up, mana wrapping around his body, and explained that 4 days in Arcana matched 1 day here. Then, with a dark smile, he asked the real question. After only a few years of training, how could Harkon compare to enemies who had grown 4 times more and gained war experience too? A massive magic circle spread across the city, and smoke burst upward. At the same moment, Kichi looked up in alarm and asked what was happening, and where the shaking was coming from. A huntress was healing his worn eye when he suddenly looked up in fear and said he could see it. The whole castle was lifting into the air. Standing by a portal, the commander-in-chief said he had no time to waste on weaklings like Harkin. Beams of light shot out from the portal and scattered in every direction. Yoshika narrowed her eyes and raised a hand to block the glare. The Demon King told Harkin that if he wanted revenge, he should come find him. Lifting both hands with a sly grin, he added that was only if Harkin could even reach him. If he did, the commander-in-chief promised to face him himself. A system window appeared. A class quest had been created. The mission was to deal with the Demon Command, and the generals now spread across the permafrost. Romeo stood with firm resolve in his eyes. Voices shouted that the Demon King was leaving, and that the ceiling was coming down. With rocks crashing around him, Harkin yelled at the commander-in-chief, asking if he was really running away. Yoshika called out that he wasn't. Their way out was blocked by rubble, and the whole city was shaking. Harkin bit down hard. He wondered if there was really only one way left, through the crack in the ceiling. Yoshika and Harkin could escape that way, but the tunnels ran beneath the entire city. If the catacombs gave way, the surface would take heavy damage too, and any survivors would likely be caught in it. Even if they got the permafrost back, it might be ruined beyond saving. Harkin grabbed his head in frustration and asked how they were supposed to keep the tunnels from collapsing. Taiman looked at Hoyle and called his name, warning that it was too dangerous and they had to leave. Romeo raised a hand, his face turning serious as he guided the mana flow. He knew the risk. He couldn't support the whole tunnel system with mana alone. A falling boulder might crush him, but he chose to do it anyway. Debris started dropping fast toward him, and everyone shouted for him to watch out. Without moving, Romeo kept controlling the mana as they called his name. A thick beam of mana shot upward, lighting the whole area. At the same time, Kichi flinched and covered her face from the sudden brightness. Rox looked up and asked if that light was really coming from Hoyle again. Dimitri stretched out an arm and told Jessie Haynes to stop. The girl stared at the bright glow in shock. She pointed out the window and told her mother to look at how bright it was. Her mother, angry and scared, told her to shut the curtains right away before the demons noticed. An NPC raised her hand in amazement and asked what that light was. All the permafrost survivors were supposed to be gathered there. Kirwen looked startled when someone called his name. The NPC pointed to the exit and said the scouts had returned from outside, just as he had ordered. Every demon guarding the southern gate was dead. The researchers had killed them. The NPC then announced that the researchers had come back. Harkin looked up in awe and said it was incredible, while Yoshika could only stare in disbelief. Hoyle knew he couldn't keep this whole place up with mana alone. Tammin, stunned, asked how this was even possible. Still, the protagonist decided he wouldn't run. Romeo could see the honor in those trying to protect their homeland. A system window appeared. The aesthetics trait had activated, and its effect would be applied automatically. Then a giant statue appeared in front of them, holding a shield above its head. People cried out that these were the warriors of the permafrost. Romeo declared that he would carry their wish to protect the permafrost to the very end, even if that wish crushed him. After a moment, everyone stared at the huge statues. Hoyle was exhausted and thought this needed to stop. He couldn't bear this much aspiration. Romeo had used up all his mana making those pillars. Still, it had worked. Without the hexagonal brooch restoring 10% of his mana, he probably couldn't have finished them. They all would have been buried alive. MC could hardly believe he had made pillars that looked this cool. It seemed they turned into statues because of the aesthetics trait. It only adds style, and he doesn't even need to force it for the trait to work. Compared to the old days, when making even one cup drained all his mana, this almost felt easy. Romeo rubbed his chin, looked at his other hand, and wondered if this was like getting unique skins in a game. Then he questioned why he even needed that. Harkon looked up sadly, and thought about the time difference. One day here was 4 in Arcana. If he had beaten that demon back then, the permafrost never would have ended up like this. He had faced the commander again, and once again the demon escaped. Harkon felt unworthy to stand before his majesty. Taemin looked up and asked what that was. A knight, startled, asked if it was really a shadow. The guildmaster froze, eyes wide with fear. Then he shouted that they were bats. Huge numbers of them were pouring in through the cracks. The knights looked over and yelled, asking if the light had drawn them in. Harkon shouted back that these weren't normal bats, and ordered everyone to get ready to fight. At first it seemed manageable. There were a lot of them, but they were weak, and the knights could handle them one at a time. But Romeo looked up in dread. Something else was coming. It was bigger, and far stronger. A system window warned that a demon was nearby. His natural enemy skill activated, greatly boosting his combat power against the demon. Romeo was stunned by what he saw. A hellbird, commander of the demon army, Kubakan, level 500, hovering in the air before him. Kubakan stared and asked if this was really a human. Hoyle's heart sank. This couldn't be happening. Kubakan opened its mouth above Romeo and said humans could be eaten. He realized he truly had no mana left. Then Kubikan's body was suddenly wrapped in bright mana. Romeo watched in shock as Jessica landed, her legs still coated in mana. Smiling, she touched her hat and said she had really tried this time, though she still couldn't make magic traces as pretty as his. Jessica cheerfully asked how he was doing. Romeo only crossed his arms and looked at her calmly without replying. Hoyle thought he was thanking her for saving his life. Then he coldly told her she was getting a bad grade. There had been too many unexpected results, even more than usual. She had poured in too much power during manifestation, and failed to consider the environment. Jessica jumped up at once, begged him to wait, and said she wanted to write that down. Meanwhile, with the shadow mercenary squad, Kechi sat on the ground with her hands behind her head, complaining to the old man that nobody was telling them anything. She wondered if Alkari really thought they'd been forgotten, and asked why they were even there. Still writing quickly on a sheet of paper, Alkari snapped at her to be quiet. He had to sketch the magic traces they had just seen before he forgot them. Kichi grumbled that after the quake, the castle rose into the sky and lights were flashing everywhere. Yet nobody explained a thing. Maybe they should just go over there themselves. Alkari sharply reminded her that he had already told them to stop talking. Lockheed suddenly turned toward the captain, looking scared. He said he thought they were surrounded. Unknown people were watching them from all sides. Then Lockheed shouted that they had vanished. Kichi jumped to her feet, raised her hands and ordered everyone to get ready. They were coming. The strangers rushed toward them at high speed. After landing, one of the men looked at the captain in surprise. Kichi blurted out that they were people. The man, just as shocked, agreed. She stepped back and asked who they were. Could they really be barbarians? The man raised a hand, pointed ahead, and loudly asked if they were the ones who had been shining. Hoyer looked toward Jessica. A system window informed him that one of the 10 demons had been defeated. Romeo realized that apparently he didn't have to land the final blow himself for the generals to count. Taemin clenched his fists and reported to the protagonist that they had finished moving the bodies to the shelter. The guildmaster glanced aside tensely, touched his neck, and added that the survivors MC mentioned didn't seem to be there. The Keon Guild's analysis team had sent out drones, but the underground tunnels were hard to search. Romeo said he understood. The survivor count was still showing in the quest window. Then Alkari stepped out of a portal nearby and announced that he could finally make proper portals inside the castle. Alkari had something to report to him, but an NPC suddenly poked out of the portal, shoved him aside, and asked if he was the one in charge. He also wanted to know if the protagonist was the one who had been shining before. Taemin blurted out, asking if this was really a barbarian. The NPC glanced away, clearly surprised. A moment later, Ares stepped through the portal and called out the guildmaster's name. Taemin lit up and shouted that Ares was alive. Ares stared at him and asked if this was really the guildmaster, his little barbarian. Taemin protested right away, saying he was over 180 centimeters tall even back then. But Ares just said he was acting like a kid. Hoyle stood there with his arms folded, while the NPCs sniffed around him. Ars happily rubbed Taemin's head and shouted that what mattered was that the guildmaster was alive. He said Karin would be thrilled to see him, and Taemin knew how much Karin cared about him. Taemin quickly asked if Karin was still alive. Ars said yes, Karin was alive, and so was the guildmaster. Hearing that, MC cut in and asked who Karin was. Smiling at him, Arce asked if he was the leader and said that Pillar of Light had been amazing. Taemin started to panic, thinking the barbarian was being far too casual. He knew barbarian NPCs didn't understand proper manners, so he nervously raised a hand, called the protagonist by name, and tried to explain that they meant no disrespect. But Hoyer only smiled and said it was fine. He understood barbarian customs, and once Ares called him leader, he realized it was their way of showing respect. Ross laughed and said this leader was really different from the other explorers. One NPC kept sniffing the commander, while Jesse sniffed the barbarian back. Then Ares explained that they were lucky to have a good leader too. For years he had secretly entered the city to guide survivors out. His name was Karun, the father of all barbarians. They had lived in the nearby forest, trading and working with the permafrost people. Then one day, the permafrost caught fire. The wind carried a foul smell and a bad feeling with it. Under Karun's orders, the barbarians ran straight into the permafrost. What they found there was horrifying. Bird-shaped generals were flying all over the place, grabbing permafrost warriors in their claws, like they were making fun of them. Beast-like demons had hung the bodies of the permafrost people everywhere. Harkon lowered his head, tense, while Ares clenched his teeth. He said their brothers fought the demons to save the people, but the enemy was too many and too strong. Most of their warriors died, and Karin was badly hurt. After that, they spent years searching the permafrost for survivors and protecting them, but things only kept getting worse. They couldn't even start a fire because the demons reacted to light. So the survivors slowly froze and starved, and little by little, everyone began to lose hope from sheer exhaustion. Then a beam of light appeared in that dark city. When he finished, Ares smiled and thanked the explorer for that light, and for all the other explorers who fought beside him. He raised a hand and said he had come to tell Hoyal this for all the barbarians and the people of the permafrost. With a hand over his chest, Ares turned to the leader of the explorers, and said that if he was going to defeat the Demon King, then his brothers and sisters would fight with him. The Demon King who took this place is called Decaravia, one of the 72, and birds serve as his allies. Ares admitted this was hard for barbarians, since they were used to fighting on the ground. Even so, they would do everything they could to help MC reach the enemy, even if it cost them all their lives. Taemin stared at him in shock. Hoyle said he understood, but he had to refuse. Harkon looked at him, confused. Ross raised a hand and asked if he wasn't planning to fight, or if he simply didn't need the barbarians. The protagonist firmly said he would defeat the demons, and he was glad they were ready to help, but piling up dead bodies was not something he wanted. Eros was stunned by that answer. MC folded his arms, turned to Alkari, and said there were more important things to handle first. The mage nodded, his face serious. Hoyle ordered him to move every survivor to the kingdom of Ysera. He also told Alkari to ask the king for warm shelter and food for them. He was sure the portals could manage it. Alkari lowered his head and said he would do everything he could. Then he looked aside and addressed the guildmaster. Taemin blinked in surprise as the protagonist told him he would go with the barbarians. It made sense for Taemin and the guild to protect the survivors during the evacuation. MC also knew Taemin was worried about the barbarians he knew. Delighted, Taemin loudly thanked MC. Standing near the portal, Kichi asked if he really wasn't coming with them. Looking away, Hoyle said he still had unfinished business. Right then, several demons appeared over his head. One of them was a level 500 Hellbird, a commander of the demon army. It said traces of a Cupican aura had led them here, and asked if he could really be the main one they were after. The protagonist stepped in front of his allies, raised a hand, gathered mana into it, and told them all to leave. At the same time, inside the portal, the survivors stared at the bright light in shock. Smiling, Ares raised his hand and told everyone to get ready to move. An NPC asked if he was with the researchers and what was happening. Alkari lifted a hand and said he was opening a portal to Isera. Ares said he'd explain later, and ordered everyone to go. One NPC asked if Isera was the legendary island. Could they really be saved? Taemin looked happily at the portal, then froze when a system window popped up, saying a class quest called the Secret Technique of the Barbarians had appeared. Taemin raised both hands in shock. A class quest? Only one person in a class could get one. So why had it appeared now? What he saw next terrified him. He turned sharply to Ares, and demanded to know where Cairn was. Ares answered that Cairn should be out on a sortie. Not understanding, Ares watched as the guildmaster suddenly ran for the door. He chased after him, shouting Taemin's name and asking where he was going. Going alone was too dangerous. As he ran through the street, Taemin thought this couldn't be happening. He refused to believe it. A memory flashed through his mind, Cairn smiling with a sword on his shoulder, asking if the guildmaster really wanted to learn a barbarian's secret technique. Confused, Taemin had asked if such a thing really existed. Cairn rubbed his chin with a sly grin and teased about whether he should teach him or not. Taemin angrily pressed him, asking if he really could. Cairn burst out laughing and told him to come back after growing for another 40 years. Taemin glared and shouted that 40 years was way too long. He wanted it now, but Cairn refused and walked off. Taemin came back to the present, and found Cairn's body hanging from a stake among the flying birds. He looked down at the blood-soaked corpse, breathing hard. Then Taemin understood. Because Cairn had died, the class quest had been passed to him. Harkon noticed the guildmaster while flying overhead. He stopped and stared with a cruel look, wondering why there was still one more filthy ground creature left. Taemin turned his face aside as angry tears ran down it. The system window announced the class quest, the barbarian's secret technique. The former leader of the guildmaster's line was gone, and now the new young leader had to show his wild nature. At that same moment, Hoyle felt something was wrong. Harkon turned to MC and asked if he was okay, because he didn't look well. Raising a hand, MC looked up and said he was fine, but he couldn't shake the bad feeling. Something had gone wrong. The demon commander hovered in the air above them, and with a grim look, said there were too many enemies gathered here. They had to be demon commanders. If Hoyle could make them a path into the sky like before, his allies might be able to handle them. He focused the mana in his hand and refused. The sky belonged to the demons for now, he said, but he would drag them down. One commander lifted a hand and mocked him, asking if a dirt-bound freak like him really thought he could bring them to the ground. Harkon leaned forward angrily and declared they were attacking. The protagonist figured the demons must be weak to light. He quickly sent mana toward the demons, flooding the area with brightness. The generals instantly covered their faces from the glare. A system message appeared. The demon army commander Hellbird had been stunned. Jesse stared at Hoyle in surprise. He realized it had worked, and they could keep going. He needed to bring them down so the knights could fight. MC remembered that Jesse's lightning magic had worked in a similar way. A bolt of mana lightning shot into the generals and wrapped their bodies in mana. The system window announced that he had defeated the demon army commander Hellbird and earned contribution points. Jesse said in awe that a single spell had done it. Hoyle looked at his hand with quiet confidence, surprised at how easily he had killed them. Since when had he become this strong? Jessie threw up her hands and said this was exactly what she expected from him. It was elegant, and she had learned so much. The system window reported that 6 of the 10 generals were now dead. The protagonist looked up grimly. There were still 4 left. That thought made him uneasy. He started wondering if Taemin was alright. Suddenly, MC turned toward the portal in surprise. He called out to Alkari, asking if he was really there. The mage scratched his beard in frustration and said the civilians had all been evacuated, but the barbarians, before he could finish, Ares climbed out and angrily cut in to say the guildmaster still hadn't returned. Taemin had run off alone to look for Karun, and he still wasn't back. Karun had never been this late from a raid, so something had to have happened. Hoyle immediately asked if the guildmaster had really gone by himself. Alkara closed his eyes and said that, as he could see, they were all far too reckless. The protagonist sharply demanded to know which way Taemin had gone. A moment later, Harkon was in the air, gripping the guildmaster's hand. Blood ran down Taemin's leg, while the demon tightened his grip on his neck. Harkon laughed, mocking the guildmaster for thinking he could kill him alone. Taemin clenched his teeth. He couldn't even lift his hands. So this was the power of a commander, far worse than he expected. With a dark smile, Harkon asked if Taemin would beg like the others. Maybe he'd spare him if he did. Taemin only smiled back in anger and said Harkon would wait forever. Barbarians don't give up, they die fighting. Harkon burst out laughing, calling him awfully bold for someone so weak. To him, Taemin was just another foolish beast from the ground. Then he brought up Karin and said that Freak had been the same. Horkin mocked him for joining a fight he was bound to lose, remembering how loudly he had shouted. Taemin, burning with rage, yelled at him not to laugh at the leader. Horkin shot back that weaklings like them should run, beg, and cry to be spared, and that was how Karun ended up. Clenching his fist, the guildmaster answered that Karun had said the same thing, never laugh at a leader who dies in battle. Taemin knew he had to raise his fist. If this demon thought Karun was a fool, then the guildmaster had only one choice: kill him. Horkin asked if Taemin wanted to hear the fool's last words. Thinking back, Horkin repeated what Karun had said. Smiling with confidence, Karun gripped his sword and told him he'd made a mistake. Someone even more foolish would come for him. Soon, Karin said he could already smell him on the wind. It had been a while, but that guy was truly insane. A new leader, one even Karin couldn't beat, would show up soon. With a cruel smile, Horkin raised his weapon and told the dead man he talked too much. Karin only smiled and said Taemin was always asking about savage methods. The leader was sure the guildmaster would love this one. Back in the present, Horkin finished the story. Taemin froze, eyes wide, as bloody tears ran down his face. Horkin grinned and said he was curious about this mighty man Karin mentioned. Was it the guildmaster? Laughing, the demon asked if Taemin was really the one Karin meant. He understood people know better than a beast. Then Taemin suddenly sank his teeth into Horkin's arm. He bit down harder, and blood burst from the wound. Horkin screamed and hurled Taemin down, shouting at him to stop and get off. Staring at his mangled arm in panic, Horkin screamed again. Blood poured out as he shouted, asking where his arm had gone. An aura flared around Taemin as he reminded the demon of his own words, not to laugh at Karin. Furious, the guildmaster locked his teeth on the demon's arm and braced it with one hand. Horkin looked down, laughed in disbelief, and asked what kind of monster this was. To him, Taemin was just an animal. With a savage look, the guildmaster raised his hands, wrapped himself in burning mana, and said the leader knew he would come. A system message appeared. He had met the hidden requirements of the barbarian class, and gained the exclusive skill, Call of the Wild. Horkin coated his weapon in mana and said it didn't matter how hard the guildmaster tried, he'd always be a ground-bound freak. Taemin shouldn't worry. After this strike, he'd see Karin again. Then Horkin slammed him in the stomach. Taemin's body began to change. He raised a clawed hand, opened his mouth wide, and let out a roar. The system announced the skill activation. Call of the Wild awakens the true frenzy sealed inside, greatly boosting savagery. Wrapped in flames, the guildmaster launched himself at Horkin. Taemin landed a brutal hit and sent the demon flying. Blood spilled from Horkin's wound. He couldn't understand it. The guildmaster was moving nothing like before. That crushing pressure terrified him. If Taemin got any closer, he was finished. He needed to stay as far away as possible. Then the guildmaster vanished from where he stood and appeared behind Horkin, saying the demon's wings were getting on his nerves. The guildmaster seized the wings and ripped them off by force. Terrified, Horkin raised his hands and called him a freak, begging Taemin to leave him alone. The guildmaster listened in fury while Horkin coughed hard, realizing this had to be a curse. He couldn't hold out any longer. Then a stake suddenly pierced Taemin's body. Another demon commander appeared, Hellbird Amican, level 500. Holding the stake with the impaled guildmaster on it, he asked what this was and whether Horkin had gotten too attached to the walkers. The demon denied it, saying he'd only let his guard down for a second. Taemin was thrown aside and crashed into the ground. Amican said there was a problem, but they'd handle it fast and move on. Taemin, in despair, wondered if this was really the end. He asked Karin to forgive him. He still wasn't fit to be a true leader. His recklessness had probably caused trouble for Hoyol too, and Taemin wanted to apologize to him as well. His brother would be crushed by this. That was what hurt most. Then the guildmaster's eyes widened in shock. Pushing himself up with both hands, he looked up and asked if that was really the main character, and how he got here. Amican also turned in surprise, and asked who it was. Hoyol adjusted his tie, and said he already understood what had happened. Looking down, Taemin thought this was very bad. MC cared more than anyone about proper manners and neat behavior, and Taemin had been fighting like a wild beast. He felt ashamed. As Harkin ran over, he shouted and asked if Taemin was okay. Hoyol repeated that he already knew what had happened, while analyst Chelman looked deeply worried. Amican laughed and told his ally to take a good look. He shouted that they were nothing but ground-dwelling freaks. If anything, they'd saved him the trouble of hunting them down. He answered with a cold order, "Shut up." Amican looked shocked and asked what that was. His head exploded at once. Horkin stared in horror and cried out that this couldn't be. A blade-like stream of mana instantly sliced off his wing, and Horkin dropped hard as dark smoke billowed from the impact. He forced himself back up and shouted how a walking freak like Hoyol dared. The protagonist cut him off and asked if he really thought he was a freak. The demon was speaking without knowing his place. Mana flowed from MC's hand as he said they'd soon see which trembling freak was the real one. He would put the demon back in his place. Horkin gritted his teeth and trembled at Hoyel's words. After a while, another level 500 Hellbird commander rushed by with a grin, slashing an NPC with a beam. Dimitri looked up and shouted that the freak had taken off again. He gripped his mace and yelled that they couldn't hit the commander while he stayed in the air. Camilla quickly drew an arrow and said they'd have to count on rocks. She confidently said she'd cover them, and aimed at the commander. Then she called to the guildmaster and said it was time to start. The commander dodged with a smug smile, mocking the arrows as too weak, but before he could finish, Rox's stones struck him. Cut clean in half, the commander screamed. After landing, Rox loudly praised Camilla for the good work. Dimitri looked at the fallen commander and asked if they had really killed him. The guildmaster then ordered a report on the situation. Camilla looked at the corpse and said this was what demon commanders were like. Dimitri wondered if more monsters like this would keep coming. Rox raised a hand and asked about casualties. An NPC reported 8 badly injured and 2 with minor wounds. The guildmaster called for the healer and told him to get over there. At the same time, a reporter brought a mic to his mouth and said this was a special Arcana Today segment on permafrost. Right now, Rox of the Shining Guild had just killed one of the demon army commanders. 10 people were hurt in that fight. Would the Shining Guild pull back? The producer checked his phone, confused. Out of all the guilds in the siege, the Shining Guild was clearly leading. They even had the only live coverage of a fight against a demon commander. So why were their viewers dropping? Then a message popped up from producer Yensuk, saying a real-time reaction was happening elsewhere. The producer wondered what everyone in chat was talking about. One viewer asked if they had seen what happened over there. Was that really Rox fighting a commander? Another guessed they meant the beam, but someone corrected them. No, it was about Hoyal. Lee He. The producer stared at the screen, asking what the hell was going on. Another comment told them to switch to Hokong's stream. The main character was now toying with a demon commander. The producer looked at his phone in confusion. What was this? Was the demon commander really shaking in fear? Hokong's stream had exploded with viewers. On screen, Hoyal had his foot pressed on Amiken's head as the demon lay on the ground. At the same time, the commander lifted his hand and quickly brought it back down. The protagonist stared coldly at Horkin. The commander begged him not to come closer. He admitted he was wrong and pleaded for mercy, staring at the mana in MC's hand as he collapsed. Horkin kept begging. Disgusted, Hoyal told him to shut up. Shaking in terror, the commander begged again, saying that since he was crawling and pleading, he should spare him. He swore it would never happen again. The protagonist ignored every word and blasted him with a heavy stream of mana, saying he doesn't talk to prey. Nearby, Hokong watched with a grin from behind rocks. He asked the audience if they saw that. Hoyal had already taken down 8 demon army commanders. MC let out a small sigh and wondered if demon commanders really had different levels of endurance. He had almost burned through all his mana trying different methods, and Horkin still refused to die. One viewer asked if everyone saw that. He had been toying with the commanders before finishing them off. Jessie threw up her hands in awe. She said it was insane. The protagonist kept changing the same spell in the middle of the fight and using it in totally different ways. Following him had clearly been the right call, and she had learned a lot. Taemin held his wound and called out to MC. Granfell turned and asked if the guildmaster could still move. After a tense glance downward, Taemin said he could. He added that he only made it thanks to him, then admitted he was ashamed for ignoring the order to evacuate the survivors. That mistake had badly hurt the guildmaster's pride. Granfell turned back to Taemin with a small smile and rested a hand on his shoulder. He said he could never be disappointed in someone who fought to protect his honor. Hoyal saw that pride in him. With that settled, they could head back to the shelter and meet up with the squad. Then a system window popped up, and everyone stared at it. It announced a shared quest. Permafrost was changing. The last commander-general of the demon army had just died. At the same time, Choi threw his head back with a dark grin and laughed. He bragged that they had killed a demon army commander too, and he was proud of all his guild members. Standing over the fallen commander with his wounded allies around him, Choi declared that the throne of Permafrost was basically his now. They should start getting ready for his coronation. Even the NPC thought the guildmaster was being way too careless. Another system message showed Hoyal's contribution to the Permafrost siege, 471,992. Granfell figured the other 2 demon army commanders had been taken down by different guilds. Harkon suddenly stared ahead in shock. He asked if it was really Count Surion. The Count pressed a hand to his wound, looking sorrowful. Harkon reached toward him and asked how this was even possible, how the Count had survived. Exhausted, Surion looked at the commander and asked if it was truly him. Tears in his eyes, the Count smiled and said he never thought Harkon himself would come. The Empire, and His Majesty, had not abandoned them. Sir Ion then looked toward Hoyal with a faint smile and said he had also seen what this explorer had done. That surprised him deeply. He reached out to Granfell and greeted the hero who had come to save Permafrost. After introducing himself, Sir Ion said he was the Lord of Permafrost. Taemin stared in disbelief and asked if that was really the Lord. He had crossed Permafrost so many times and had never once met him. With a cold smile, Granfell asked, This is really the Lord? Then he questioned why the Lord had shown up in such a horrible state. A moment later, he snapped and demanded that the lie end right now. The system announced that natural enemy had activated, greatly boosting combat power against demons. Granfell stated it plainly. This was the Demon King. Meanwhile, Yoon kept streaming. He blurted out, "What is this?" Chat exploded. Viewers called it unbelievable and asked if that was really Lord Sir Ion. Yoon could only stare in shock at what was happening. He just kept watching, completely stunned. The chat kept flying by. Was that really the Count? No way, that was the real Lord. Had Sir Ion actually survived? The producer looked down at his phone, confused. The reporter pulled off his headset, glanced over, and asked why he was watching something else, instead of their own broadcast. More comments poured in. Hoyle looked seriously angry, but why? And why was there no sound? Why wasn't Yoon moving in closer? Taemin, shocked, asked if that thing was really the Demon King. Harkin planted his feet and protested. As far as he could tell, that man was the ruler of permafrost. There had to be some mistake. Dakaravia lowered his head, smiled, and let out a quiet laugh, saying he understood now. Of course Lee Hoyle would look at him that way. Covering part of his face, he said he had failed to protect his people, and had been the only one left alive. Harkin stepped forward and raised a hand, saying it wasn't his fault. Dakaravia refused that comfort, saying he had failed in his duty, but before he could finish, stones shot up and stabbed through his body. Blood ran down Dakaravia's face as he looked down. Yoon watched in complete shock. The chat went wild, asking if that really was Sir Ion. One viewer insisted the protagonist had to have a reason. Was he really the god of murder? The reporter and producer could only stare at the phone screen in disbelief. Harkin reached out at once and called to Sir Ion. Then he spun toward Hoyle in anger and demanded to know why he had done that. Jessica, smiling, pointed out that he was still alive. Harkin turned back, confused, and asked what was going on. As Dekaravia laughed and slipped out of the Lord's body, a system notice appeared. The target's earth resistance was too high. Dekaravia mocked the protagonist, asking if that wasn't a little rude when he had been speaking. Another message followed. The target was immune to earth attacks. Granfell lifted an eyebrow. So he really did have earth resistance. This was not going to be easy to figure out. Dekaravia told them to look carefully, because he was Sir Ion. As he left the body behind, countless eyes spread across Sir Ion's face. Then Dekaravia declared that he was the Lord of Permafrost they had worked so hard to find. What Hiro saw genuinely shook him. Harkin immediately raised his sword and declared that it was a demon. He leaped in to strike, demanding how a demon dared insult one of his majesty's vassals. With a fierce glare, Harkin drove his sword straight at the Demon King and pierced him. Taemin, still confused, asked if Harkin had really killed him. Hoyle thought the guildmaster should never have said that. A huge hole opened in the dark mana, and Dekaravia instantly blew apart, sending streams of dark mana in every direction. Then a massive beam of dark mana burst from the ground and shot into the sky. Furious, Taemin shouted, asking if it had really reached all the way up there. Hoyle thought he had expected exactly this. The dark liquid spread over the stone foundation holding the city. Harkin looked up in disbelief and said he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dekaravia had fused with Permafrost Castle. At the same time, an NPC threw up his hand and shouted, asking what that was. A knight coming through the portal reported that something strange had wrapped around the castle. Enoch watched and wondered what was happening. An NPC turned to Ares and asked if Taemin and the lead researcher were all right. Ares only stared upward, tense and silent. At Permafrost's northern gate, hunters were still locked in a brutal fight with the demons. Leonie attacked with all she had, while Shrake, teeth clenched, shouted at a monster. He demanded to know where so many demons had come from, saying they never seemed to run out. Another hunter yelled back that he should save his energy for spells instead of talking. One demon suddenly pointed at the huntress and screamed. Gritting her teeth, she raised her hand as the demon rushed her. Then the monster froze and looked up in surprise. The huntress wondered why it had stopped. The demon answered that the Demon King was calling him. Tears in her eyes, she asked what that was supposed to mean, but the monster had already turned and fled the other way. Panting, Shrike said the demons were retreating. Leonie turned and asked why this was happening. Looking up, she was terrified. The guildmaster watched the demons flying overhead and asked what was going on. Cho also looked around and demanded to know why all the demons had suddenly disappeared. Then his eyes landed on a new system window, and his face went serious. The message warned them that the Demon King Dekaravia would soon reveal his true form. Camilla looked up in fear and asked if that really meant the Demon King. Seeing the stream of mana linked to the city, she asked again if it truly was him. Rock said that couldn't be right. If the Demon King woke up, Japan, no, the whole world, would be finished. Full of resolve, Harkin jumped up and declared that they had to stop him. But fear still flashed across his face as he looked ahead. The system then announced that the ritual had begun. Granfell quickly focused on the scene, his face tight with tension. Taemin cried that this couldn't be happening. Harkin shouted in rage that all the ritual offerings had been brought out. Dekaravia laughed and called them fools, saying the sacrifices did not have to be human. Demons swarmed around the Demon King in the air. The guildmaster clenched his fists, looked up, and asked what he was seeing. It looked just like the magic circles from the underground permafrost shelter. The hunters looked up at the sky, fear spreading across their faces. They shouted that those were demons. The monsters were flying straight toward the magic circle. Then the hunters realized it. The demons were sacrificing themselves to finish the ritual. Hoyle gritted his teeth. This was bad. He had to stop them. Gekaravia appeared beside him in an instant, raised his hand, and said he couldn't allow that. Granfell looked up, startled. The Demon King drove his hand through MC's body, piercing him clean through. Harkon angrily shouted Hoyle's name. Then he looked down at a sea of blood, with the hands of the dead reaching out of it. Undead knights climbed from the bloody flood, begging Harkon to save them. The commander remembered his past battles, despair filling his face. Granfell shouted to Harkon, grabbed his shoulder, and told him it was only an illusion. He needed to wake up. The visions vanished at once. Taman looked at the massive flow of mana, and said the illusion had been broken. Harkon asked Hoyle if a demon had really broken through. Granfell answered that it was the commander's own fear. Dekaravia laughed, and said his illusion was hard to read, but the protagonist had an interesting gift. Still, it was too late. The sacrifice had already been offered. Very soon the Demon King would be reborn. Jessica looked up and said there were no demons left. Taemin, confused, asked if that thing was really an egg. It was drawing in the power of the summoning circle. Something unknown was growing inside the egg. At the same time, in central Hokkaido, a public announcement blasted through street speakers, telling NPCs to listen carefully. A state of emergency had been declared, and Hokkaido was now marked as a danger zone. Because of that, the city would be fully sealed off starting at 8 o'clock that day. The message ordered all residents to evacuate immediately. The warning kept repeating. An NPC asked what they should do, and Chun yelled for everyone to fall back at once and call for help from the mainland. The NPC then asked about the permafrost siege, but the guildmaster shot back. Was that really what he was worried about right now? Even after seeing it himself, the NPC still didn't grasp how bad this was. Did he really think they could handle it alone? Taman, holding a phone to his ear, blurted out in shock, asking what was going on. At the same time, Cholman fixed his jacket and spoke into the mic. An order had come from Korea. Every player in Hokkaido was told to return home. Hokkaido was about to be sealed off, and United by Heaven, along with several other guilds, had already started pulling out. Taman demanded to know what his brother meant. Cholman told him straight, they could die if they stayed. Romeo slipped a hand under his jacket, sure now that things had turned deadly. They had to kill the Demon King before he fully woke up. The guildmaster looked over and called to Hoyle. He gripped the necklace and realized it was part of an exorcism ritual. A system message appeared. The cursed necklace had been selected as an offering. Then the commander-in-chief appeared right in front of him and said they were meeting again. Startled, Romeo moved at once. The Demon King slammed his weapon into the rocks. Hoyle dropped low beside the shattered stone. Realizing this was a curse, the exorcism ritual left him open in the real world. The commander-in-chief mocked him for using the same rock trick again, and the protagonist knew they were in trouble, until this guy was dealt with. The commander-in-chief swung his weapon and laughed, then shouted that he'd smash through the rock itself. With a fierce look, he thrust his hand forward. Harkon answered with a heavy strike that blasted the demon back and sent chunks of stone flying. Romeo shouted, asking if that was really the commander. The commander-in-chief gave a cruel smile and said that meant Harkon was still alive. Sword in hand, Harkon calmly said that according to the commander-in-chief, 1 day here was equal to 4 in Arcana. Hearing that, he could barely hold back his grief over his own weakness. Mana flared around Harkon's sword, lighting up the whole area, and he said he had made his majesty wait far too long. The commander-in-chief grinned and laughed, saying Harkon was using a pretty serious sword aura. Harkon turned to Hoyle and told him to keep going. Killing the commander-in-chief was his duty. Romeo could see Harkon had his reasons, so without hesitation, he decided to trust him. The commander-in-chief drew his weapon back and said this fight should be fun. He would face him with his own blade. Harkon raised his mana-covered sword to the side, gave his name, and declared that he would carry out his majesty's final order. With a hard look, Harkon lifted his sword and said he'd do it now. The two rushed at each other, and powerful mana burst between their weapons. Romeo looked down at the necklace in his hand and knew it was his turn. Now, a system message announced that the cursed necklace had been chosen as an offering. The exorcism ritual activated. The Demon King asked if Hoyle was sure, and in the next instant, Romeo was pulled somewhere else. He spun around at once, tense and ready. Mana dripped from the egg and spread outward. Taemin looked up at the rising egg as dark mana changed into demons. The guildmaster shouted, asking if they were really coming back, and if those were truly the commanders of the demon army. Taemin yelled in fury that all 10 were there. These were the generals they had already killed. Harkon clenched his teeth and asked if their bodies had vanished after death. Had the egg absorbed them through the ritual? Dekaravia said MC was helpless while using the exorcism ritual, and they didn't have enough fighters to face the demon generals. MC felt just how hopeless it was. The Demon King said he was definitely different. He already knew that. He had the abilities of those people from Ixion. He wondered if Decoravia knew about the ritual. Decoravia confirmed it, and said he'd go even deeper. Dark Mana rushed straight toward the protagonist Tisho. A system message announced that the possession effect had been applied. Decoravia asked whether MC's mind could endure it. MC gritted his teeth in fear, thinking this couldn't be happening, while the Demon King pushed deeper into his mind. Dark Mana suddenly burst out of his body. He stared in confusion at what was happening. The protagonist was stunned. His eyes met the Demon King's. With a furious look, Romeo appeared in front of MC, thrust out his hand, and ordered Decoravia to get out. A system message popped up. The abnormal status, possession, had failed. The Demon King glanced at Romeo's hand. Hoyle clenched his fist and ripped the Demon King's eyes apart. At the same moment, the core exploded with tremendous force. The hunters shut their eyes and covered their ears from the blast. Decoravia couldn't believe it. To the Demon King, Romeo should have been nothing but a weak human. Hoyle looked at Romeo in confusion and called his name. Decoravia demanded to know where Romeo got that kind of strength. It should have been impossible. What was this endless, heavy, terrifying darkness? Romeo stared at Decoravia with a chilling expression. The Demon King's eyes began to melt away. Then his form broke apart into streams of mana. Hoyle returned to his body. Seeing the core still intact, he realized Decoravia had escaped. Wounded, the Demon King thought this man was dangerous. Decoravia needed a much stronger body. Cracks spread across the egg as dark mana poured out. A system message announced that the Demon King Decoravia had revealed his true form. Standing under a violent whirlwind, Taemin said the Demon King had been born. At the same time, Huikong grabbed onto a rock and shouted, asking if this was really the same Demon King. Decoravia was unbelievably huge. Hoyle felt like this was a curse. Part of him wanted to run, but they couldn't let the Demon King do whatever he wanted. Romeo ground his teeth and lifted the necklace again. A system message appeared. The lady's necklace had been selected as an offering. He knew they were starting the exorcism again. He quickly shut his ment. Then more system messages followed. The Devil's Jewel Box had been chosen as an offering, and the Strangling Tie had also been chosen. With so many offerings, the exorcism ritual grew even stronger. The light kept expanding. Through the crack, Romeo fixed an ominous gaze on the Demon King, and said he'd found him. Decoravia spun around at once. Hoyle tore the crack wider and laughed. The Demon King raised his hand, thinking this couldn't be real. He shouted for him not to come closer. Decoravia warned the protagonist not to take another step. The commanders moved immediately. They roared as they charged. Taemin looked up at the figures in the sky and shouted that the generals were making their move. The Demon King ordered his warriors to protect him, saying danger was coming from over there. Decoravia lifted a leg over the city, thinking he had to escape that danger. His foot came crashing down, smashing a building and throwing up dark smoke. Dust and rubble spread through the city in an instant. Taemin shielded his face from the wind and shouted that all this came from just one step. Nearby, a reporter and producer yelled that they could barely stay standing. Even from this far away, the shock had reached them, and they needed to retreat. The NPCs cried out that the Demon King had disappeared again. The commander flew up and demanded to know who the hell Hoyle really was. Decoravia said no human should be able to trap him in a ritual and keep their mind intact. And yet MC had done it. How? Who the hell was he? Furious, Decoravia demanded to know why he made even him tremble in horror. Jessica ran to the guildmaster and reported that one of the flying demon commanders had vanished. Kupukun opened his mouth wide above the main character and said it was a man. Taemin shouted for Hoyo, and then a spear tore through the sky. It slammed into Kupuken's head, and blood sprayed out in every direction. The guildmaster tensed and said it was him. Could that really be his Saji from Inazuma? The guildmaster of Inazuma firmly ordered everyone not to lower their guard. He warned that 2 more were heading their way, and the commanders rushed in with roaring cries. Rock sprang up from the ground and drove his sword into Kupuken's body. He shouted to Camilla and told them to move now. Camilla calmly pulled back her bowstring. Chains shot out and wrapped around the commanders' bodies. Rox asked why the protagonist wasn't moving. Jessica, startled, called the protagonist's name and explained he was using a skill. Rox then asked what the guildmaster was doing. Here. Turning with a tense look, he said he had simply chosen the path with the best chance to survive. Camilla, still holding her bow, warned the guildmaster that they wouldn't last long. Now that a disaster strong enough to wipe out the whole world had awakened, there was nowhere to run, only death. Rox looked toward his Saji from Inazuma and asked if he felt the same. That was why all of them had come here. They believed Hoyol would somehow find a way to solve this. Shrake declared that they would fight too. Smiling, he placed a hand on his chest and said that back in Yusra he had been rude. This time, the second son would join the G battle. A system message announced that the Second Son Guild had joined the party. Hisagi brushed back his hair and asked if they really believed that. He just hoped Shrike wasn't wrong. Hisagi wasn't the type to leave a debt unpaid. A system message announced that the Inazuma Guild had joined the party. Taemin pointed angrily and yelled at Shrike and Hisagi to stop chasing after Hoyol. He wished he had a weapon. Then someone smacked Taemin on the head. He looked up in surprise and saw Chelman, wondering if his brother was really here. Nam Chelman pointed at Taemin and snapped, asking why he hadn't answered his phone. Did he really want everyone worrying like this? Taemin scratched his head, smiled, and said sorry. Then Chelman pulled out a two-handed sword he found in the warehouse and told him to use it. Right then, the system announced that Jae-yun and the Shining Ones had joined. The party grew large enough to be marked as a raid automatically. The commanders rushed in from the sky, and the hunters shouted that the others were coming too. Kubikin quickly snapped the chains around him. Rox charged forward and yelled for everyone to stop the commanders before they reached Hoyel. Those generals were their job to handle. At the same time, inside MC's mind as he kept the ritual going, Romeo grinned and brought up the Demon King's question. What exactly made him fear him? Decaravia turned to him, confused. Romeo showed him what was happening in the city, and said this was the answer. Even in despair, they still refused to give up. That was human pride. Hoyal calmly lifted his hand, and fire-like mana poured from it. The Demon King shot up into the air at once. He angrily demanded to know what pride Romeo was talking about. Decaravia mocked the protagonist, saying it was all fake. To him, it was just pointless emotion. At the same time, he drove his weapon into Harkon's body. The commander spat out blood. Decaravia pulled back his bloodied weapon and told Harkon to just stay down. With a confused sigh, the Demon King said the blow was fatal. If Harkon kept resisting, he would only shame himself more. But Harkon, his eyes burning with a fierce aura, glanced aside and suddenly drove his sword into Decaravia. The Demon King stared at the huge wound in his chest in shock and anger. He couldn't understand it. Harkon had lost too much blood to still move, let alone keep fighting. Clutching his chest, Decaravia dropped to the ground. Harkon looked down at him without wavering. Furious, the Demon King demanded to know why he hadn't surrendered, and how this was even possible. Harkon raised his sword to finish him. Then Decaravia realized the commander was already unconscious, and still fighting. In one clean swing, Harkon cut off his head. A system message appeared. The Demon King's commander-in-chief had been defeated. The demon army's morale dropped hard, and the Demon King's power grew weaker. The hunters stared at the message in shock. Taemin grinned and rested his sword on his shoulder, saying Harkon pulled it off, so now it was their turn. Rox grit his teeth and rushed in, shouting back in agreement. A blast of energy smashed into Kubikin's head. The system announced that the Demon Army commander Kubikin had been defeated. The Demon King's power weakened again. Hisagi turned and shouted that they were not going down. They had to move around Taemin. Then the Guildmaster charged at Amakan. A powerful beam tore through the commander's body. The system announced that the Demon Army commander Amakan had been killed. The Demon King's power weakened again. Harkon looked at the blood in fear, and said this couldn't be happening. Why weren't they running after seeing Permafrost crushed so badly? They were the Demon King's army, yet these weak humans had beaten them once, and now again. Taemin thought of Kirwin, and his face hardened with anger. He lashed out with a clawed hand wrapped in fire. The system announced that the Demon Army commander Horkin had been killed. The Demon King's power weakened again. The Demon King instantly doubled over in pain and grabbed his head. In despair, Decaravia said it was impossible. His commanders had been killed by weak humans. Romeo looked at the flowing dark mana, with complete confidence. Back in the present, part of the Demon King's body was ripped away. He crashed to the ground, smashing the buildings below. Decaravia screamed in agony as blood poured down. Hoyol clenched his teeth, realizing the Demon King was resisting the ritual too hard. He had already used so much mana that keeping the exorcism going was getting difficult. Decaravia opened his eyes with a savage glare, and shouted that a human dared challenge him. In the real world, the Demon King opened his mouth and let out a huge roar. He threw back his head, dark smoke bursting out as he tore through the city. The hunters raised their arms to shield their faces from the powerful waves of smoke. Wicking said this couldn't be good. It looked like the Demon King was trying to escape. Decaravia tore through the city as he ran. Hoyol suddenly understood. The Demon King was trying to break free of the exorcism ritual. Bent over and screaming, the Demon King's true body was moving on instinct, trying to escape. At the same time, a reporter shouted to the producer, asking where that monster was heading. The producer, shocked, said he was going toward the city center, where the civilians had been evacuated. Hoyol bit down hard. He couldn't let that happen. If the Demon King escaped, it would turn into a disaster. He had to focus and stop him with the ritual. Then the system warned that his mana was running out. MC froze for a second, confused by what was happening. Another message appeared. The exorcism was ending. He realized this felt like a curse. Romeo appeared behind him and said they still had another source of magic. Hoya remembered what Carl once said, use the darkness inside yourself as a source of mana. Pulling himself out of that memory, the protagonist moved with confidence. He raised his hand and held out two fingers wrapped in dark energy. Then he understood. It was dark magic. The Demon King's true body filled with dark mana, and he screamed in pain. Decaravia thought this darkness should never, but the pain cut the thought short. Wiccan watched tensely. Viewers flooded the chat, calling it horror and asking what they were even seeing. The hunters looked up in shock. After a while, Leonie stood on a cliff with her comrades. She smiled as she looked down. The guildmaster said she had been ready to throw Hoyle over her shoulder and run if things got too dangerous, but it looked like there was nothing to worry about. The system announced that the Demon King Decaravia had been defeated. The quest to retake Permafrost was complete, and MC had brought hope back to the northern city. A little later, the news broke in with another update. Now that Permafrost had everyone's attention, talk had shifted to rebuilding the city and filling its empty government post. One NPC asked if the other had seen the video. The other laughed, asked if it was the one from Wikong, and guessed it probably already had 200 million views. At the same time, a report on Hoyle's phone said smoke had been rising for days from the place where Decaravia was defeated. He set the phone on the floor and stretched while sitting there. Then he flopped onto the bed and said it felt good to be home. But a second later, he looked up in surprise. After Decaravia's defeat, thick smoke had risen from the remains. That much the protagonist remembered clearly. Then a new quest appeared, Legacy of Action. The system announced a class quest. The beacon of salvation is lit and burns bright. O last demon hunter, reclaim the legacy stolen by evil. Hoyle stared at the message, raised a finger, and wondered what Action's legacy even meant. Could it be tied to Romeo, the one he met in the Palace of Reason? For now, he couldn't be sure. What the Demon King said at the end still bothered him. MC recalled Decaravia's words, this darkness should never fall into human hands. A few days after Permafrost was restored, Arcana announced that the full contribution rankings for the Siege of Permafrost had been posted as of October 29th. Hoyle had earned over 1 million contribution points. Rox was second with 4,221, and Chun took third with 2,249. The notice apologized for the delay, saying a system error had caused a problem while calculating points and giving out the rewards. They promised to send everything once the issue was fixed. People in the comments wondered if it was really a bug, or if that was even possible. Then, another urgent system notice appeared about an error in reward distribution for the Siege of Permafrost. Sometime later, in the Yusra archipelago, Saul knocked, apologized to Hakuna, and said it was time for his checkup. She stepped inside and asked how he was feeling. The doctor was stunned by what he saw. Bandaged all over, the commander was balancing on the floor using just 2 fingers. He looked over and said it was Sol. She hurried toward him and insisted he should be resting. Healing magic or not, his injuries were still severe. The doctor raised a hand and begged him to stop making his work harder, but Hakuna just laughed it off and said it wasn't a big deal. Looking exhausted, Sol covered her face and said that if he didn't recover, she'd be too ashamed to face Hoyle. Then someone entered, saying he was glad Hakuna was doing well. Sol jumped in surprise when she saw him. She and the doctor quickly greeted His Majesty. Smiling, the king held out a hand and told them to relax. He said he had only come to deliver a package from their savior. Hakuna looked at him and asked if it was really from Hoyle. Holding a feather, the king explained that it must have been left behind by the commander-in-chief of the demon army, where Hakuna had collapsed. A system window identified it as a rare rank feather from a helped bird. Hakuna was told he wanted it given to him, since he was the one who defeated that monster. The protagonist had also said that when Hakuna met the Emperor of Arcana again, he would need proof that he had fully carried out his duty. Hakuna stared at the feather in surprise. He tightened his grip on it and asked if MC had really thought that far ahead. MC really was a thoughtful man. Still, where had he gone? Several days passed after the victory over the Demon King Decoria. Things settled down fast, but the world was not the same anymore. An NPC slammed his fist down. He hurled the papers aside and demanded to know if Hisagi Kazuma and the rest of Inazuma were really bowing to Lee Hoyle out of gratitude. In his eyes, they were idiots. They lost their shot at clearing the siege first, and on top of that, they were beaten by the Koreans. With Jane already ahead of them in the rankings, he couldn't believe they didn't see how serious this was. He kept pressing them, asking how they could fail to understand how bad the situation had become. Hisagi Kazuma shot back. Was he supposed to just let all the civilians in Hokkaido die? The NPC barked that he had no idea what the guildmaster was talking about. With a frightening look, Hisagi Kazuma slammed the table again, then threw it aside. He warned that if the other guilds had shown up even 1 second later, everyone there would have died. After that, he called them nothing but rotten old monsters. The NPC trembled and demanded to know how Hisagi Kazuma dared speak to him like that. How dare I? Lightning mana gathered in Hisagi Kazuma's hand as he glared back. That was exactly what he wanted to say. After that, Hisagi Kazuma and the Inazuma Guild turned their backs on Japan. One hunter asked what they were supposed to do now. If they abandoned their country, nobody would welcome them anymore. Walking down the hall, Hisagi Kazuma said he wasn't so sure. Smiling to himself, he wondered what kind of title they would need to move to the Yusra kingdom. In the end, they took shelter in the Yusra archipelago and kept working there. The Japanese government was furious, but it could do nothing. In the end, it had pushed out the strongest players in the country. Wycon's channel blew up, and all kinds of companies started reaching out with offers. He announced that, with so many calls coming in, he would stop streaming until Lee Hoyle came back. Honestly, that changed very little. Most people probably would not watch without the main guy there anyway. Shred, the second son, managed to raise his guild's standing during the Siege of Permafrost, which seemed to make up for the shame of the Uzra incident. As for Jan, people could not stop talking about Taemin's class quest, and Namshal's face at the press conference turned into a meme. The news also confirmed that Jessie really had announced she was leaving the Shining Ones. Rox rested his face on one hand and asked, in a serious tone, what she thought about all that. From what he understood, she had never cared much about the guild in the first place. Even so, Rox did not expect to lose her like this. Jessie calmly held her cup and reminded him that she never said she was leaving. Rox said her name quietly, then made it clear, if someone was really going to take her away, he would only accept it if that person was Lee Hoyel. Jessie lowered her head and asked why he was already getting worked up. He had vanished, after all. Nobody even knew where in the world he was. With a worn-out look, Romeo thought about how he had spent day and night searching for clues about the new class quest, and still got nowhere. Leaning back in his chair, he started to wonder if that legacy even existed. And on top of that, why were so many people calling and messaging him? His phone started ringing non-stop, so Lee Hoyel turned it off. Holding his head, he admitted he was exhausted. It was even worse than when Asura was involved. He wanted to visit the Mage Tower library, but going outside felt too risky. The class quest was stuck, and the siege reward still had not arrived. Then, there were the Demon King's final words. Lee, the protagonist, touched his chin and thought back to what the Demon King had said. He had always felt he was different from other players. Even if he was synced with his in-game character, his personality should not change that much. And there was something else. Romeo, the one he saw during the exorcism ritual. Lee Hoyel looked into whether other players could see their characters too, but found nothing. Maybe that was a skill only demon hunters had. And if so, he would not know much about it anyway, since he was the last one left. Still, if that was true, then how had MC seen into Romeo's past? He pressed a hand to his head and hoped that dealing with Ocean's legacy might teach him something new about Romeo. Then a system window suddenly popped up. It told him he had gained new levels. Lee Hoyel checked his stats and wondered if he had really just jumped 30 levels all at once. Another message appeared. Rewards for major contribution in the Siege of Permafrost. Nam Chelman, Lee Eun-hee, Lee, Nam Taemin, Lee Eun-hye, Nam Taemin, Nam Taemin, Nam Taemin. Then a new view opened. It showed, before him, a massive building. A great city came into view, and a thought followed. From this point on, it had a ruler. Then a notification announced that the ruler menu had been added to the system. The city spread out before him. A reporter was right in the middle of it, camera in hand. The cameraman said Chuck was definitely getting caught today, and he had already saved them a good spot. They had been told to head to the second floor of the hotel by the gate. The ceremony to appoint a new ruler was happening today, and the place was packed. Glancing around, the reporter said people from the press were everywhere. Was Chuck really about to become the new Lord of Permafrost? The other man answered like it was obvious. Who else could it be? Grinning, the reporter joked. Oliver? Rox? Maybe Jack? Or even some random NPC? The answer came right away. Had he not seen the siege contribution rankings? Stop talking nonsense. Then suddenly, his eyes went wide. Pointing ahead, he shouted for everyone to look. The door swung open, and the crowd stared in awe. Their eyes all turned toward the entrance. The hero adjusted his tie. Hearing his name, he frowned. People started shouting all at once. The reporter yelled for the cameraman to start filming already, and the poor guy yelled back that he did not even know how. Someone forced his way through the crowd. The protagonist lowered his head. His eyes widened. What was wrong with all these people? Chuck stopped where he stood, thinking he had only gone to the castle library to study class quests. Then the ruler notifications started going off one after another. They annoyed him so much that he came out just to get some air. More messages appeared. The location and crowd size were acceptable, and the conditions for the appointment ceremony had been met. He froze. What appointment ceremony? Clutching his head, he thought this new quest and Romeo's nonsense were already driving him insane. A huge crowd stood right in front of him. Jack rushed over, eyes wide, asking what was going on. The moment the notification appeared, he came running, and somehow this had already turned into a giant event. There should not even have been any reward for this, and another guy said he had rushed over too. Jack raised a hand and said of course he came. This was Mr. Chuck's appointment ceremony. Smiling, someone else said the two of them had made it as well. Standing in front of him, one of them asked how he was feeling, and whether his wounds had healed. Oliver answered that he was completely fine. He turned at the sound of someone saying, it looked like the ceremony was about to begin. The hero leaned against the railing. The crowd watched him in confusion. Then, frowning, he said he would not be the ruler. The reporters froze. Oliver frowned and asked again, while others stared at their laptops in shock. The crowd burst into surprised cries. The hero raised a hand and said that matters like this had to follow proper procedure. Permafrost belonged to the Archon Empire, so the only right path was to follow imperial law and leave the choice of ruler to the emperor. Any other decision made no sense. A girl widened her eyes and said that was true, but now added that if no ruler was chosen, permafrost. The crowd looked up in surprise. Staring straight ahead, the protagonist continued. Still, he lifted his brows and said that with the authority given to him, he could appoint a ruler fully and lawfully. A notice appeared. The authority function had been activated. The man went still as he heard the rest. So Li Hoyel proposed that Oliver should take on the role of acting ruler. A staircase appeared, and it was said that even before the damage from the Demon King's rampage was fully overcome, the people of Permafrost had already seen their whole world turned upside down. As he stepped forward, the hero said he truly believed Oliver would become a new light of hope for them. The man looked at him in disbelief. The protagonist frowned. Oliver pressed his lips together. Then the tower answered, accepting his will. A weapon appeared, and it was said that although they had failed to protect Permafrost before, this time, holding the sword, Oliver vowed that he would keep the city safe. Then the mage composer came into view. The hero lifted his head and thought that he had finally escaped. A city status window appeared. Permafrost clearly had huge potential, and becoming its ruler sounded impressive. But right now it was a complete wreck. Trying to rebuild it himself would be a terrible idea. He closed his eyes and thought about it more. Besides, what would someone like him, someone not even from the Arcana, look like trying to act as ruler? The people might revolt, and dealing with the budget sounded like a nightmare. Chuck looked off to the side, surprised. Then he heard a voice behind the door. It was John, asking if he could come in for just a minute. He wanted to rest, but if it was really only a minute, maybe that was fine. The doors suddenly opened. The guy looked down, and the hero immediately thought that this was definitely not going to take 1 minute. Looking down, John said he had heard the news. People were saying Chuck had stopped the Demon King's descent, and then passed the ruler's seat to someone from the Arcana. The protagonist stayed silent. He frowned. John was an arcane, and the tower's top mage, yet all he could do was thank him. That felt strange. Chuck folded his arms. The mage tower usually stayed out of things that did not concern it, so why was John bringing this up now, and why in that tone? Closing his eyes, John said he came only to offer his thanks. He hoped Chuck would understand that words were all he could give right now. It sounded like he wanted to help, but could not. Chuck smiled and said everyone has reasons they cannot share. Then he took a closer look at John. He realized the tower had some hidden issue that kept its mages from stepping in directly. John clearly did not agree with it, but he also could not openly fight it. Chuck gave a small grin. He held out a hand. Chuck told him he should sit down. He understood exactly what he was going through. A quest notice popped up. Chuck frowned and said he would at least pour him some tea. John lowered his gaze. As they sat at the table, Chuck realized this was the research quest he had been doing with John. Looking down, Chuck said he only had green tea and rice tea. Then he wondered if the end of this quest was tied to the tower's secret problem. John lowered his head and said he had one request. If this worked out, even the mages might finally start taking an active role in the outside world. After all, the Mage Tower was Arcana's strongest military force. With a smirk, Romeo told him to go on. Chuck looked away and thought this might be his chance to bring a powerful ally to his side. A view of the city appeared. It was said that a truly shocking event had happened recently, something every viewer surely remembered. A girl reported that during the ceremony to appoint Permafrost's new ruler, the event everyone had been talking about, a man holding a remote heard the report continue. Player Chuck handed his right to rule over to Oliver, commander of the Lionheart Order. He switched channels, only to hear another report saying Chuck was estimated to be at least level 600. If that was true, he had already surpassed Rox of the Shining Ones in level. In other words, Rox himself had made a similar public statement. On TV, they said he would not become ruler. Throwing the remote aside, the girl shouted that no matter where you looked, it was Chuck all day long. The guy straightened his tie and complained that these people must think viewers were idiots. Of course they would talk about nothing but Chuck. The ratings were too good. He told her to just ignore it. Smiling, the man asked if she had seen the latest news. Chuck wanted to thank the guilds that fought with him in Permafrost, so he invited their guild leaders to a tea party. Grabbing his head, the guy said that was exactly why she was losing it. They were all eating and drinking on Chuck's dime, and she did not care if they said it was for safety. He closed his eyes when she said green tea was not that expensive, so why not slip their leader a little extra? He answered, exactly. Looking aside, the man asked where he was going and what he was even wearing. The guy answered that he was heading to the Mage Tower. Holding an envelope, he added that today was the deadline to submit papers for pre-review to the Mage academic community. He was in Topaz. Scientific conferences were held regularly at the Mage Tower. It was the biggest event in the world of magic, where mages could present their research in the Crystal Hall. That was why the pre-screening process was so strict. People turned in surprise, and Chuck thought, the Hall of Truth, Topaz. As he walked forward, he wondered how so many people were here. Turning his head, he decided to find the line for document review. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. What is going on here? He wondered. Did someone die? Did they all fail their presentations? But even then, was it really this bad? Standing near the mage Edward, Chuck thought these guys were way too sensitive. Were they really that crushed just from hearing the harsh truth? Then, someone called Edward from the Berserker Guild and said it was his turn. Edward closed his eyes and thought that this time he was confident. All he had to do was sweet-talk those old tower mages. Chuck covered his face with his hands. Sitting at the table, he told him to sit down. The man asked again, and Chuck wondered what Edward was doing here. Edward sat and lowered his head. Looking down, he thought, why is this so scary? And why is Chuck here? Chuck placed the papers on the table. His eyes widened. This was part of John's quest. As the best mage, John had to help with the pre-review for conference research. Then Chuck asked if he really meant to present this at the conference. Edward stared at him in shock and blurted out. Chuck pointed at the document and said that page 1 and pages 4 through 12 were nothing but smart rewrites of other authors' work. Did he really think this counted as his own research? The man lowered his head as Chuck said that for someone this lazy, he had either a lot of nerve or a plan to embarrass the whole Mage Tower's academic community. Eyes wide, Chuck said their confidence was impressive. Now get out, immediately. The man suddenly lunged forward. Chuck lifted his head with a sigh. He had thought that if he solved John's problem, the whole Mage Tower would back him, so he planned to finish any task without complaint. But somehow, he ended up reviewing research papers for the entire magic community, even though he was not even level 300. Looking at him, Chuck thought, damn, his sharp tongue was not helping. Then Romeo called for the next person. The door cracked open, and a girl covered part of her face as she greeted him. She was Claire. Chuck frowned and told her to sit down. Standing before him, Claire said she was a healing mage. Chuck thought this must be a personal trial from Sir Chuck. Then she added that her research was about growing non-medicinal herbs. Chuck listened with a frown as she explained that if she succeeded, it would be a huge breakthrough for making magic potions. Claire started to cry and said it had been very hard to grow them. Chuck looked surprised when she added that it was still worth it. Claire stood by the door, lowering her head. Agnes said she had literally seen the soul leave Claire's body. Looking away, she added that it seemed Claire had failed the test. Another mage stepped forward and said it was fine. Her topic was about plant cultivation, which was far from normal mage work. Maybe Chuck just could not see its real value. Clenching her fists, Claire said she had passed. Agnes looked away and asked again, stunned. Plant cultivation had more to do with potion production than magic theory. It was an important field, but she always thought it would never pass a review like this. Holding a book, Agnes asked if John really had not questioned her. Claire replied no. The examiner was not John. It was his research partner, Chuck. Throwing up her hands, Claire said he called her approach extraordinary. He did not ask a single question and said right away that he was looking forward to her conference presentation. Agnes covered her face and wondered if that meant Chuck not only knew healing magic, but also understood potions and how they were made. Looking down, she said it was such a shame. She was starting to envy John. She should have recruited Chuck first. The room came back into view. John stuck a finger in his ear. Chuck asked what was wrong. John apologized and asked him to forgive him. His ears suddenly burned, like someone was talking about him behind his back. A glow rose around the plant, as John said he had heard everything. Only one paper was left, and it was also about growing non-medicinal herbs. This plant was a rare ingredient used in potion making. Grinning, Chuck said he got it. If they learned to grow it well, it would help create new magic potions and cut research costs, along with saving his wallet. John lowered his head and said he never imagined Chuck's knowledge reached potion making too. As always, he was amazed by how much Chuck knew about magic. Sitting at the table, Chuck wondered how long John planned to keep bowing there and mumbling, so he told him to get to the point. John answered that Chuck had seen right through him. He really could not hide anything. Chuck's eyes widened when he heard the quest was being completed, and he thought that was pretty ironic. Looking straight ahead, John said he wanted Chuck to study the borders between worlds, or more exactly, the rifts between them. Holding a flame in his hands, John said he still remembered the flash Chuck showed at the last conference. It was that same mix of magic and science, two totally different ideas. He had decided to name this new branch of magic theory, Paradox. The protagonist stared at him, confused. He wanted help developing this paradox too, but what did that have to do with studying rifts? Romeo's eyes went wide. A purple light flared, and the answer clicked. A paradox is where two opposite things become one. A rift works the same way. It blends the real world with arcana. He shut his eyes. Then a thought hit him. He himself was a paradox. Then he said he understood his intention. The hero frowned, thinking this might help him learn more about why Romeo came into his life. So he agreed and asked where they should begin. He brought up the mechanical structure called a veiled tower in Arcana, which had started showing up all over the place. Even the NPCs had no clear idea what this place really was. The tower was so mysterious that no one even knew the proper way to enter it. He set his cup on the table. Then he realized, this was one of the new rifts added in the update. Leaning forward, he remembered John wanted him to explore it. That meant he had to get ready. especially since the minimum level for this rift was 400. At level 295, clearing it would be brutally hard. He frowned. So that meant he had to make up the gap with better gear. A few items came to mind. If a cursed item goes through an exorcism ritual, the curse is removed and it turns into a normal item. So the cursed gear he had used during the fight with Gerald might actually be worth checking now. One luxury item caught his eye. His eyes widened. Unlimited mana regeneration. That was amazing. And it looked good too. Two great perks at once. He got excited and reached for it, then paused at the strange reaction. Holding the accessory, he thought he should hurry and put it around his neck. The rest of the items sat on the table. Now what? With a grin, he decided the necklaces were only good for selling, but the box was a real win. An item that boosts accessories would definitely be useful later. He also brought up the sword that dropped after Gerald was defeated. Looking it over, Chuck thought it might not be some incredible weapon, but for now it suited him perfectly. He barely had to think about it. It was just right. Maybe with this sword, he could use Blade Aura more effectively. The hero paused in front of the mirror. A grin crossed his face. Only a few months earlier, he had been shaken by the merge with Romeo. Now, even with that unfamiliar face staring back, he wasn't nearly as shocked. He stood there in silence, thinking that face was his past and his shame, but it didn't make him burn with embarrassment anymore. He smirked at his reflection. Then he turned away. Chuck realized Romeo had already become part of him. They arrived at the Asura archipelago. An immigration checkpoint stood ahead. A crowd had gathered there. The hero's eyes widened at the massive line. As he moved through the crowd, he wondered why the rift had to appear in Asura of all places, then asked to be let through. He pushed ahead slowly. Then he stopped when someone from the Inazuma Guild greeted Sir Chuck. The protagonist looked surprised. Why had Inazuma come to meet him? The man walked up and said it was an honor to see him again. Sean grinned and asked if he had come to investigate the mechanical tower that appeared in the kingdom of Usura. The protagonist replied that he had heard Sean was staying in Usura now. With a smile, the man corrected him. It was more accurate to say he was still just a refugee for the moment. Standing up high, the man called out that he was there. Jack shouted back for him to wait a second. He'd come down and escort him. The hero looked up as they promised to take him straight to the mechanical tower quickly and safely. He answered that Jack looked fairly healthy. The tower stood in the distance. On the way there, Sean explained that since Sir Oliver had become acting ruler of Permafrost, Jaeyon was temporarily handling the duty of escorting His Majesty Henry. The protagonist said that sounded like a pretty decent outcome. Chuck frowned and asked if Sean was still looking for a place to stay. Sean confirmed it. Smiling, he said he had already turned in his documents, but after everything involving Sir Oliver, His Majesty was overwhelmed. Then the rift showed up on top of that. Jack looked shocked when he heard Sean was now working with Jaeyon to help fill the Lionheart Order's shortage. Sean said he should thank Henry, but the reply made it clear this guy was talking to him very differently than before. As the tower came closer, Sean said he sincerely hoped his application would be accepted, and thanked him for the concern. The protagonist, however, wasn't fooled. This guy was two-faced. The man stepped through the barrier. The hero stopped as he heard that they had arrived. Looking around, the protagonist thought this was what Krivrenberg looked like inside. The way all those complicated gears blended into Usura felt like the perfect example of a paradox. Jack turned and said this was the mechanical tower of Krivrenberg. It was his first time inside too, but the strange thing was how empty it felt, even though lots of players had already entered. Suddenly, he flinched in shock. Looking up, the guy yelled that the floor had dropped. It was a trap. Sean reacted, asking what was going on, still talking non-stop. The hero's eyes widened. Staring at the mechanism, he asked what it was. The gears spun fast. More mechanisms activated. Blades swung back and forth. Looking to the side, Jack asked how this was even possible. He had never seen so many traps at once. The light flared above, and he noticed what looked like a portal. Chuck looked up and guessed the magic device had probably been made with objects. The method was different, but skill-wise, that portal was close to the one in the Tower of Magicians. And the traps, every one of them was made of silver. Inside the tower, he realized this whole hall had been built to catch and kill demons, not humans. Checking the notification, the hero wondered what kind of place this was, then saw it was a quest. Jack lowered his head and said the reward seemed to depend on how quickly they reached that portal. The protagonist agreed when he realized he had been given a quest too. More notifications popped up, and Chuck stepped forward. As a demon hunter, he was tied to his class quest, and he already knew something was wrong here. Even so, he said they were going through. The mechanisms kept moving. The hero grinned. Obviously, something was going to shoot out from the walls, but as he moved through the traps, he was sure they wouldn't hit him. Stepping forward, the protagonist figured out that all these traps were carefully built magic devices triggered by interference. He kicked off the ground and added that if interference was the key, Chuck grinned and realized he could read them. By watching how people moved through the area, he could figure out the safe zones of the traps. The hero glanced aside. Then he raised his leg. Standing before the portal, he thought this wouldn't be hard. Chuck held out his hand and said they were moving on. Chuck turned his head. Then he stopped and asked where they were. The hero looked shocked when he heard they had to break through the traps. The count was finalized, and the teams would be decided by the time spent on the quest. So just getting through the traps wasn't the end of it. That meant he'd be teamed with Sean and Jack, but wherever those two had gotten stuck, it didn't matter. He figured he would have to clear it alone, but then it turned out there was a multiplayer mode. Lucky him. The protagonist frowned. His team had only one person. He asked again. Chuck's eyes widened. It was a multiplayer mode, but he was alone, and worse, he grabbed his head when he realized this was PvP. A notice explained the win condition. Be the first to earn 30 points and move up to the next floor. Smiling, the guy said hello. A match was already underway. The broadcast announced that the Arcana Today team was reporting live from the Mechanical Tower of Quarenberg, bringing fresh coverage of the new Rift tournament. The magician clenched his teeth as the announcer said the players were already locked in a fierce battle. The host explained the rules were dead simple. The first team to grab the golden gear in the center of the field wins. A victory gives 3 points, and a loss takes away 2. As someone seized the gear, the announcer added that the first team to reach 30 points would be crowned champion. Rox smiled when he heard they had secured the golden gear. Standing in front of the girl, he praised her for doing well. The host added that the moment they mentioned Rox's team, they had snatched the win in an instant. He shut his eyes and said he understood the audience completely. He was waiting to see player Chuck too, but for now, they could only broadcast through the drones of their partner guilds. People stared off in surprise. Platforms began rising, and the commentary explained that this was how the winners moved up. As the platform slammed into place, the host said that if things kept going like this, they would probably get to see Chuck soon. More people rose on another platform, and the host pointed out that, just as expected, new opponents were coming up from the other side. Rox looked down as the announcer asked who Rox's team, now at 12 points, would face next. People sat on the platform. Jack frowned. Sean covered his face. Then they announced the players were Jack and Sean. Michael smirked when he heard they knew nothing about him, except that another player had the Explorer class. Rox looked down and called it an interesting pair. In his head though, they were total opposites with nothing in common, so the matchup was probably based on points and average level. The drone moved in as the golden gear appeared. The host sounded excited. A team led by the player ranked second was up against players in 6th and 11th place. The young man lowered his head and figured this fight would be rough. He needed to watch out for Sean's speed and dodge Jack's opening hit. Once that was done, they could crush the last one right away. The boys traded blows as the battle was about to start. Watching the fight, Rox blamed himself for losing Chuck. If he hadn't run out of breath at the portal, they might have caught him. Though Rox himself had been exhausted too. People started falling. Someone said it wasn't his fault. The platform had collapsed. The guy adjusted the camera and grinned. The player raised a hand, and a notice popped up. They got the golden gear. Rox's team won again, and the host pointed out they were winning with ease. The platform's mechanism kicked in as the winner went up and the loser dropped. As the platform rose, the host wondered who would face that team next. The guy cried out in surprise. The man widened his eyes when a notice appeared. No team matching the conditions had been found, so the search would pause until one appeared. The hero stayed still. He looked over at the other players. The protagonist frowned. Rox was shocked to hear it was Chuck, and he was alone. He really came by himself, with 0 points. Jack raised his hand when they announced their next opponent might be him, live on this YouTube channel right now. He couldn't help asking why Chuck was alone. The hero smirked and let out a sigh. Staring ahead, he said that meant they were his opponents, and he'd been waiting for this. The others stared at him. The protagonist stayed still, but his mind raced. He had 0 points, no team, and yet they were making him fight first. And that bloodthirsty look on his face made it seem like Jack and Sean were too weak to satisfy him. Chuck frowned. His first match had taken 2 whole hours to start. He'd almost died of boredom. Light flared around the gear, and he thought it was funny that his first match would be against Jack and Sean. The others looked at the glowing gear in surprise, as the host asked who would win this one. Chuck realized the reason was simple. He was alone, and only level 295, so nobody matched his conditions. That was probably why they threw him against a strong team. With a grin, the hero decided it didn't matter. Then Rox suddenly rose in front of them. Jack turned and shouted, asking where that wall had come from. The protagonist stepped in front of them. The host's eyes went wide. Comments flooded in, saying this place shouldn't allow anyone to affect the environment like that. How was he doing it? Chuck grinned. While waiting for the match, he'd fully studied the tower's material makeup. Easy as candy to a kid. As the platform kept rising, he thought about how many kinds of minerals he had to sort through for this. Without Romeo, that kind of deep analysis might not even have been possible. The hero stood before them. A notice appeared. Match found. Current points, 3. He smiled. Rox said they gave up. He just couldn't see any way they could win. A message appeared saying the other team had withdrawn. Current points, 6. A flood of notices appeared, and the protagonist thought that after all those deadly rifts, he'd finally found something good. The tower was called a legacy too, so what would happen if he uncovered all its secrets? Chuck looked away as he heard he had reached the top floor of the Cranberg mechanical tower. Finally, the hero grinned, wondering what waited on the last floor. Then his eyes suddenly widened. The protagonist stared at the flames. Monsters circled the tower, and a thought hit him. Had demons invaded Yuzra while he was inside? The demon's eyes went wide. No, wait. Looking down, Chuck realized this was happening through a rift where reality and arcana had mixed together. Then he saw the burning city below, and understood. He was looking at the continent of arcana. Light rose around the hero. The demon screamed. Looking to the side, the hero muttered, "The curse." A glow appeared in front of him. Chuck's eyes widened. The attack bounced off. The demons looked ahead as notices appeared. Everything seemed connected, but he was still inside the Cranberg rift, and interfering with the outside world should have been impossible. The hero turned his head. Gritting his teeth, he realized all he could do was watch. Staring at the city, the protagonist thought that behind this terrible scene, Chuck frowned. He felt completely helpless. His eyes opened wide. Looking off to the side, the hero asked again. A pulse ran through him, and he thought he had just felt a jolt, like a heartbeat. It felt strangely familiar, like something echoing in his own chest. His eyes widened. The protagonist knew that feeling. The mechanical tower came into view. What he felt was anger and helplessness. Rox looked up and asked what that sound was. Something was ringing. Jack looked up too and said it could be heard through the whole tower. Henry put a hand to his face. The tower stood deep in the forest. Looking up, the hero realized the tower was screaming. He pressed a hand to his face and thought it was reacting to his anger, his rage at being unable to stop the demons right in front of him, and being able to do nothing. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chuck froze. He couldn't touch the space outside the rift because he was inside it, but the rift itself existed between reality and arcana. So what about the Cranberg mechanical tower itself? The hero's eyes locked in place. As he tapped the notice, he thought, right. That was why the class quest had brought him here. The protagonist closed his eyes and remembered. The last stronghold of the demon hunters was the mechanical fortress of Cranberg. This tower had been built so only a demon hunter could activate it. Grinning, he reminded himself that he was the last demon hunter. Then he said to let it activate as a class quest notice appeared. The class quest notice appeared. A bright light burst from the tower. The guy looked up in shock. The drone flew forward as someone asked what was shaking so hard. Reaching out, the hero thought, show yourself, reveal the pride of the last bastion. The protagonist looked at the heart and thought that no hunter had been there to awaken it for so long. It must have been shaking with rage, forced to do nothing but watch. Chuck smirked and said he saw it. The heart appeared, and a notice declared that the mechanical tower of Grenberg had been chosen as an offering. The voice said this was its pride. Demons swarmed around the tower as another notice announced the activation of the last bastion, the mechanical fortress of Grenberg. The monsters cried out in shock. Light swirled around the tower. The hero smirked as notices said the last bastion had gained experience points and glory. The people stared at the messages in disbelief. Light burst from the tower, and someone asked what kind of notifications these were. Looking ahead, the reporter said the shaking had become serious. What was happening up there? Jack looked up and said the rift was disappearing. Sean asked if that meant it had been cleared. Another player read the notice and asked what it meant that the tower was counterattacking. A green light rose from the tower, and the thought came to him. The rift had been cleared. Standing still, the hero thought the paradox space would close soon. Once the shaking ended and everything settled down, he'd open his eyes back in the real world. Looking to the side, he added that he was sure of one thing. As he looked at the city, the protagonist knew the activated fortress of Querenberg would keep hunting the demons of the continent of Arkan until the end of time. The mechanical tower came into view. A high-rise building appeared. Exhausted people sat around a table in an office. One man cut the phone line. The guy grinned, eyes wide. His phone was in his pocket. Then it started ringing. The young man froze. He lowered his head. Then his eyes went wide, and he laughed. When he looked up, he was crying, and someone told him to get a grip. The man beside him said he felt like he was losing his mind. People kept calling with questions about Querenberg, but he didn't know anything either. The reply was calm. They understood, so he should settle down. The news broadcast came on. They said people were even asking who that person was. Meaning Chuck, of course. Holding his head, the guy said people were also asking what this counterattack meant. He wanted to know too. Heem smirked and thought that a counterattack really had begun. The notice was unheard of, but system messages don't lie. Looking at his phone, he added that the system saw this counterattack as something important for the continent of Arkan, a true hell on earth. The tower appeared. A thought came to him. This was something completely new for both the real world and Arcana. Frowning, the hero wondered what exactly it was. Several notices appeared. As light circled the tower, the protagonist realized that once the mechanical tower of Querenberg was activated, it started gathering experience points and fame. Chuck tapped the notice and thought it through. The mechanical tower would keep hunting the demons covering the continent of Arcania, and all the experience and fame it earned from then on. He closed his eyes. Hoyle thought it was still too soon to celebrate. this was only the start. With a faint grin, he figured this wasn't the reward itself, just the right to claim it later, like money sitting in savings, waiting for the day he could take it out. Even so, that was worth being happy about. Chuck turned when someone called his name. A scroll flew over, carrying news that his return had already been heard about. Holding the sphere, John said he had guessed as much. The mechanical tower was built with dwarven technology. Hoyle folded his arms and thought it over. He smiled. He admitted he didn't know much about it, but it really did sound like a miracle of technology. The scroll spoke proudly. Dwarven tech was the top of its field, so advanced it could stand beside magic. They even had devices like magic portals that made the protagonist think again about the dwarves. So the tower really had been made by dwarves. The blacksmith explained that hardly anyone could claim to have actually seen a dwarf, even back when Arcana was only a game. The mage added that dwarven technology truly rivaled magic. Another man covered part of his face, and said people even claimed the strongest weapons around now were only equal to an ordinary dwarven axe. Those rumors were well known among players. Hoyle frowned. He had heard players talk about dwarves before, but hearing an NPC mention them was a first. Strange machines and clever traps were all said to come from dwarven craft. The demon hunter glanced aside and thought that the most headquarters ever gave them was rye bread 3 times a day. So where was all this amazing dwarven technology? He listened as John said the dwarves may have chosen a path different from the Tower of Magic, but he fully understood their love for science and their endless drive for progress. Hoyle answered that it was easy to understand. John raised a brow and asked if he could ask about what was happening inside the mechanical tower. Chuck looked back at the notice. He frowned as he read the quest. John said that, if he understood right, Chuck had been able to see the state of Arcana through the rift. His eyes widened when he heard that demons were everywhere he looked. Hoyle said he had expected that. John covered his face, ashamed. Even knowing what was happening, he still couldn't do anything. Leaning on the table, John said he already knew the truth. No matter how badly he wanted to, he was forbidden from entering rifts. MC looked down. He couldn't even imagine what could keep someone as powerful as John trapped in the Tower of Magic. Still, he told him not to give up. John was stunned when he heard that activating the mechanical tower of Quirbangura could affect what was happening in Arcana. Hoyle crossed his arms and confirmed that it was true. John clenched his teeth. Just as he said, the mechanical tower of Quirbangura was the last bastion, and it would keep hunting demons until its pride was broken. John looked at the scroll, surprised. Then, the protagonist heard that an urgent message had come from Permafrost. Holding the scroll in his hands, John said guests had arrived, so they would finish this talk later. He gripped it tightly. Looking down, Chuck thought about what he had done. The mechanical tower of Quirbangura was a weapon made to kill demons, and to save Arcana, he had activated that final bastion. Hoyle's eyes sharpened. To John, that could only mean one thing. Sir Chuck was truly a demon hunter. John lowered his head and said they already owed him a debt from the Holy War that could never be repaid. How could they possibly owe Sir Chuck even more? As the sphere glowed, a voice demanded to know how much longer the head of the tower planned to stay silent. John frowned and shouted, asking where he had gone, and telling him to come back and answer. The sphere flashed brighter, and the voice said he should think about the trials the last demon hunter must have already endured. A view of the building opened up. With her hands behind her back, the girl said the invitation must have come suddenly, but thanked him for arriving so fast. The man answered that the ruler's seat was never kind to someone like him, a man who only knew the blade. Oliver looked surprised, but she told him he needed to get used to it soon. They would be asking even more of him. He immediately sensed something serious had happened. Hoyle thought that was just like Oliver, quick to catch on. Then he explained that he had seen Arcana through the rift. What he saw, he said, was even worse than Permafrost before their victory. Oliver's eyes widened. He put a hand to his face and said it was obvious. If demons broke through the rift again, they might face a second Permafrost, maybe even a third. If Hoyle was right, then there was no time to relax. MC raised a hand and thought Oliver was going a little too far, but Romeo said that with him there, they could handle anything. A man picked up a stone. He hurled it through the window and yelled for them to get out. He stared at him in surprise. Others turned their eyes on them with anger. Someone shouted that Hokkaido belonged to Japan, that the refugees should be driven out now, and that they would take back their homeland. By the window, Hoyle asked what all the shouting was about. The man called it disgraceful, and the girl said the crowd was getting more extreme by the day. They explained that Permafrost had appeared in the middle of Hokkaido. That seemed to be why local hostility kept getting worse. That was the situation they were dealing with now. The protagonist listened as they explained that people had first come offering help. Then one day, everything changed. They tried talking with the local leaders, but nothing came from it. Watching the hostile crowd, MC thought the Japanese government couldn't really be ignoring this. That would be a major break of international rules. There was no way a protest like this should just be left alone. Torches started flying into the building. Hoyle realized this was no normal protest. The man stood still as the air filled with pure malice. His eyes widened. Oliver looked away and said the protagonist had noticed it too. Mixed in with the protesters were people pretending to support permafrost residents. The protagonist gave a firm nod. Frowning, he said that settled it. A notification appeared. Skilled natural enemy had been activated. As the crowd pushed forward, MC realized they were being controlled. A man slipped his hands into his pockets, and someone muttered that this was the one. More exactly, standing behind him, Oliver said that was the ruler they had been speaking with. A glow flickered, and Hoyle sensed power around low rank level, but the demon was hiding it so well that even Oliver had missed it. The girl looked at him in fear, and the protagonist remembered Bella. It was happening again. Demons were getting smarter, feeding on human negativity, and learning the world's cruelty. Walking forward, MC understood that was exactly what this was. The man smiled and asked who had come. Was it really the hero of permafrost himself, the famous Chuck? Hoyle's eyes widened when the man said he had arrived just in time, then suggested they send away everyone not involved and have a proper talk, like modern people. The man suddenly cried out in shock. A notification appeared. Exorcism had been used. No offering was found. Its basic effect activated, and Hoyle realized the demons had been eating away at humanity's goodwill. The man stared at his hand and asked what was happening and where he was. Grabbing his shoulder, he screamed that it burned, that it hurt. Standing before him, he heard him demand to know what he had done. He replied that the demon was too loud, and that he had planted a spark inside his body. Taking a step closer, Chuck said there was no need to show a demon like this to the people of permafrost, whose wounds had only just started to heal. Another notice appeared. While exorcism was active, the demon hunter's attacks only affected demons. He clenched his teeth and added that the flame would burn him very slowly. The man's eyes went wide with pain as Hoyle explained that, until every bit of stolen human virtue was released, he would fade away in agony. The guards stared, shocked, then looked toward the senator. People rushed around him, asking what had happened to the advisor, and telling someone to call an ambulance. To them, he was just a man who had brought humanitarian aid to permafrost. The protagonist frowned as more voices shouted about the western gate, and some sign offering to clean things up for now. Oliver frowned and said the answer was obvious. A demon. Later, Oliver admitted he hadn't noticed what was happening right under his nose. If not for MC, who knew how it would have ended, he said he needed more training, and MC answered that demons were getting smarter in how they worked. As the man's body glowed, he said it wasn't easy to spot a demon that was this good at copying humans, so they had to be even more ready. Looking aside, the protagonist said that now the protest problem was understood. They could move to the real issue. He said there was something he needed to see, and Oliver agreed at once. Oliver frowned and said seeing it once would be better than hearing stories about it. He asked MC to come with him. A view of the winter forest opened up. The man held out his hand and asked what Hoyle remembered about the endless blaze left behind after the Demon King was killed. Even after the demon's body burned to ash, smoke still seemed to rise into the sky, a signal of salvation. He frowned and said yes. Oliver raised a hand and said the smoke had only recently cleared, and that they found something. The protagonist asked what it was, and the girl said it was right there. Chuck frowned. They were standing in front of a rift. The fire kept burning for days, so they went to check it out and found an item. But no matter what they did, they couldn't take it. Like it refused anyone without the right to claim it. They figured Hoyle might be able to handle it, since he was the one who killed the Demon King. The hero smiled, thinking it looked a lot like the item he got right after defeating the Demon King. Staring at the crystal, MC realized it was another drop from the Demon King. The scene shifted to the magic tower. Chuck was holding a pentagram. He looked it over and thought it was epic. Then again, coming from the Demon King, he shouldn't expect anything less. He reached out toward it. The only other item he had seen with this rank was the broken crown from Asura, which gave authority there. So this one had to have an effect on that same level. Sitting down, Hoyle thought about asking the magic tower to cleanse it. That would take time though. The thing looked bad enough already, and Mathis would probably lose his mind over it. Chuck closed his eyes and thought it over. He was the only one who could purify it right away with an exorcism ritual. He wanted to know what it did, and wondered where all the demons were when he actually needed them. Then his phone rang. A notification popped up. Natural enemy had activated, and his combat power against his sister dropped hard. As he picked up, Hoyle wondered why his sister was calling out of nowhere. Then he greeted her, and asked what was up. The girl lowered her head and blurted out, with a finger in her nose, who he was meeting over there. Notes were stuck all over the wall, and he had no idea what she was talking about. People were sitting on the floor, and someone explained that their father prints everything out and pastes it into an album. With a grin, Hoyle said this had to be a misunderstanding, and none of it meant anything. His sister shot back that he was sure good at sticking himself to women. If he married Bali, he'd get an entire company too. He ended the call right there. Looking aside, the girl said, he really hung up. Then a woman opened the door and said that shameless boy probably even forgot it was his mother's birthday today. If he remembered, he would have come himself. Another voice cut in and told her to stop giving the busy kid such a hard time. Smiling, she added that when they got together, they only talked about the most ridiculous stuff. Of course he remembered her birthday. Just look at the letter he sent yesterday. The girl's eyes went wide when she heard the letter was from Chuck, and that it was pages long. What a wonderful son Chuck was. Sitting on the floor, the man said he had already sent a gift, and was sorry he couldn't come. It was a big supply of tea, and he said it was good for health. The girl frowned and asked again, then complained that he was rich now and still sent just some tea. The woman looked away and said she had never heard of it before. It seemed to be some kind of herbal tea. With his hand on the book, Hoyol thought that this herb might be the base for all kinds of potions and healing mixes. Holding the cup in his hands, he added that even a simple brew from it could heal wounds and light sickness in normal people. He wished them good health. Hoyol looked away as he heard it was almost time for the scientific conference to start. Looking at the scroll, he realized it wasn't John, then asked if he was already there. The scroll floated up, and the reply came that Sir John was attending a round-table meeting, so he would be running the scientific conference himself this time. Hoyol shut his eyes and said he understood. Then he opened his eyes wide. He stared in shock, thinking there was no way. Why would that meeting involve him? Romeo asked what happened, and what kind of round-table meeting it was. The answer was simple: a gathering of the tower's top mages, its leaders and the elders. Even the speaker didn't know much more than that. As he went up the stairs, the protagonist heard that Sir John was deeply grateful for the chance to attend the round table, and for the protagonist taking over the conference this time. The protagonist answered calmly, but inside he was thinking he never signed up for this. He closed his eyes as the message continued. John also asked them to say he'd return with good news. Hoyol thought he'd handle it somehow, then said he would do his best. When Chuck opened the doors, he turned to the guy, and John answered that he was there. Breathing hard, he said the round table meeting had to stop. Someone was missing. MC looked stunned when he heard they couldn't find the mana of the senior mage anywhere in this world. The scene shifted to the Crystal Hall. The students were seated at their desks. One girl put a hand to her face and said it was way past time to begin, but the organizers still weren't here. She glanced away and added that even their Claire had dried out waiting this long. Another said she had already memorized everything she needed for the presentation. Yeah, really. Mathis clenched his teeth and said this was strange. That person was never late without a reason. The doors suddenly opened. Frowning, the hero announced that the scientific conference was being suspended. A guy turned around, shocked. It was Chuck. Pointing at him, he shouted, asking what this was supposed to mean. Chuck was late, and now he was postponing the conference too? Did he even understand how important this event was? Another young man told him to calm down. Grinding his teeth, Hoyol called that level of disrespect outrageous. He glared ahead. Turning his head, Chuck said the senior mage had disappeared. Since many people, including that student, still had work to present, the conference would continue after he was found. Then, everyone was told they were dismissed. A girl touched her face and asked if the tower's senior mage had really gone missing. Nothing like that had ever happened before. She had heard mages weren't even allowed to leave the tower walls without permission. The hat spoke sharply, saying this was just a warning, but he should never get involved in this matter. It was said that a senior mage of the magic tower was someone far beyond an ordinary human. If someone like that had vanished, then something huge had to be behind it. A mage gritted her teeth and said this was bad. The conference had been delayed, and even John couldn't sense any mana. Mathis asked if that meant the mage had really disappeared somewhere outside the tower. The scene shifted to another room. John walked down the stairs and explained that even if they assumed he had died, his body's mana should have left some trace. But if John couldn't detect even a single speck, then something was very wrong. Hoyol asked what exactly that meant. Looking down, he said it meant Benjamin had to be in the paradox realm inside a rift. The guy froze, because that made no sense. Tower mages weren't supposed to interfere with the outside world. Eyes closed, John said that was true, but Senior Benjamin was an exception. He worked with rifts, and he wasn't doing it alone. The protagonist was surprised to hear that this was the part of the Magic Tower's business they hadn't been allowed to talk about before. A quest notification appeared. John ran down the stairs as a thought crossed Hoyle's mind. If he cleared this quest, exposed the lies, and brought out the truth, it could change the tower's whole position. The mages stood before the tower, and MC thought these were the people who could finally help the outside world. The scene shifted to headquarters. Jack stared in surprise and asked if the senior mage had disappeared from the tower. The guy in front of him said yes. He had just heard it from a guild member at the conference. Jack said only mages were banned from leaving the tower, so maybe this was tied to the order somehow. Holding a laptop, the young man asked again. Jack replied that a report had come from the Korean branch in Gangwon-do. A rift had appeared there, but something about it was off. He looked to the side and said there was a new rift, but no update had gone out. Jack answered that that was exactly the problem. Standing by the rocks, he said he had a bad feeling about this. Frowning, the miner warned everyone to watch their heads. He was inside this cave, and the others looked over in shock, asking again. Standing in front of the portal, they asked what kind of rift it was. The young man holding the radio said its shape, location, everything about it, was missing from the update. Another told him to check the danger level and collapse progress. He grabbed the radio and said something was wrong with this thing. Was it broken or what? The other told him to hand it over. Adjusting his helmet, the young man asked when reinforcements would arrive. The answer came back that Jaeyoon and Mythology were on the way. Eyes wide, he said that in that case they needed to evacuate all civilians and ask headquarters for more support. The other young man looked away, stunned. Holding the device, he said it couldn't read the rift's level at all, which meant it was at least a 1000th level rift. The scene shifted to the Hanging Gardens, and a voice said they were here. Turning his head, he said this was the place. John replied that Benjamin was deeply insecure and sensitive, even with all his talent. He had thought they were heading out to search for the missing mage. John closed his eyes and added that Benjamin wouldn't break the tower's rules for no reason. The protagonist stared, wondering what John was trying to do. A glow rose above the tower. The girl looked away. The scene shifts to the city. Strange beams streak across the planet. John lowers his head and says he found every rift in the world, but he still can't tell which one Benjamin entered. Chuck is stunned. He figured that out in seconds. Genius or not, that's still hard to believe. He frowns. Then the hero says he knows where Benjamin is. John glances over. Facing the protagonist, he asks what happened. Chuck stares ahead, hearing that the hero could even sense mana inside the rift. He wonders what kind of study or interference made that possible. Then he realizes, no, it wasn't that. He had just gotten a message from Steven. Closing his eyes, the hero says he was going there anyway, and will call if he finds Benjamin. John asks him with wide eyes if he's really going alone. Romeo frowns and says Benjamin's disappearance is the tower's problem, and asking outsiders for help would be rude. Then his eyes suddenly go wide. Looking down, he admits he already owes the hero enough, and he was only thinking about the mage tower's name. The protagonist wonders what he's even talking about. He's after the quest reward anyway, so he just tells him not to worry. The young man covers part of his face and says he's coming too. Chuck freezes in surprise. Meanwhile, people gather in front of the rift. Bella grits her teeth and says the rift is above level 1000, even though there was no update. It even looks like giant hands ripped space open. Jack looks aside and asks if she heard about the missing senior mage from the tower. Honestly, he wouldn't be shocked if that man caused this. As a blast strikes the ground, someone brings up an old rumor. One senior mage once lost control of a spell during an experiment and wiped an island off Arcana. Another says he heard it was a whole continent. Either way, that mage must be insanely strong. Checking the laptop, the guy says they can't see inside the rift. Even the search tools are being blocked. Jack rubs his face and says they may have to go in themselves. The young man snaps that he's crazy. This is a level 1000 disaster. They can't solve it on their own, and even all 10 top guilds together might not be enough. The others stare at him, but Jack fires back. So what, they just do nothing? If a rift like this bursts open, everyone dies. The young man says he only means they need a plan and should at least wait for Chuck. Just then, the hero enters the cave. Frowning, he tells everyone to back off. Then he looks at the rift and says the mage tower will handle it. Bella clenches her jaw and asks if that isn't the mage John. Pointing ahead, the guy shouts that the senior mage came to the rift with Chuck, the great mage who never leaves the tower, no matter what. The scene moves deeper into the cave. A man sits on the ground, biting his finger. He mutters that he has to find it, while the protagonist stops and watches. John looks around and asks if all rifts are this awful. Chuck tells him no, not all of them are this bad. The hero frowns. This place feels unstable, and unlike the others. There are no monsters either. Then he notices a light. Over there. John rushes forward, shouting that it's Benjamin's manor. The hero suddenly freezes in surprise. He looks at the mage, then turns. The guy glances away and blurts out. Standing before them, what are Sir John and Sir Chuck doing here? How did they get in? John tells him to calm down. They didn't come to question him. Inside the cave, John says nothing terrible has happened yet. First, he wants Benjamin to explain what happened. At least, the protagonist thinks. Benjamin isn't acting hostile. Still, something feels wrong. The spell circle behind him. No, this wasn't normal at all. The protagonist turns back to the mage. Benjamin looks terrified when he's asked what he's hiding behind him. Then it becomes clear, that's a demon summoning circle. Suddenly, Chuck charges forward. Clenching his teeth, the mage begs them to forgive him. As he attacks, he says he can't miss this chance. A flash erupts in front of the hero, and the light swallows everyone. From behind the hero, someone asks if he's okay. The protagonist realizes he would have died if not for the shield spell. Benjamin tells them to forgive him and just leave. The hero finally understands what Benjamin's power really is. He may look gentle, but his mana is so destructive it changes the land around him. John stares in shock as the elder mage says the truth he wants is here. Eyes wide, Benjamin says that if he gets this, no one will look down on him again. The hero realizes he's been brainwashed. The protagonist's eyes lock in place. Frowning, he turns toward the mage. An eye appears behind Benjamin. Notifications warn that a demon is nearby, and the natural enemy skill activates. Chuck forms a blue sphere. The hero wonders if Benjamin understands how bad this is. His mind has been completely twisted. John asks if the thing behind this is a demon. Benjamin fires a cone of flame from his hand. Chuck steps in front of the blast from the man with glasses, while the mage calls out to the protagonist. As the hero forms a magic sphere, he realizes Benjamin is attacking with pure killing intent. But now he knows how to interfere with that mana and stop it. John stares in shock. The fire cone shatters into blue light. Chuck stands there with his hand stretched out. John is amazed. Chuck converted all of Benjamin's mana in an instant with radiance. Benjamin's eyes and mouth open wide as the protagonist yells at him to stop being stupid. He won't be able to handle Dave once he fully appears. The brown-haired man, confused, asks if they just called it hysteria. The young man with glasses, his red eye flashing, insists he's here because of people like them. Black and red energy fills the room as Benjamin says John was lucky to be born into a wizard family, and Chuck, even as only a researcher, still has enough talent to erase his magic. The protagonist glares ahead. Benjamin spreads his stance and says that if he had been born with talent like theirs, he never would have had to go this far. Gritting his teeth, the hero realizes the man with glasses has sunk even lower, and the stronger his emotions get, the more the dimensional crack opens. Wrapped in dark red energy, Benjamin stands there while Chuck thinks this demon's aura looks even worse than the demon king of Decuravia. That means it belongs to one of the deadly sins, envy. The hero steps forward, calls out to Benjamin, and thinks he can't let that demon enter this world. The man with glasses grits his teeth as Chuck asks what he's even trying to prove. Demonic claws appear beside Benjamin, and the hero asks if the recognition he wants is really worth giving up his very existence for more power. Blue light surrounds Chuck as he asks why Benjamin wants that recognition so badly in the first place. The demon's claws close around Benjamin in a tight fist. That question brings up a memory. Two pairs stand in front of a white building, and one group asks if the others are students from the School of Pure Mana. A few people in turquoise cloaks mock Benjamin, saying he couldn't even handle the presentation at the last conference. One adds that he even sent Chuck a scroll, probably just to flatter him. The group in brown robes turns angrily toward them. A guy in turquoise sneers, asking what anyone could learn at a school led by a mage like that. One of the others shouts back at him to watch his mouth. But a girl stops him and says fighting will only make things worse for Benjamin. The groups part, while two in turquoise still mock them as parasites living off the mage tower's money. Sitting in the demon's hand, Benjamin screams that his own weakness is why his students have to suffer those insults. Then he smiles. The great mage suddenly seems to regret it, but it's already too late. A notice appears. The dimensional rift is breaking open. Chuck moves his hand behind his back and shouts to Benjamin that he can still turn back. The man with glasses holds a pentagram, showing a red demon. A system message says he offered the pentagram of sinister sealed knowledge. Peering through his fingers, Benjamin shouts at Chuck that he can just blame this fight for missing the conference. Holding a blue pentagram, the protagonist reminds him the conference isn't over yet. A notification appears. Exorcism has been activated. The hero reaches toward the demon. Another message says he is inviting Dave into his subconscious. The enemy grins and calls him a demon hunter. Jack stares with his mouth hanging open and asks what the hell is going on. The villain says it's too late now. The dimensional rift has already started expanding. The red rift hangs among the rocks and trees. Warnings pop up that the rift is unstable, and its recommended level keeps rising. Someone cries out that the rift level is going up. Wrapped in a pale green aura, John doubts he can beat this great evil. In the worst case, he thinks he'll send Chuck through the portal and seal the whole area. The protagonist presses a hand to his forehead. The mana pouring out of the rift is overwhelming. He could die from that pressure before the demon even enters his mind. A bright light shines from Endy's hand. Chuck turns and notices the pressure has faded. He asks if that's light magic. The demon grins and asks Benjamin if this aura is his death cry, mocking him as a pathetic little man. Chuck smiles, realizing the man with glasses is interfering with the mana pouring from the rift and turning it into light. Now they finally have a way through. Looking down, the protagonist says Benjamin is a good kid. Chuck gives off a blue glow, and a message appears. The exorcism ritual has started. Glancing back, the protagonist wonders where the demon went. Resting on one knee, the demon says bringing him into his mind was a stupid move. Dave's eyes go wide. He admits he's shocked. He thought every demon hunter died in the Holy War. Chuck forms a blue sphere and tells Endy to stop wasting breath. He doesn't bargain with prey. Dave laughs and says all those fools at the auction talked the same way. In the end, they all lost their minds after letting him in. So now he wants to know how long the protagonist can hold out. Sweat rolls down Chuck's cheek as confusion hits him. Dave's face twists, and alerts pop up saying the demon from another dimension is revealing its power, and the rift is opening wider again. John covers his face and says the light magic is fading. Light magic and dark energy mix together. The mage realizes the master's magic is gone, leaving Chuck exposed while he keeps up the exorcism. Pouring out magic, he says they're both in danger now, so he has no choice but to pull the hero out. Chuck stops John with his hand. The mage cuts off his magic and calls Chuck's name. Dave lowers himself. Dropping his hands, the demon is surprised Chuck still hasn't run, even after his powers have been unlocked. Standing among golden spheres, the protagonist hears Dave ask what kind of magic this is. Then the demon realizes his wounds have stopped healing. As yellow light tears through him, the demon begs the hero to wait. Chuck raises his hand. Dave protests that this can't be happening. Chuck thinks back on using the Radiant spell to change Benjamin's mana. It would be stronger at full power, but this should still do the job. On top of that, he mixed aesthetics with exorcism. Figures pierce through the demon one after another. He screams that they all should have died in the Holy War, while messages announce the use of the aesthetics trait, and that the active spell has been filled with aesthetics. Dave grabs his throat. John stares in shock. The demon reaches toward the protagonist, but Chuck tells him the rift is already closing. There's nowhere left to run. Benjamin is pinned between Dave's claws. John summons magic chains and shouts that he won't let him be taken. The demon's eyes bulge as he lets out a shriek. Chuck glares at Dave with shining eyes and yells for the hero to let him go and stop looking at him. The demon's hand gets sliced off. The heroes angrily wonder if, like a lizard, he threw away part of his body to get away. John looks up and shouts that this isn't over yet. Benjamin is still trapped in the demon's hand. The magician says he's still alive. Moving painfully toward the protagonist, the demon groans that it hurts, and says his severed hand still won't grow back. His stitched face twists into a terrible grimace. Covered in blood, the demon decides this is the best option he has. That bastard is dangerous, but surely he can't chase him here. Chuck stares him down and asks where he thinks he's escaping to. The demon lets out a sharp scream of pain. Staggering back in shock, the monster asks how the protagonist even got here. With blood all over his face, the monster wonders if the activation of the Cranberg mechanical tower was really Chuck's doing. Chuck looks straight into the horror before him, and the demon realizes that's why he can move freely between dimensions. Chuck then feels the demon's mind pulling away, and understands that if it fully crosses the dimensional boundary, the exorcism will end. With a dark grin, Chuck says the chase is probably over now, and calls him a one-armed demon. The demon glares at Chuck and says she remembers him. The huge bloody hand is still clutching Benjamin. Chuck stares at the spot where the monster vanished, and tells John that it disappeared. Then he warns him not to be fooled. That thrown hand only looks alive to distract them, like a lizard dropping its tail. Blood starts spurting from the severed hand. Worried, John rushes over and calls out Benjamin's name. Running up in panic, he asks Senior Benjamin if he's okay, and still conscious. Groaning, Benjamin says he's fine. Chuck studies the scene and thinks back to the exorcism ritual, realizing he caught the smell of fear from the demon. Smoke rises from the monster's hand, and the hero figures it will be destroyed for good, with no chance to recover. The same goes for the demon's hand, and he won't forget that. As the demon's image appears in his mind, Chuck tells himself with confidence that as long as that fear stays in its heart, it won't return to this world. A system message appears before him. The quest, Truth of the Tower of Mages, has been updated, and he now needs to find Benjamin, a mage tied to the tower's leadership. Chuck, confused after Ripecham, reading the notice, asks why only one of the two. Sipping tea from his thermos, Chuck thinks this still isn't over, and too much is unclear. Nearby, John asks the mage on the ground what happened, adding that the elder sent him here. Staring through his glasses, Benjamin says Christopher told him the truth would be found here, and personally gave him permission to leave the tower. A dark cave comes to mind, and, the hero adds that, the moment he got there, he was hit by strange feelings. Then he asks in surprise, why Christopher would summon a demon. Standing apart from the others, Chuck says with certainty that the mage worship demons. Still staring ahead, Chuck explains that some people want to bring demons into this world even though they're human. He says he already saw signs of that back in the permafrost. The others listen closely, and the protagonist says they should go back to the Tower of Magicians. Looking behind him with a hard stare, the protagonist says he needs to meet Elder Christopher, just as the Truth of the Tower of Magicians quest activates. The last floor, the secret room in the dark chamber, 3 magicians sit on thrones, and one says gloomily that all the data points to the summoning having failed. Christopher looks at the others with annoyance, and says he never expected much from Benjamin anyway. He couldn't even die properly. He calls him an idiot. Meanwhile, his companion, asks nervously what they'll do if the boy tells everyone what happened. The dark mage of the tower says firmly that they just need to move first. Raising his hands, the elder orders all senior mages to be gathered. Christopher continues in a harsh voice, the time has come to punish those young fools for breaking the tower's rules. Chuck is sweating, tense with anger. The protagonist rushes up in a panic, saying he wants to see Christopher. He wonders what he's supposed to do, since Christopher is an elder, and if Benjamin's beam was that strong, then an elder must be even worse. John calmly explains that he can't open a portal here because this place is completely sealed off from the outside world. The hero steps toward the glowing portal and says he'll open a path to the mage tower as soon as they leave the rift. The protagonist panics and begs him not to do it yet. He's scared and wants time to come up with a plan. Suddenly, John freezes in horror. The man in the green cloak looks back in shock and orders the protagonist not to move. The protagonist watches in horror as his companion shouts that the force summoning spell will trigger the second they leave the rift. Shocked, the protagonist asks if it really is a force summoning spell. As a portal opens, the protagonist nervously asks where he's being summoned to. Chuck appears in the hall of the magician's tower and sees a crowd of startled wizards. Bent over in pain, Benjamin explains that all the senior magicians are here and someone else is behind them. These are the 5 stars, the noblest mages of all, and he politely greets them. Christopher formally addresses Benjamin and says he is Elder Mage Tom. Benjamin, the young star, left the tower without permission and broke their order. Christopher coldly declares that the tower's rules are strict and sentences him to imprisonment in Avicii. Benjamin desperately shouts that this is all a misunderstanding. They were the ones who sent him there. Looking pleadingly at the gathered mages, Benjamin says he even had permission. With fake concern, Christopher says, "My God, Elder Mage Benjamin." At that moment, the hero holds out the unrolled scroll, and the elder says he gave that permission only because Benjamin claimed he wanted to seek the truth outside the tower. Christopher's blue eyes flash as he adds that he did not give him permission to summon a demon. The protagonist glares at the elder of the Tower of Magicians and thinks about the demon aura. Christopher eyes the protagonist suspiciously and asks what he's doing here. Chuck looks at the elder sharply and asks a careful question. How did he know a demon summoning ritual happened inside the rift? Then Chuck points at him and asks, "Was it you, Christopher?" The protagonist goes still in front of the crowd of mages. The elders turn to each other in alarm, asking if it was really a demon summoning ritual, and whether Benjamin is a demon worshipper. Christopher looks down on Chuck and says he's just a foolish researcher. Apparently, Elder Mage Benjamin trapped him in a web of lies, and now Christopher asks if he really believes a story made up out of fear of punishment. The protagonist glares at the head of the tower. Christopher says he'll kindly overlook that rudeness, but the protagonist cuts him off and says he'll ask the same question again. The elder looked down on Hoyal and reminded everyone that no mage is allowed to leave the tower without the elder's approval. MC stared right at him and asked a sharp question. Besides Christopher, who were the other elders that approved Benjamin's mission? The elder bristled at once, calling his suspicion outrageous and asking how he dared accuse them too. He repeated that Benjamin had only asked to investigate something, but a girl nearby said that still sounded strange. She turned to the others and asked if the rules didn't require 5 elders to agree before a mage could leave the tower. Elder Julia covered her mouth and said she had never even heard of such a request. Then she asked Elder Luke if he felt the same. Hoyle spoke up with confidence. Now, he said, they had the numbers on their side. The mage in the green robe raised a finger and ordered the demon worshippers to surrender, but Julia cut in and called the whole thing nonsense. Christopher angrily demanded to know why the mages were just standing there while their star was being humiliated, then ordered them to lock this researcher in the punishment chamber at once. One elder answered firmly that the mages would make their own choice. The mage in green stared in shock and asked, horrified, what he had just said. The tower's mages raised their weapons and aimed them at the elders. Magic flared around their hands. The elder warned that if they were wrong, they would answer for it. Another supporter of the demon worshippers snapped at the group and called them traitors. Christopher covered his mouth in fake shock and said maybe Benjamin wasn't the one headed to Avicii after all. Hoyle took a step back and said he'd be better off leaving them behind. Christopher cast a spell. Benjamin stared in disbelief and shouted that it was real teleportation, but that kind of spell shouldn't work in the round table hall. The protagonist corrected him. It wasn't teleportation. Christopher glared at them while MC explained it was a force summoning spell that only triggered under certain conditions. The elder then darkly said he remembered researcher MC. Dark magic filled the hall, and Christopher said he looked forward to meeting him again. The protagonist stood in the center of the hall, ready for anything. The system announced that the quest, Truth of the Tower of Magicians Elders, was complete. MC had met the conditions, and both his affinity and influence in the Tower of Magicians rose greatly. He happily checked the screen and thought his influence had jumped again. Julia then declared that Christopher's escape only made their suspicions stronger. After clearing her throat, Julia officially announced that Christopher and the 2 elders who approved Benjamin's trip were stripped of their positions and would be locked in Avicii forever. With that, she ended the meeting. His companion bowed deeply. Julia quietly asked if she could count on him in future matters, and he respectfully said yes. The system gave the protagonist a new quest: restore the Tower of the Mages. Even if the search for truth had been stained, he now had to rebuild the tower from the ground up. The protagonist, surprised, realized it was another tower quest. Greedily eyeing the screen, MC thought that even at his current rank, the rewards were already great. If his affinity and influence went even higher, how much more could he get? He focused on the screen and decided something else mattered more right now. The system showed a repeatable quest. He needed to toughen up his weak body. Hoyol realized it was another repeat quest. The protagonist ran hard through the park at night. As he ran, MC thought this time he had two big advantages. He figured one was his huge boost in affinity and influence with the Tower of Magicians, and the other was the loot left behind by the bloody demon he had purified through exorcism. One of those items was the Pentagram of Pure Knowledge, which held information on every plant and mineral in Arcana. Looking it over, Hoyar thought it was way better than he expected. For a top epic item, this was insane. It gave knowledge of thousands of herbs, and also improved the magic efficiency of mineral research. Curious, he moved on to the next item and wondered what it did. He stared at the second artifact in surprise. It had come from that monster's remains, and on it was a pentagram of hidden knowledge. Impressed, Hoyar realized this was the item that could open a portal to the 252nd level zone. That zone was made up only of predators from every region. It was the kind of place where the fight to survive never stopped, because monsters killed each other in non-stop bloodshed. Straightening his tie, the protagonist thought it was brutal, but the real value of that place was how fast someone could level there. Putting on his black coat, he figured that with so many mobs, experience would come crazy fast, and level 250 sounded just right. Excited, Hoyol called it a perfect chance and said he was in for a loud night. As the portal activated, the system announced that he had to uncover a secret and overcome a repeated rift. Then it confirmed he had entered the rift of the Predator Swamp. The giant jungle swarmed with deadly creatures. Huge insects screeched and growled all around him. A bear let out a fierce roar. Then the massive brown bear slammed other animals aside with its huge paws. Hoya looked at it in shock and thought, "What is going on here?" As he walked toward the raging beast, he thought this place really had no rules at all. Sword in hand, MC said that beast needed to learn some manners. He fixed his eyes on the enemy. Then Hoyel fought the giant predator, with smooth, clean moves. Back at the Tower of Magicians, in Elder Julia's lab, John bowed respectfully and reported that the two former elders had already been locked in a vitsi beneath the tower. He then admitted they still hadn't found Christopher. Julia replied that this was already good work. The girl in the white robe looked at the young mage, and he said that now only she and Luke remained as elders of the Tower of Mages. Then he asked if he could make a request. Turning to them, John respectfully asked for permission to let the mages operate outside the tower walls. In a firm voice, he said they could no longer stay still and watch. Demon worshippers had existed even among them, and because of that, they already bore guilt for unforgivable sins against the demon hunters. Julia gave a calm smile, and John humbly asked that they at least allow them now to start repaying their debt to Sir Hoyal. Luke confidently said the head of the tower would likely agree with John as well. Nodding, Luke said he approved the proposal. Julia smiled and said there was no real way around it. Then she added that she accepted it too. The young man lit up with joy, but Luke added that his approval came with one condition. Hoyal slashed the brown bear with his sword, and the system announced he had defeated the predatory beast bear and gained a level. He gained a new level. He swung again, and the system reported that he had defeated the predatory beast wolf and leveled up once more. A giant mosquito dove at him from above. Hoyal raised his hand without hesitation. A huge fireball blew the monster apart. "Burn," he ordered, and the system confirmed he had defeated the giant predatory mosquito and gained another level. The protagonist opened a thermos of tea. A status window popped up with his health. He brought the thermos to his lips and thought things were more complicated than he expected. Good thing he had brought the herb set. The system then reported that he felt the herb's magic energy and gained regeneration. Because it was a swamp, Hoyal figured there had to be lots of useful plants here, and he hoped to find more herbs. When the pentagram of pure knowledge reacted, MC's eyes widened. He realized the flower in front of him was a magnolia of contemplation. Looking up at the tree, he told himself this rare herb could raise stats by 4 whole points. Without the pentagram, he never would have found it. He picked up a small white creature and thought that 4 stat points were basically the same as gaining 4 levels. This was an unexpected score. Hoyal brought the snow-white creature closer. The spirit turned to him in annoyance and asked what he wanted. It had been trying to sleep, so he should put it back. Startled, he wondered if it was really a spirit. Still staring, he blurted out that it really was a spirit. The little being snapped back that it had already told him to return it, then asked if he was looking for punishment. A thick magic book came to mind, and Hoyal thought it through. Only a few people could see spirits without a contract, since that took great mana sensitivity and a pure mind. Somehow, he fit that condition. Taking a practical tone, the protagonist said he was going to pick the magnolia of contemplation the spirit had been sleeping on. The spirit turned away, annoyed, and said he still didn't have enough mana. With a sad look, the spirit explained that he had somehow lost his link to the forest, so the magnolia was the only thing restoring his mana. Chuck quickly figured out why. The rift had cut this area off from Arcana, so the spirit could no longer connect with the forest. Chuck looked at the snow-white spirit and asked if there was any other way to restore his mana. Resting his head on the magnolia, the spirit asked if Chuck meant making a contract with a person and sharing their energy. Chuck looked surprised and said he wouldn't make a contract with just anyone. He thought it over. Spirits belonged to Arcana, and once the rift was gone, this one would return there too. but if he made a contract now, he could summon the spirit again inside another rift. Looking at his hand, Chuck realized that would also let him get information from Arcana. Then he told the spirit that he was already a contractor for the Supreme Fire Dragon Spirit. The Snow White spirit turned to him in shock. Chuck brought up the name of the elemental mage Fien Wrath, and the spirit quickly asked if he meant that Fien Wrath. Now excited, the spirit moved closer. Chuck added that only the chief researcher John ranked above him. In a formal tone, Chuck introduced himself as John's research partner and said he wanted to make a contract with the spirit. Then he asked if that made him qualified. The spirit stared at him, stunned, then floated above the flower. A moment later, the spirit lay back down on it. Still lying on its stomach, the spirit said it was a junior spirit of the forest named Nymph. Nymph politely asked if she could ask Mr. Lee Ho Yu, the research partner of head mage John, older even than Fienroth, and contractor of the Supreme Fire Dragon Spirit, a question. Chuck cut her off, worn out already, and said that was way too long. Embarrassed, Nymph asked why someone as great as him would want a contract with someone like her. Then a huge mouth opened behind her. The giant monster's jaws snapped shut with a loud crash. In an instant, Chuck and the spirit were inside the monster's stomach. Nymph looked around in terror, while Chuck realized the magnolia was being melted by snake venom. Grabbing Nymph, Chuck thought there was no way he'd lose the flower after working this hard for it. He ordered her to start the contract ritual, and she asked if they were really doing it right there. Chuck yelled at her to hurry before they were fully digested. She shot back that it wasn't so simple. When he asked if the ritual had any conditions, she shyly admitted that it didn't. Holding her cheeks dreamily, Nymph said that since childhood she had imagined her first contract happening in a field of flowers, with a handsome man whispering an eternal oath in her ear, then exchanging rings made of herbs. Chuck told her to start already, and wondered if he should just leave her there. As the giant viper rose up, Nymph finally announced that she was beginning the ritual. Chuck looked at his hand as the system confirmed that a contract ritual with a spirit was in progress. Watching in surprise, Chuck noticed that Nymph's form was starting to change. He quickly understood why. Spirits are deeply shaped by their contractor's personality, so both her looks and behavior would change under his influence. After introducing herself in a serious tone, Nymph asked permission to do it again. A winged girl appeared as Nymph declared herself a junior forest spirit, and, in the name of spirit contractor Mr. Chuck, swore eternal loyalty. Chuck could only stare, thinking she had somehow turned into a noble spirit with middle school syndrome too. Still perfectly polite, Nymph said this was not the best place to offer her first proper greeting, and if he allowed it, she would escort him outside. The magnolia suddenly shone with bright light, and Chuck wondered why the magnolia of contemplation was glowing too. Then the giant viper's neck burst apart, and the system announced that he had defeated the predatory beast Anaconda, and gained a level. Chuck stared at the tree in amazement, wondering if it had really grown from that flower, while the system notified him that the prey had been collected automatically. Nymph explained that spirits were born with this gift. Any sprout they bless can grow wherever it is planted. Chuck immediately wondered if that really worked anywhere, because it could be huge for research and herb farming. He asked her if this power was something different from mana, nature's own power. Then he looked at the glowing tree, and worried that this spirit was using his mana without permission. His face twisted in pain. Admiring him, Nymph said her contractor's power seemed endless. No matter how much mana she drew, he was still full. She happily added that her forest would bloom even more now, while Chuck, exhausted, thought that was enough. The system announced that the contract was complete. It also said the Queen of the Forest Spirits, Dried, had blessed the contract, and that her blessing stretched across the swamp of predators. Standing on a branch, Chuck thought that spirit contracts really came with strong bonuses. He still had no idea what kind of blessing Dried was, but for now he just wanted to rest and recover mana. The system reported that experience gained in the swamp of predators had increased by 20%, and that the chance of getting valuable prey there had also gone up by 20%. Time remaining, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chuck smiled to himself. It was hunting time, and he definitely wouldn't say no to loot and levels. Looking at the flower, he decided to harvest the magnolia of contemplation first, then head to an area packed with mobs. The system noted that a fully bloomed magnolia of contemplation gives 4 stat points. The system reported that the pentagram of pure knowledge grants knowledge of every mineral and plant on the continent of Arcana. As Chuck looked at the flower, he felt even more knowledge naturally filling his mind. Chuck looked around, and Nymph said this was the center of the swamp, where predators fought without end. He said he wasn't talking about the monsters, then asked if the stone in the middle was really a seed of the world tree. The tree started glowing brightly. Staring at it in shock, Chuck asked Nymph whether her blessing could grow the world tree. Startled, she asked if he meant the world tree, the heart of the continent, parent of all plant life, and said she had never tried. As monsters gathered around the stone, Chuck calmly said the pentagram of pure knowledge had already told him everything. Even if it looked like an ordinary rock, he was sure it was a seed of the world tree. What he didn't know was how it ended up here. The system activated a world quest. A guy stared at his computer in surprise. A girl watched the monitor, completely drawn in, while the streamer kept broadcasting and searching for rare snails. The system announced a world quest centered on the seed of the world tree. Arcana was facing a crisis that could wipe everything out, and in the middle of that danger, new hope had appeared. The protagonist looked at the monitor in surprise. From his branch, Chuck thought about what the pentagram's knowledge meant. It had been made for demons, and in Arcana they used it to destroy the world tree. Sensing the danger, the tree had scattered its seeds across the continent, and this had to be one of them. Chuck turned to the flying nymph and firmly told her to get ready. Looking down at the creatures below, he declared that they were going to make the world tree bloom. He also realized Nymph could control the branches and vines of the magnolia of contemplation she had grown, making small changes to their shape and strength. The predators rushed toward the world tree. Chuck jumped down from the tree, thinking it was actually pretty easy to tie these creatures up. He struck several times in a row, and the system reported that the blessing of the dryad had increased experience gain by 20%, and he had leveled up again. Chuck opened his thermos in exhaustion, and the system informed him that the herb's energy restored some health. He admitted to himself that using Blade Aura was draining him badly. Without the tea, he would have passed out long ago. Looking at the huge stone, Chuck thought this was the last of what he had brought with him. He had saved as much mana as possible during the battle, and hoped it would be enough to grow the world tree. Then he suddenly felt something. Nymph looked at him with worry, thinking that feeling scared her too. A huge creature leaped out in front of Chuck, and the system identified it as the owner of the forest guardian, an ancient rock being. Staring at the creature's stone face, Chuck wondered if it was really protecting the seed. Then he thought that, of course, a world-class quest couldn't be that easy. Swords formed in his hands, and Chuck said this would be hard since he also needed to save mana, but there was no other choice. He swung his blade and said he'd have to face the monster with a sword. Then he asked if it had the courage to wrestle a lion, and used his final move, the Harken imitation technique. The monster suddenly stopped, confused. Chuck stared at it in surprise. The guardian then lowered its head to him in approval. Nymph flew up and explained that the forest guardian, as protector of the local nature, was paying respect to someone with an outstanding spirit and character. Looking at the guardian with sympathy, she thought it was sad because his natural lifespan had ended long ago, yet he was still holding on, even if only barely. He placed a hand on the forest guardian, and the nymph said it had been protecting something here for ages. Chuck said with confidence that this guardian had been keeping the world tree seed safe from demons. The giant guardian opened its eyes, and Chuck respectfully said he understood the pride it had carried all this time. The forest guardian's body began to shine. Watching in shock, Chuck realized its power was flowing into the seed. The guardian was giving up its life for the world tree. Chuck turned to the nymph and told her this stone was the world tree seed, then ordered her to use her blessing. The nymph nodded and said she understood now. She flew up and focused over the huge body. The world tree seed lit up with magic. Then the seed began to change fast. Chuck stared in surprise at what was happening. A new world tree started rising from the ground. The system announced that he had entered the rift of the world tree's secret garden. A new world tree had taken root on the continent of Arcana. Chuck looked at the screen with confidence. The system reported that Arcana was celebrating the birth of a new world tree, and people everywhere stared at their monitors in shock. Then another message said a wave of life was sweeping across Arcana, while streamer Huiakong blurted out, "What the hell is going on?" His viewers joked that while Huikang was busy crawling after snails, someone else had already found the world tree. One viewer said with confidence that it had to be Chuck again. Chuck looked ahead as the system announced he had cleared the world tree's secret garden rift. Noticing the portal closing, Chuck shouted that the rift was shutting down, and called the nymph over. With a stern look, he ordered her to watch what was happening in Arcana, and report back to him. The mechanical tower of Quirenberg would be her base. Bowing her head, the nymph promised she would live up to Mr. Chuck's trust. Then Chuck found himself back in his room. Lowering his head, Chuck thought this nymph really used other people's mana, however she wanted. An image of past events flashed through his mind. Standing in the middle of the room, Chuck realized he had passed out on his feet. He slowly opened his eyes in confusion. Chuck looked around in shock. Was he really home? Had he just fallen asleep? Was all of that a dream? But when he checked his stats, he saw that he now had the title, The Last Explorer. Seeing that, Chuck happily realized it had all been real, and getting a title in Arcana was insanely hard. So he wondered what effects it gave him. A parrot suddenly burst into the room, shouting Chuck's name. The bird excitedly told him it had come to announce that the science conference was about to resume. Chuck remembered the conference had been stopped when Benjamin vanished. Joining it again would help finish the quest, so he asked when it would restart. The parrot said in 2 hours. Chuck shot him an annoyed look, and the parrot explained that he had been worried sick because Chuck had been missing for 3 days. While brushing his teeth, Chuck said he'd be out in a minute. He wondered how long he'd been unconscious and grumbled that the nymph really burned through too much mana. Benjamin was speaking at the podium. Chuck looked out at the crowd and announced that his presentation was over, thanking everyone for listening. The mages sat there tired, and one girl said Benjamin had prepared really well. John praised a red-haired mage for the great speech, and Chuck announced that Kiko from the School of Enchantment would speak next. At once, the students started whispering about the School of Enchantment. Chuck looked over the mages and thought the mood had dropped hard, like a black hole had opened in the tower. The School of Enchantment wasn't popular, sure, but he didn't think it was that bad. As Kiko walked up to the podium, Chuck remembered that senior mages didn't have to go through admission for Topaz Hall, so he had no idea what her research was about. Looking desperately at the crowd, senior mage Kiko suddenly said she was a parasite. Watching with concern, John thought her imposter syndrome had hit again. He worried she wouldn't be able to finish and asked someone to take her back. Kiko kicked at the people trying to help, and hysterically called herself a useless pig living off the tower, a black hole that only swallowed its funding, while the others tried to calm her down and urged her to return to her lab. John stepped up and officially declared that this was the final presentation for the day, while Chuck thought with satisfaction that this still counted as a success. Then he turned toward the mage who had called his name. John asked if Chuck wanted to have tea with him, because he had good news. Wondering what it was, Chuck agreed, since he had something to say too. At the hanging gardens of the Tower of Mages, John nearly spat out his tea in shock. Staring at Chuck, he asked if it was really the World Tree, and whether Chuck now had access to information from Arcana, and Chuck said yes. The system solemnly announced progress on the global quest to plant the World Tree. One seed had been found. Chuck took a sip of tea and said that even if it was only one of many, that life energy should still help those fighting destruction. John folded his hands and said the World Tree controlled Arcana's life force. The demons had only gotten stronger while it was gone, but now that Chuck had grown the seed, everything had changed. John then said this was incredible news and admitted he didn't know how to repay him. Chuck reminded him that he had promised good news too. The protagonist took another sip of tea, and John said with a bit of irony that compared to Chuck's news, his own sounded small. Chuck drank quietly, and John finally announced that mages no longer needed permission to leave the tower. Holding out a hand, John explained that this was only for matters connected to Christopher, but once they dealt with him, mages would be allowed to leave the tower with a senior mage escort. Chuck brightened as John added that Chuck himself was now treated as a senior mage. That meant he could join any rift raid with the tower's mages. With a calm smile, Chuck asked if they had already found Christopher, though even he wondered if that was really all the reaction he had. John tensed at the table and said the prisoners still refused to talk, but no one could survive long-term imprisonment in Avicii, so he was sure they would soon learn where Christopher was hiding. Chuck looked at him thoughtfully and asked what kind of place Avicii was. Just then, a mage rushed into the hall and called for Sir John. He stopped and said it was urgent. The issue involved the two former elders who had been imprisoned. Chuck and John were stunned. The system explained that the Tower of Mages was built from countless spells, and beneath it was a space that supported them all, a place untouched by time. John hurried down the stairs and explained the nature of the prison, saying it was a space of constants, where everything stayed the same forever. This was Avicii. Chuck thought that even though he had just stepped inside, a single second already felt endless, like time had stretched out forever. Then Chuck saw two burning figures on the floor, and froze in shock. John stared at the remains and asked if those were the burned bodies of the elders, and what had happened. The mage answered that he didn't know. He came down as soon as he sensed strange mana, and they were already like this. As Chuck moved closer to the fire, he thought the escape had probably failed. He had heard mana couldn't be used here, yet this was right by the exit. They should have been able to get out if that were all it was. The flames suddenly flared up in front of him. A moment later, they burst toward the protagonists. John demanded to know what caused it, and ordered a barrier at once, but the flames melted through it. Chuck was shocked that they could even burn through John's defense. Then a staff struck the stone floor. With that blow, the Eye's staff wiped out the enemy magic. Chuck watched in surprise as the mage put out the flames and froze the whole area with a single strike. Elder Luke stood before them and said this was Christopher's magic. Looking sharply into Chuck's eyes, Luke said Christopher must have chosen to silence them before they could reveal anything. And since he had even left a trap behind, he was clearly underestimating them. As past events flashed through Chuck's mind, he was deeply impressed by this man. Watching Luke with respect, Chuck realized this was the first time he had seen the elder up close. John then bowed his head and asked forgiveness for failing the duty of watching the prisoners. Luke gently told him to lift his head. He said Christopher's schemes had been hard to uncover from the start, and now that the traces of his mana were gone, they wouldn't be able to track him. The two stood apart as the elder called Chuck by name. Luke looked at him seriously and said he had a request. He asked to speak with Chuck alone, and the system activated the quest. Luke's request. Turning his back to Chuck, Luke said frankly that Christopher was the reason he had entered the tower. As an image of the mage surrounded by fire appeared, Luke revealed that Christopher was an elder once known as the Flame Dragon. Luke lowered his head and said Christopher had once been his chance to prove himself as the greatest ice mage. He told Hoyal his only goal was to freeze that flame, That was all he ever wanted, even after reaching the same rank as the oldest mages. An image of the two elder mages appeared. It showed the tower. Luke went on and said that even so, he could never beat him. Then Luke admitted the truth. He no longer believed he could surpass Christopher. Still, after everything that had happened, he knew he still couldn't let go of that dream. Hoya looked at him in surprise, and Luke called him the Supreme Mage, Chuck. Staring right at him, Luke said only he could grant this request. MC walked down the bright hallway. He frowned. In his head, he reminded himself this was Luke's request. As he approached the cloaked girl, Hoyle decided he would help. It was a quest, sure, but it also felt more personal than duty alone. Luke wanted help bringing down Christopher. Opening the door, he figured Luke was probably glad to finally have a real chance to chase the dream he'd held onto his whole life. He sat down and thought the only thing that mattered now was making that dream real. The elder of the Tower of Magicians stood with his fiery dragon behind him. Christopher frowned. The protagonist recalled that he was a rare type of fighter, so there wasn't much information on him, but everyone who had faced him said the same thing. His flames didn't just burn people, they erased everything. Hoyle held his head and thought about how he was supposed to fight that. Christopher had even burned through Marcello's barrier. Looking over his status, MC realized that even after gaining a few levels in Predator Swamp, he was still nowhere near an Elder's level. He also didn't have the right artifacts. He placed a hand on the table and wondered how he could possibly prepare. Then a message popped up on his phone. His friends were worried about him, and they had gathered information he might want to see. One news report said scientists had no idea why red stars were appearing in the sky, and that one of them was getting bigger. Another reported lava flowing through the Arctic glaciers, along with strange events in the dead land of the North Pole. A letter rushed up to the blonde and called out his name. Chuck asked what they wanted. The brunette ran in, shouting that abnormal mana had just been detected in Earth's northern region. Everyone was ordered to head at once to Topaz Hall in the Tower of Magicians. 8 magicians gathered in the large room. The brunette in the blue cape raised a hand to his face and said the mana belonged to the former elder, the flame dragon Christopher. The long-haired man scratched his chin and said that kind of mana was beyond belief. He asked if they had sensed any other mana there, and the red-haired mage answered that it felt like what he had sensed where Christopher sent him to search for the truth. The man with glasses clenched his fist and said there had been a demon there. Now it felt darker, and much stronger. The blonde entered and announced that Christopher was trying to make a rift. Chuck frowned and said that Christopher was trying to summon a high-ranking demon king. The man with the eye patch reacted at once. The blonde asked who Chuck meant, while the guy in the bow tie wanted to know what rifts had to do with a demon king. Chuck turned and said Christopher needed a sacrifice. Stepping away from the rift, the blonde explained that a king-level sacrifice meant lives. In other words, he needed people to die. A rift began to form. Pointing to the image of the large building at the intersection, Chuck said Christopher's way of creating enough sacrifices was to set up 11 rifts like this all over the world. He added that they had around 13 hours before those rifts fully opened. The long-haired man looked at the screen and said it all made sense now. Christopher really did worship demons. The green-haired girl said the image on the board looked so real it felt like she was seeing it happen live, and she asked what kind of magic this was. Chuck frowned and thought it was just a normal projector. More important, they didn't have much time. The brunette nodded, and the blonde said he would quickly explain the plan and how the teams would be split up. Chuck stepped forward and said each rift would get a team of 2, while the senior mages would have separate roles. William raised his hand and said Christopher was the worst criminal in Tower history, so the senior mages should be the ones to face him. But he thought he should sit this mission out. Chuck stepped closer and asked why. William answered that it wasn't fear. He used flame magic too. The brunette widened his eyes as Chuck said he understood. Flame magic followed a strict natural hierarchy. Crossing his arms, the blonde explained that the weaker flame gets swallowed by the stronger one. Against Christopher, William's fire would only feed him. That would make Christopher even stronger. William looked away, and the blonde said there was one mage here who could solve that problem. Chuck lowered his head as everyone started asking who it was and guessing among themselves. Looking at the group nervously, the blonde revealed it was the senior mage from the School of Enchantment. The girl in glasses blinked. All eyes turned to her. Someone muttered that Lily was just a black hole sucking up the tower's budget, and another called her paranoid. The blonde smiled and said Lily's presentation at the conference had been a disaster. Even so, he had read every one of her papers. Lily cried and called herself a useless pig, a black hole that only wasted the tower's money. The blonde said her work was exactly where he found the key to beating Christopher. Lily stared in shock as the blonde said everyone would now read her theory on enchantment, along with her personal notes, from the basics all the way to the Arctic deadland. A man in a black cloak stood on the cliff when another cloaked man walked up and asked if they were being too obvious. The green-haired man bowed and warned that if Christopher kept throwing out mana like this, the tower's mages would find them in no time. The bearded man just smiled and said it didn't matter. They wouldn't even dare leave the tower. What mattered now was the sacrifice. Then he asked if it would be enough to lead him to the truth. Alfred gave a cruel smile and said it would definitely please him. 11 rifts across the world should be enough. Christopher lowered his head, and Alfred asked when the rifts would collapse. The bearded man looked up at the sky. Alfred asked what was wrong, and Christopher replied that he had lost contact with one of the rifts. The green-haired man grinned and said the people of Earth shouldn't be able to affect unopened rifts. Christopher frowned to himself. This had to be the Tower of Magicians. Only a handful there could interfere with his mana. The brunette opened his eyes wide in shock. A blue star flashed in the sky, and Christopher said they were cutting the rifts down one by one. They were already close. The green-haired man looked up and asked what that was. Christopher stared at the blue opening and shouted that it was a portal. The brunette looked toward the portal. William stepped up and shouted that they had found Christopher. The red-haired mage aimed his power at the portal. The blonde told him everything was fine, just get ready and fire mana. The redhead answered right away. The bearded man stared ahead in alarm. A yellow blast shot toward him, and Christopher recognized it as a beam of pure mana. The long-haired man gathered purple power in his hands, and the blonde called out his name. Lily read from a book, while Chuck shouted for her. Nervously, she asked if it would really work. Lily turned the page. Christopher frowned. The yellow beam and black magic rushed together at the enemy. The school of enchantment was built on putting magic into objects. Then, the black magic fused with the yellow beam. So what if one kind of magic could be infused into another? Holding blue energy in his hand, the brunette said everything was stable, and there were no issues. Using John's magic theory as a base, Benjamin's pure mana had been infused with Madison's black magic. Lily flipped through the book in a panic, and said it was working. The blonde called for the next fighter, and then they added the mana of the other senior mages. The black and yellow energy kept pouring at the enemy. The blonde shouted for the next mages to join in. At the end, they added flame magic, which naturally blends with stronger magic to boost it. Then he let out a breath and said William should go last. A fireball flew forward. The bearded man stared at the massive energy in shock. All of that power slammed toward the enemy. The blast struck, and Chuck thought that even Christopher, the greatest flame mage, shouldn't be able to survive that. A red sphere of fire burned above the man. A pillar of mana tore into the ground, and someone said there was no way he could have dodged. Smoke spread everywhere. Christopher waved a hand and said the whole thing had been amusing. Fire surged back through the portal at the group, and everyone was stunned that he was still fine after taking that attack. Flames burst into the hall. The mages quickly raised barriers and shouted that the firepower was overwhelming. Even the crystal in the center of the hall was surrounded by flames, and someone warned that at this rate the Tower of Magicians would burn down. He burst into a wide grin and laughed. Christopher's cloak whipped in the wind. Shards of ice cut through the fire. His expression hardened. He floated above him. Luke gripped his staff and called Christopher a complete bastard whose arrogance had no limit. The sudden arrival caught him off guard. Chuck glanced at John, shocked that he had gone into the portal alone. Then he said he'd team up with Luke for this part, which left the others stunned that the two of them planned to handle it without backup. As he reached for the portal, John tried to stop him, but Chuck said everyone had their own job to do. Before stepping in, he turned back and said he was leaving the whole operation in their hands. The portal rippled as Chuck entered. Sweat ran down John's face. He wasn't sure Chuck had made the right call, so he ordered the tower gates sealed to keep the researchers safe. He raised a hand and asked what was happening. Chains locked the tower gates, and people started shouting, asking what was going on and why the doors had been shut. Christopher rested a hand on his waist. Surprised Luke had brought Chuck along, and asked why he was chasing absolute power too. Luke planted his staff on the ground and thought for a moment. A vein bulged on his face as he said Christopher's pride had gone far beyond simple ignorance. Looking at him coldly, Luke said people praised Christopher as the fiery dragon, and now he had actually started believing it. Then he asked if a warrior's true self could really be bought with a demon's soul. A red sphere of mana flared in the sky, as Christopher said he thought Luke would understand him. Instead, Luke was no different from everyone else, and Christopher warned him not to expect mercy. Wind twisted around him, as he declared that he would make them understand there was only one truth. His face went pale. Red flashes spread across the ground. Someone realized the mana trace that had vanished was back, and that this mana belonged to a rift. A massive gray gate rose behind him. New rift alerts started appearing. Chuck looked back. Wrapped in fire, he felt like the whole world around him was breaking apart. Then another alert appeared. Rift detected in a fractured dimension. Christopher frowned and ordered Alfred to open the gate. The doors beneath the monster-shaped arch swung open. Luke's staff began to glow. He asked Chuck to leave this part to him. Mounted soldiers came pouring out of the gate. Blue particles drifted around Chuck's face as he answered that Luke could count on him. Notices appeared, saying the natural enemy skill had been activated. The riders were thrown from their horses. Christopher pulled his hand back. Then he fired 5 streams of flame. A wall of fire rose in front of Chuck. Luke frowned and said Christopher was nothing. His real opponent wasn't Chuck. Ice and fire slammed into each other. Flames covered Christopher's hand as he asked Luke if he truly thought he was worthy to face him. Luke brought his hands together and said ice was the perfect answer to fire. Then he asked how Christopher planned to fight if his magic melted before it could even take shape. An explosion echoed through the cliffs. Steam and ash swept over Chuck. A fireball formed in Alfred's hand, and he mocked Chuck for looking the wrong way. Then he attacked him with fire. Chuck's hair fell over his face. Bodies floated in the water as Alfred sneered that Chuck was pathetic and had burned down to cinders without putting up a fight. Luke reached for Alfred's head and ordered the demon army to help Christopher. His yellow eyes showed beneath his hair as Luke said resisting Chuck's attack was pointless. Sweat rolled down Alfred's face as he demanded to know how Luke had gotten through his flames. Blue spells glowed in Chuck's hand as he said demon fire didn't even feel warm. A shard pierced the demon's body. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Chuck remembered asking the senior magician to coat his clothes with a fire trait, a request the man had hated. Christopher's face shifted as he realized Alfred had been dealt with. Frowning, he told Luke that his partner was more capable than expected. Christopher grabbed Luke and lifted him off the ground, saying it was over. Fear crossed Luke's face as he said that if the rifts kept collapsing, the Demon King would be reborn too, and the collapse was still speeding up. More rift alerts filled the monitor. Warnings about the collapse progress followed right after. Christopher declared that he was close to reaching the absolute truth no one else had ever touched. He smiled and said Luke would never beat him. Someone slammed a fist against the wall. A crowd had gathered around the building, and one of them shouted to be let out. Chuck spread his arms and yelled that he didn't care if he died, as long as he died fighting. Christopher looked stunned. Luke lowered his eyes and said he never wanted to defeat Christopher in the first place. That wiped the smile off Christopher's face. Messages appeared showing the rifts were closing, and he stared at the monitor. John moved quickly, directing everyone to obey the Supreme Mage's orders. As the girls cast their spells, John sent them toward rift number 1497. A notice popped up confirming the rift had closed. One by one, the rifts were sealed fast. Blue and red mana swirled around them as Luke told Christopher he wanted to show him one last thing. Pillars of ice rose around Christopher and shot high into the sky. Luke tore himself free from Christopher's grip. Christopher's face twisted with anger. He spread his arms and said this was nothing but a pathetic trick. Chuck tightened his grip on his sword. His eyes were hidden behind his hair. The demons charged in with screams. Wind hit Chuck's face, and he realized everything had started moving at once. His magic tore through everything ahead of him, and he shouted for the demons to come all together. He rushed through the monsters in a blur, holding the blade near his face. Chuck realized the demons just kept coming. If he stopped, the rift would break apart, and he needed Luke to hold on. Fire whirled around Christopher as he turned to Luke and mocked every one of his attempts. Luke dodged the flames. Christopher smiled and said Luke's cold would only melt in his fire. Then Christopher froze in surprise at what he saw. Lava spilled across the ground. His eyes went wide when he realized the cold was coming from inside his own body. Leaning toward the ground, Luke said his magic had been made to deceive him. Blood ran down as Luke, with blood spilling from his mouth, said Christopher's insides should already be frozen. Christopher turned and noticed the magic should have reached Chuck too, which made him think it had all been too easy. A freezing wind crossed the battlefield as Luke repeated that he was not trying to win this fight. Ice spread over Christopher's body. As he sank into the ice, Christopher began to understand. Luke had given Chuck a scroll, saying it held mana he had stored away for hundreds of years. With his back turned, Luke said that power was enough to destroy the dimension. Chuck asked why he was giving him the scroll. His cloak shadowed his face as Luke said ice was Christopher's true enemy. Turning to Chuck, Luke warned that he might lose, so Chuck must not hesitate to use the scroll. Chuck gripped it tightly and asked if Luke meant to take Christopher down with him. Luke's expression changed. Looking at him from under his brows, he said he didn't have much time left, and that this was the dream he wanted before he died. He reached a hand toward Chuck. Then Luke asked Christopher how his cold felt now. Christopher's eyes dimmed as he realized he might really be dying. Luke looked down, thinking he had done what he came to do, and Christopher's breathing began to slow. Both of them were trapped in ice as Luke asked the fiery dragon to sleep beneath the silent cover of the snowstorm, but Christopher's eyes still burned with fire. The fiery dragon lifted off the ground. Luke covered his face with one hand. Christopher's body burst with flames. Fire poured from his face. Red mana wrapped around both fighters, and Chuck was shocked to see everyone nearby collapsing. He looked up and thought Christopher's life force was rising into the sky. A fireball hovered above Christopher as he declared that he was a demigod called the Fiery Dragon. Chuck shouted at him to stop. Then the Fiery Dragon charged. Luke's sleeve tore, and he realized he had no strength left. Chuck's hand touched Luke. Luke opened his eyes. He turned toward Chuck, who apologized for being late. His hair hid his eyes as he realized he didn't have the power to stop a demigod alone. Still, a smile spread across Chuck's face. Blue streams of magic wrapped around him, and Chuck realized Christopher had absorbed the demon's energy. New alerts appeared, showing a skill had activated. A blue bird shot through the fire dragon. Ice covered Christopher's body. One eye could still be seen beneath the frost. Luke lay on the ground. Blood poured from his mouth as Chuck asked how he was doing. Peering past him, Chuck could tell Luke was in terrible shape. Luke told the young man to use the scroll and grabbed his hand. With fire still burning in Christopher's chest, Luke said he had only stopped him for the moment, and Chuck had to use the scroll before leaving the rift. Blood dripped down Luke's face as he said it was fine, he would die soon anyway. Chuck begged the magician not to say that, and despair showed on Luke's face. Closing his eyes, Luke said he could not freeze Christopher forever because he had never reached the kingdom of eternity. Chuck unrolled the scroll and said he would bring the kingdom of eternity to them. Luke stared at him in shock. Blue light poured from the scroll, and Chuck realized it was the only way to control time and space. A bright light appeared in the distance. The endless pillars stretched ahead, and the man was stunned that the young man was so set on carrying out his dream. He realized he didn't even know how to repay him. Luke reached his hands out. The blue bird wrapped Christopher in its body. Luke gave him the scroll and said anyone could grant this wish. The man asked why Luke had chosen him. A faint smile crossed the man's face. Luke pictured him surrounded by children. He thought the kids wouldn't be able to handle it. They would cry and start to lose heart when the old man had to say goodbye. A girl held a bouquet. Facing Chuck, the man said Chuck was the best person to carry out this request. Luke lowered his eyes and said he knew he was asking for too much, but this wasn't a request from an elder. It was from a grandfather who worried about the mages like they were his own grandchildren. The guy bowed his head, understanding why Luke had asked this. Luke smiled warmly and thanked Chuck. John knelt before a grave with flowers in his hands. A furious look crossed the man's face as he remembered the battle with Christopher, the tower's worst traitor. The silver-haired man frowned. The oldest mage, Luke, had fallen. Everyone lowered their heads. His funeral was held in secret. Benjamin shut his eyes and cried out that Luke deserved a grand funeral, but he was told nothing could be done. Only senior-ranked mages and above knew the full truth. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth, blaming himself for falling for those demon worshippers' tricks. Benjamin started to cry and called out, "Master Luke!" Chuck entered the tower and told everyone to lift their heads. The crowd cheered for him, but he kept his eyes fixed ahead. He said too much grief would spoil this important moment, and the people bowed. Benjamin looked at him. He thought the hero might be hurting the most of all, as he set a flower on the stone. The red-haired boy went on, thinking he still stayed composed, while Chuck placed a hand over his chest. The dark-haired boy touched his head and thought the hero was forcing himself to hold it together in the empty tower. He realized Chuck knew he couldn't afford even a moment of rest as he looked at the stone slab. Then the hero said, Luke had smiled in his final moments. Everyone stared at him in surprise. The long-haired man smiled. Chuck said Luke had shown pride, that his face held no regret at all. He told them not to drown themselves in the past. Benjamin watched with sad, regretful eyes. Chuck raised his gaze and said they should think about how to use the time ahead. Then he asked what the Tower of Mages needed most right now. The dark-haired guy turned to Chuck and said the tower had suffered losses that could never be undone. He clenched his fist and said that because of this, they had all clearly learned one thing. They now knew who the tower's true enemy really was. He bowed and asked the hero to let them take the lead in wiping out the demons around the Supreme Magician. Chuck closed his eyes. He fixed his tie and said that was well said. Now he understood that the Tower of Mages would be his responsibility to answer for.